Chapter 301. Ye Qingxian watched Gu Junqing sit back down, and secretly let out a sigh of relief. While she had no idea why he was there, she was certainly curious to hear what he had to say. The interviewers seated next to Ye Qingxian looked somewhat awkward. It was the first time they had seen their boss experience such a dramatic shift in emotion. Usually, she remained unflappable, whether facing multi-billion-dollar contracts or severe company crises. They had never expected this man to stir up such a reaction in her. Ahem. Why don't you start by telling us which position you are applying for? A middle-aged female interviewer, sensing the stifling atmosphere and seeing that no one dared to speak, coughed and took the initiative. Male secretary, or if you prefer, the president's secretary, Gu Junqing answered with a grin. As expected, another one aiming for the president. Still, he was so handsome that the president might actually like him, and given her emotional state, they might be acquaintances. The interviewer thought to herself, deciding it was best to keep asking. After all, the previous few candidates who applied for the secretary position had all been rejected. Do you have any qualifications you would like to share? The interviewer inquired. Qualifications? Well, my appearance, of course. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, thinking that when working as a male secretary for a female boss, good looks were surely enough. Ahem, I meant professional capabilities. The interviewer was taken aback by his bluntness, wondering if today's candidates were all just there to cause trouble. In that case, I would say I am quite capable, with special talents and solid skills, Gu Junqing replied. The answer was deliberately suggestive, though whether the interviewer understood was none of his concern. As he expected, the interviewer did not catch the implication. Could you be a bit more specific? The interviewer asked, feeling somewhat helpless. If not for his good looks and the fact that Ye Qingxian had not ordered him to leave, she would have kicked him out already. He was clearly just here to mess around. You want me to elaborate? That would be obscene, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. That is enough. Everyone, please leave, and notify the people outside that there will be no more interviews today. Ye Qingxian stood up. Her eyes were like an iceberg that had not melted in 10,000 years as she gave the cold order to the interviewers. That was the spirit. The atmosphere in the interview hall froze instantly, as if the temperature had dropped by 10 degrees. The interviewers scrambled to leave, realizing that the president and the young man were clearly well acquainted. They decided they should not stay, as the president's icy aura was too much to bear. Once everyone had cleared out, only Gu Junqing and Ye Qingxian remained in the large hall. Gu Junqing immediately dropped his playful demeanor. He looked at Ye Qingxian's cold, beautiful face, his eyes revealing a complex expression. As for what exactly that complexity meant, even Gu Junqing did not know, leaving it entirely for Ye Qingxian to guess. To what do I owe the pleasure of a visit from our young master Gu to my humble company? Ye Qingxian, interpreting his look as regret, could not resist a biting remark. She wanted to mock him mercilessly. A golden light flashed in Gu Junqing's eyes as he activated his insight ability. Female lead. Ye Qingxian, occupation, iceberg president, charm, 95, affection for host, -10, female lead halo, 1750. Seeing the negative affection score, Gu Junqing fell silent for a moment. It seemed this would be a difficult task. Apart from Mirong, every other female lead had started with an initial affection of 10 to 20. He had clearly offended Ye Qingxian deeply, causing her to lose face both in the Ye family and the Gu family. I have already been admitted, so I figured I would find a company to play around in. Gu Junqing coughed. When dealing with a woman like Ye Qingxian, one could not be soft, so he had to stand firm. Besides, he was still wearing his pants, and men understand that those who are dressed speak with confidence. You have such a massive company in the Gu family, why not go mess around there? Or is Uncle Gu afraid you will run his business into the ground? A sneer of satisfaction tugged at Ye Qingxian's lips. He had told her she was delusional in front of everyone back then, and now it was finally her turn to say it to him. Had this girl's father hidden all the information from her? Did she really think he was just a handsome, slightly successful playboy? Gu Junqing could not help but think of her father, Ye Hongbo. He guessed that Ye Hongbo was likely afraid of hurting his daughter, and had spent every day badmouthing him in her ear. Impossible, I have earned a lot of money for my family. Besides, I am surrounded by beauties and have countless luxury cars. Gu Junqing's expression was triumphant as he showed off how well he was living. There is a saying that even if you are doing well, seeing someone you hate doing better makes you miserable. Seeing someone you once disliked living so well was bound to be unsettling. It is a human vice, difficult to change, like those who feel worse when others profit than when they themselves lose money. If you are doing so well, why come here? Are you here to make a joke of me? Ye Qingxian's typically icy gaze was now burning with fury, and her thin lips, glowing with an alluring sheen, tightened. She wanted to bite him. He was so damn infuriating. I am just here to experience life. Gu Junqing maintained his laid-back posture, doing his best to get a rise out of her. Is that so? Well then, young Master Gu, turn left at the door. Good day. Ye Qingxian was almost laughing in anger, her chest heaving with agitation. Tisk, tisk, it seems this iceberg president is quite the vixen. There are two types of women, and the big ones are vixens. You were the one who asked me to stay, not me forcing myself upon you. You need to get that straight. It is easy to invite a god in, but hard to send them away. Gu Junqing raised his eyes, speaking carelessly with a provocative look on his handsome face. In short, he was asking to be hit. The corner of Ye Qingxian's previously calm face twitched. How could such an annoying person exist in this world? Why on earth did she like him in the first place, or was she just blind? Huff. I am done bickering with you. Tell me, what are you actually here for? Ye Qingxian exhaled, releasing her frustration before straightening her posture to ask again. Me? Why, I am here to apply for the position of your personal male secretary, of course. Gu Junqing straightened up, finally stating the true purpose of his visit. Chapter 302. To handle an iceberg CEO, the first step is to provoke her emotions. You must make her feel that you are different from everyone else. Whether she likes you or hates you, the difference is negligible. After all, love and hate are often just a fine line apart. You want to be my personal male secretary? Ye Qingxian was so annoyed she almost laughed at Gu Junqing. Why, can't I be a male secretary? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow. Setting aside our personal history, other than being a bit handsome, what kind of skills do you have? Ye Qingxian scoffed, her voice cold yet melodious. Setting aside our history, my foot. You are clearly bringing your personal baggage into this, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Didn't I just tell that interviewer? I possess specific talents and solid skills. Plus, I am very capable. Extremely capable, in fact. Gu Junqing turned his head slightly to hide his smile, making sure to emphasize his capabilities. After all, anyone who can go all night long is no ordinary man. I am not joking with you. She was not used to anyone teasing her, let alone making suggestive innuendos. Consequently, she had no idea what Gu Junqing was actually implying. I'm not joking either. Gu Junqing put on a look of instant innocence, speaking with total sincerity. Truth be told, he wasn't joking. For once, he was speaking the absolute truth. Ye Qingxian realized that she was becoming increasingly unable to communicate with Gu Junqing. If this continued, he would eventually be the death of her. Since the hard approach wasn't working, she decided to try a softer tactic. Gu Junqing, are you short on money lately? If you are, just say so. I don't have a fortune, but I can spare enough to help you out. Ye Qingxian said this with resignation, wishing she didn't have to look at him. A few more moments of looking at him, and she might lose her temper. She couldn't let her years of composure and reputation be ruined by him. Me, short on money? Well, I suppose I am. Gu Junqing rubbed his chin, pretending to consider it. Fine. Name your amount, sign an IOU, and set the interest rates and repayment schedule. Then I will lend it to you. Now you can get lost. You can leave now, right? Ye Qingxian said with a faint, mocking smile. Very well. 100 billion or so should be enough. Gu Junqing replied with a smile. 100 billion? Why don't you just go die? Ye Qingxian snapped angrily. All right, I'll stop teasing you. In truth, I want to make amends. Gu Junqing blinked, deciding not to push things too far. He wanted to leave a deep impression, but not so deep that it would burn him later. Make amends? In your dreams. Ye Qingxian's expression tightened, her pale, delicate face turning cold. She truly had the look of an iceberg beauty. I know we aren't exactly on good terms, which is why I am putting myself at your disposal. Gu Junqing played the role of a bad uncle, step by step luring Ye Qingxian into his trap. Ye Qingxian looked at Gu Junqing with confusion. Think about it. I was the one who rejected you in public and caused you such embarrassment. So if I become your personal male secretary, you can boss me around however you like. You can make me do whatever you want. Gu Junqing looked exactly like a capitalist selling an empty promise to an employee. For example, if you want me to sweep the floor, I will. I can even serve you tea and pour water. Wouldn't that make your revenge all the more satisfying? Ye Qingxian had just picked up the water on her desk, intending to take a sip. Hearing Gu Junqing's words, she paused and couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. Secretary Gu, pour me a glass of water. She imagined herself handing him a cup while reading the newspaper. Certainly, Honorable CEO. He would scurry off to get the water. Secretary Gu, go to the next city and buy me a bowl of noodles. As you wish, I will take the fastest flight to get them for you. Secretary Gu, go and announce to the family that you are the one who is deeply in love with the Ye family daughter. Secretary Gu, bark like a dog for me. Woof, woof. Secretary Gu, get down on the ground and lick my toes. Slurp, delicious. As these thoughts flooded her mind, they became increasingly bizarre. Before she knew it, she chuckled aloud. Gu Junqing looked at her with suspicion. Was she thinking about something strange? Seeing her unable to hold back a smile while still lost in her fantasies, Gu Junqing sighed and tapped on the desk. Well, isn't that a great deal? A personal punching bag delivered to your doorstep for free. Gu Junqing winked. Once he was hired, he would decide how things played out anyway. He didn't care about things like pay cuts. It remained to be seen who would actually be in charge once the time came. It itches a bit from the licking. What did you say? Ye Qingxian was startled out of her reverie by the tapping on the table. Licking what? Gu Junqing stared at her with growing suspicion. He was certain now that she had been thinking about something that gave her pleasure. He didn't mind, as there was no telling what would actually happen later. Ahem, nothing. Ye Qingxian regained her composure, her expression returning to its typical icy, stoic mask. However, her cheeks were flushed a deep red, giving her a stunningly beautiful appearance. You are despicable for leading me on with empty promises, but your proposal is not bad. Ye Qingxian pondered for a moment before waving her hand. Very well, you are now my personal male secretary. Gu Junqing let out a breath. Finally, he had a legitimate excuse to get close to this iceberg CEO. Truly, ordinary capitalists are not frightening. It is the ones who know how to sell empty dreams that are terrifying. He wondered how many ignorant, naive youths had been tricked by them. They worked diligently with their 9-to-9, 6-day work weeks, all for a glimmer of hope in their hearts. Good. Secretary Gu, start by pouring me a glass of water and making me a coffee. Ye Qingxian handed the cup to Gu Junqing, feigning indifference. Her voice floated, light and airy, as if she were walking on clouds. It was clear she could no longer suppress her excitement. Giving me orders the moment I start? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow. Still, he had to give her a taste of the sweetness, or else she might end up tasting something bitter later on. He took the cup, fetched the water, brewed the coffee, and handed it back to her. How long has it been? It has been 3 years. Do you know how I have spent these past 3 years? Ye Qingxian thought, bubbling with excitement. Ye Qingxian took a sip and set the cup back on the table. This is instant coffee. I won't drink it, but this is all you have. Gu Junqing looked at her helplessly. Was she trying to push her luck? I don't care. I want coffee made from freshly ground beans. And remember, you must grind them by hand. No, better yet, I want to watch you grind them. Her excitement was written all over her face. She couldn't wait to watch Gu Junqing suffer and toil. Once she finished this, sooner or later, she would truly make Gu Junqing kneel and lick her feet. Chapter 303. Ye Qingxian took the coffee Gu Junqing had brewed and took a sip. Her face, usually as cold as an iceberg, softened in delight. System host has pleased the heroine Ye Qingxian. Affection has increased by 10 points to 0, rewarding 100 luck points. System host has altered the plot, rewarding 1000 villain points. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, thinking that this was certainly a worthwhile endeavor. Ye Qingxian wore a cute expression, even if a small, rare smirk tugged at the corner of her usually stern mouth. She was clearly excited at the prospect of tormenting Gu Junqing. Gu Junqing stared at her little display of excitement, feeling speechless. She was acting so giddy because she was surely plotting something devious. However, there was no way he would obediently act as her servant, let alone hand-grind coffee beans for her. Hold on. President Ye, are you under some kind of misunderstanding? Gu Junqing sat comfortably on the office sofa and let out a long, relaxed sigh. He looked as if he were the CEO, and Ye Qingxian was merely the assistant, who should be doing the chores. Ye Qingxian frowned, surprised that he was refusing to take orders from her. What do you mean? She asked. Nothing, I just think that for someone as beautiful as you certainly have a beautiful imagination. Gu Junqing stretched and slumped onto the sofa, feeling drowsy. He had been exhausted after spending the night at Yu Miakin's house. He had dealt with Yu Ying's persistent temptations, and spent the entire night in an intense battle with Yu Miakin. He had rushed home this morning only to have an intimate encounter with Lin Qingzu. An ordinary man would have collapsed from such a schedule. You dare disobey me? Then what use are you to me? If you don't start working, I'm deducting your salary. Ye Qingxian snorted, putting on her best cold CEO persona. True, President Ye. Since we agreed I would be your personal male assistant, what kind of compensation are you offering? Gu Junqing finally dropped his act and began to demand his reward. Well, you have no work experience, but given your status, I will offer you 100,000 a month. Ye Qingxian waved her hand, acting as if she were being incredibly generous. For a newcomer, that salary would be quite high. But for Gu Junqing, it was merely a drop in the ocean. President Ye, do you truly think I am short on money? Gu Junqing acted bored, as if he were impossible to deal with. This made Ye Qingxian grit her teeth in frustration. Then what do you want? She asked, her eyes showing a hint of hesitation. She did not want to grant him any benefits, yet she was obsessed with the idea of tormenting him. What I want is very easy for you, effortless even. Gu Junqing smiled, looking exactly like an old fox tricking a child. Fine then. Ye Qingxian sighed in relief, thinking that if she could order him around so easily, it was a bargain. Gu Junqing was, at the very least, a young master of the Gu family. In all of Luodu, there were hardly a dozen people with a status higher than his. So, tell me what you want. Money is just a number to me, or perhaps some jewelry, or paintings. None of that. It is much simpler. I just want you to wear black stockings in front of me. Gu Junqing replied with a smile. His eyes drifted downward, feeling a slight regret that she was wearing trousers, a total disappointment. Still, the fabric revealed elegant curves, hinting at the slender legs and fair, delicate skin beneath. With his expert eyes, he knew that beneath those tailored trousers lay a pair of perfect legs with flawless shape, length, and proportions. They would surely be whiter than mutton fat jade and softer than warm crystal. It was a waste not to have them wrapped in black stockings, he thought to himself. You lecherous man, what are you looking at? Ye Qingxian was shocked and furious. She never expected him to covet her body like that. How vulgar. Cough, I am simply appreciating beauty. Gu Junqing replied with a straight face, showing no embarrassment at all. Ye Qingxian wanted to reject him harshly, but she hated the idea of not being able to order him around. She remained hesitant. Keep dreaming, she said, though her heart was clearly wavering. And what position should I sleep in to dream of you in black stockings? Would adding 2 pillows help? Gu Junqing teased. You. Ye Qingxian was infuriated again. What, is your Mirong sister no longer fragrant? Why don't you go watch her wear them? She mocked. She had been rejected by Gu Junqing in public because of Mirongwan, and the memory made her want to crawl into a hole. He had already seen everything there was to see of Mirongwan, and as for black stockings, he could see them whenever he liked. Of course, he could not say that aloud, or she would surely kick him out. I know I was wrong, Sister Ye. Gu Junqing put on a pitiful face without specifying exactly what he was apologizing for. He was starting his manipulation tactic again. Gu Junqing had perfected the art of wooing women, knowing exactly what attitude to use in any given situation. Humph, as long as you know you were wrong. Ye Qingxian snorted, her mood lightening as she recalled the past. She assumed he had been dumped by Mirong Wan. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine why he would come crawling back to apologize. Regardless, she was still looking forward to her revenge. She had waited years for the chance to finally torment Gu Junqing. So, if I put on the black stockings, that is all, she asked in a low voice. Of course, a look of anticipation gleamed in Gu Junqing's eyes. Fine, I will go change, but if you don't hand grind that coffee for me later, I am going to report you to your father. Ye Qingxian glared at him and turned to walk into a private room attached to her office. Most CEOs had such rooms for rest and entertainment, even if Ye Qingxian only used hers to catch her breath during the day. Chapter 304. Gu Junqing took a rare moment of leisure to prepare tea while waiting for Ye Qingxian to finish changing. As he steeped the tea, he naturally began to reflect on his recent situation. Most of the female leads were already tamed and docile under his care. He maintained his relationships based on affection, while satisfying the ones who primarily required physical intimacy. Except for one, Chen Lingyu. Suddenly thinking of his senior sister, Gu Junqing's hand paused as he brewed the tea, his eyes narrowing slightly as he realized he had forgotten to apologize to her. However, Gu Junqing quickly relaxed. With his master keeping an eye on things, Chen Lingyu should not do anything too drastic. The life of a CEO was truly luxurious, and the value of the tea leaves alone was immense. Even the tea set in the water, which was melted glacier spring water, were priceless treasures. As Gu Junqing poured the water into the cup to steep the leaves, he could smell a rich, fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Not long after, Ye Qingxian finished changing. Gu Junqing turned his gaze to her with anticipation, only to find that her outfit had not changed at all. You took all this time just to show me this? Gu Junqing said, sounding somewhat dissatisfied as he looked at Ye Qingxian still wearing trousers. That tea was meant for my father. You just drank it. Ye Qingxian ignored his comment, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed as she looked at the opened tea box with a pang of heartache. The tea was incredibly expensive, though it was not that she could not afford it. She would rather feed it to a dog than let Gu Junqing drink it. Answer my question first. Gu Junqing felt both annoyed and amused, realizing he had truly offended the CEO. She wore an expression suggesting that feeding a dog would be a better use of the tea than giving it to him. You only said to wear black silk stockings, not that I had to wear them on the outside. Why can't I wear them underneath? Ye Qingxian said righteously, shooting him a glance. She was not stupid, she would wear them, but it was not her fault if she did not let him see them. Being a CEO for so long made it easy to find loopholes in words. I see. Gu Junqing nodded as if it were natural. A flash of light crossed his eyes, and a smile tugged at his lips. Did she think this would stop him from seeing them? Beautiful legs are naturally flawless, symmetrical, and unconstrained, plump and glistening without appearing bloated, smooth and delicate without losing their luster. The front curves gently down from the lower calf over the instep to the toes, while the back forms a crescent shape pressed against the rounded ankle. The top of the foot is also pink, smooth, and elegantly arched. Now that Ye Qingxian had put on the thigh-high black silk stockings, it added a touch of temptation and sexiness, creating a unique allure that stirred the imagination. The temptation this exerted on a man was absolutely fatal, the kind that could make one lose all composure. Gu Junqing's throat bobbed, and he could not help but reveal a look of appreciation. He was truly enjoying the sight of those long legs in black silk. Those perfectly accented long legs were truly lethal. As a mature man, Gu Junqing had seen countless legs belonging to heroines, and he had even handled many of them himself. Yet he felt Ye Qingxian's long legs deserved to be at the top. Even if they were not the absolute best, they were certainly in the top 3. No wonder so many people online talked about legs that could be admired for a lifetime. He would gladly spend his whole life with them, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Ye Qingxian felt a slight chill on her legs through her trousers, and goosebumps began to rise. What are you looking at? You could stare until your eyes fall out, and I still would not let you see a thing. Ye Qingxian glared at Gu Junqing, her heart beginning to pound. Gu Junqing shifted his body slightly, and began walking in her direction, as if he intended to stand before her. What are you trying to do? Ye Qingxian looked wary, her alluring and cold face showing a hint of resistance, fearful that Gu Junqing might try to force himself on her. I am just going to make you some coffee. Otherwise, how could I justify those beautiful legs in black silk? You would only say I broke my promise again. Gu Junqing chuckled, his eyes looking indifferent. The memory of that patch of black was simply too deep in his mind. He decided that after he won Ye Qingxian over, the first thing he would do was make her change into all sorts of stockings in front of him. However, it was still too early for that. A hint of victory appeared in Ye Qingxian's eyes, and she let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though she had finally taken her revenge. She had now accomplished her first task. Making Gu Junqing act like a beast of burden was no longer a pipe dream. Perhaps she could even salvage some of her reputation in the future. She did not realize that in the future, she would be the one acting as the beast of burden. Occasionally, she might get to act as the guanyin on the lotus flower, for those who understand. Hurry up then. Remember, you have to grind the beans by hand, one by one. No machines allowed. Ye Qingxian looked satisfied, and her usually icy expression softened, her lips curling up to reveal a sparkling little canine tooth. It added a touch of playfulness to her cold, beautiful face. It gave her an entirely different, stunning charm. Fine, Gu Junqing muttered inwardly, waiting for his time to get back at her. Afraid that Gu Junqing might cut corners, Ye Qingxian even stopped working just to watch him suffer. To her, watching Gu Junqing suffer was even more satisfying than making 10 billion herself. Remember, no machines or tools. You have to crush the coffee beans with your hands. How can you be my male secretary without some special skills? Do a good job, and I will double your bonus. Afraid that Gu Junqing might break the rules, she specifically reminded him again, while simultaneously dangling a carrot in front of him. If he got annoyed and left, she would lose her chance for revenge. This revenge was served on a silver platter, so she might as well take it. Besides, Gu Junqing himself had said he would serve as her personal male secretary, and let her take revenge however she liked. She felt much better now, and the lingering sense of hatred in her heart had faded. Gu Junqing picked up the coffee beans, which were a particularly hard variety, that required significant effort even with a machine. No wonder Ye Qingxian insisted he grind them by hand. It would take a long time to make a cup of coffee this way. However, this was not a difficult task for someone of Gu Junqing's ability. After washing his hands, he took a handful of coffee beans under Ye Qingxian's gaze. With internal energy flowing through his palms, a series of rhythmic cracking sounds echoed as he used precise force to grind every bean into powder, which he then poured into a cup. How is that? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, thinking, did she really think this would stop him? Even though Ye Qingxian maintained her icy, expressionless demeanor, the shock in her eyes was obvious. She never expected Gu Junqing to complete the grinding process so easily. Looks like this task was too easy. I will have to come up with something more difficult next time, Ye Qingxian muttered to herself. Not bad, Secretary Gu. Keep it up, and you will be responsible for making my coffee from now on. Ye Qingxian stood on her tiptoes and patted Gu Junqing's shoulder, acting as if nothing had happened, while offering a word of encouragement. Aren't you afraid I will drug you? Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Chapter 305. After taking a sip of the coffee Gu Junqing had brewed by hand, Ye Qingxian felt it was even more fragrant and rich than usual. The primary reason for this was her pleasant mood. Even handling official business felt more enjoyable. Secretary Gu, come over and rub my shoulders, Ye Qingxian commanded, addressing Gu Junqing as he rested on the sofa. Being able to summon and dismiss Gu Junqing at will gave Ye Qingxian a secret sense of satisfaction. Are you looking for a secretary or a servant? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow at her words. Don't worry about what I am looking for. Just get over here and massage my shoulders. Ye Qingxian scoffed. Great, I feel just like a palace concubine, and I have become a eunuch, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. He rose promptly and walked behind Ye Qingxian to begin massaging her. As he kneaded her small, delicate shoulders, Gu Junqing felt a secret thrill. Even through the layer of her professional attire, and the thin shirt beneath, he could feel the smoothness of her skin. The snow-white neck, exquisite collarbones, and the curves accentuated by her clothes were all in full view for Gu Junqing. Those collarbones are so white. Wait, I mean, this outfit is quite something. Gu Junqing coughed and said softly. Ye Qingxian, who had been leaning back and enjoying the massage, was stunned for a moment before realizing what he had said. She realized she was letting Gu Junqing take advantage of her. That was a mistake. That is enough, Secretary Gu. Go and mop the floor of my office. Ye Qingxian put a stop to his actions, intending to find more work for him to do. Tisk, I only gave you a massage as a favor. Thinking you will get free labor is a bit optimistic. Ignoring her words, Gu Junqing prepared to head back to the sofa. Ye Qingxian grew angry, her eyes turning cold. I am your boss, am I incapable of commanding you? You act as if I should tell you to go east and you dare not go west. Gu Junqing found it amusing, knowing full well whether he had ever actually said such a thing. Are you imagining things? When would I ever have said that? However, if you offer me a little something extra, I might be able to satisfy you. Gu Junqing walked in front of her, leaned down to meet her gaze, and used a finger to lift her beautifully curved chin. One gaze was filled with a smile, the other with frost, both reflecting each other's figures. What more could you want? Ye Qingxian turned her head away, swatting Gu Junqing's finger aside. She did not know why, but having not seen him for a while, she felt he had become much more handsome, making it difficult to maintain eye contact. Kiss me, Gu Junqing said with a smile. Impossible. Are you dreaming? Ye Qingxian refused sternly, her face clouding over with frost at his brazen request. Did he really think so little of her, refusing so quickly? I didn't say where. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, noting that her guard against him remained quite high. Nowhere is acceptable. Ye Qingxian's severe temperament truly befitted a female CEO, full of authority. Then I will take a step back. How about I kiss you instead? Gu Junqing said with an air of extreme reluctance. What is it, Master Gu? Are you becoming desperate? Weren't you the one who said that a toad like me wanted to eat a swan like you? Recalling how Gu Junqing had said those things in public, her expression darkened further. Oh, the Ice Queen CEO is angry. A trace of a bitter smile touched Gu Junqing's heart. Who knew the original body was as foolish as a pig? Even if he only liked Mirongwan, there was no need to say something so cruel. Furthermore, with her looks and figure, Ye Qingxian was in no way inferior to Mirong, yet he had called her a toad. Sister, yeah, I know I was wrong, and I apologize, Gu Junqing said with a slightly complex expression. Hearing the word sister Ye caused Ye Qingxian's expression to soften slightly. She had intended to never associate with Gu Junqing again, even though she deeply resented the things he had said. However, she still cherished some old memories, and did not completely turn into an enemy. Now, hearing Gu Junqing's apology, although she still felt some lingering resentment, his sincere attitude made her decide to give him a chance. Otherwise, she would have already told him to get out. Of course, he could not take advantage of her just because he wanted to. How about this? Just hold my hand, and I will do something for you. How does that sound? Seeing that Ye Qingxian had calmed down, Gu Junqing spoke in a negotiating tone. I suppose that is acceptable. Ye Qingxian hesitated for a moment before deciding to agree to his request. It was just holding hands, after all, and she had held his hand when they were children. A faint flush crept across Ye Qingxian's frosty face. Even though she had prepared herself mentally, the prospect of holding hands with Gu Junqing still left her feeling a bit nervous and embarrassed. She extended her slender, jade-like fingers. Her small hand, delicate and graceful, was extended toward him. Seeing this, Gu Junqing did not stand on ceremony, directly taking her small hand into his own large, well-defined grasp. The tender, cool, and soft sensation in his hand sent a ripple through Gu Junqing's heart. Before Ye Qingxian could react, she found her small hand being held within his. She felt that Gu Junqing's hands had grown much larger. She had always been the one leading him by the hand when they were younger, but now her hand was completely enveloped by his. Feeling the warmth spreading from his hand to her heart, a faint sense of nostalgia washed over her, and for a moment she was dazed. Ye Qingxian and Gu Junqing had once been childhood sweethearts. If not for the absurd actions of the original body, how could someone like the protagonist Yu Feng have ever taken her away? As long as a childhood sweetheart plays their cards right, they are not necessarily destined to lose to a newcomer. Of course, that only applies if they do not misplay their hand. It is highly likely that the thousands of moments you spent together will be eclipsed by her first impression of someone else. Unconsciously, under Gu Junqing's gentle manipulation, their hands interlocked. Just then, the door to Ye Qingxian's executive office suddenly opened. President Ye. Yu Feng walked in and froze when he saw Gu Junqing and Ye Qingxian holding hands. He had originally only intended to come to Ye Qingxian's office to remind her of his presence. He wanted her to know that even though he was injured, he was still committed to coming to work. And perhaps, while he was at it, he could gain some of her favor. But what was this that he was witnessing? The person he hated most in this life, and the one he admired most were holding hands, fingers interlocked, looking deeply into each other's eyes, as if the rest of the world did not exist. Yu Feng's composure shattered. Gu Junqing. Yu Feng roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage. This shout successfully brought Ye Qingxian back to reality, and she pulled her hand away from Gu Junqing, furrowing her brows. Do you not know how to knock before entering the president's office? Gu Junqing felt a sense of regret as the hand he had been holding was pulled away. Someday, I will make sure you are wrapped tightly around me from every angle, Gu Junqing muttered to himself as he looked at Ye Qingxian's beautiful profile. Chapter 306. Miss Ye, I did not mean to barge in, but this guy is definitely trying to get close to you on purpose. Yu Feng answered anxiously. Gu Junqing was far too strange and sinister. He had just stolen that pair of mother and daughter, Yu Miajin and her daughter, yesterday, and now he was coming to steal his Miss Ye. You have not answered my question. Do you think you can just barge into my office like that? Get out and knock before entering again. Ye Qingxian's expression turned increasingly cold. Her beautiful, icy face remained calm as she spoke in a chilling tone. I am sorry, Miss Ye. I was just worried. Yu Feng finally regained his composure. The impact Gu Junqing had on him was too intense, causing him to lose his cool. Yu Feng backed out of the room, closed the door, and knocked again. Miss Ye, may I come in? Yu Feng asked, feeling somewhat humiliated. He knew he could not leave a worse impression on Ye Qingxian. Get out. Ye Qingxian did not follow the usual script. She simply used that one word to cover everything. Upon hearing this, Gu Junqing turned his head slightly to avoid letting Ye Qingxian see the smile on his face. This woman was truly different from others, with a temper and way of doing things that were completely unique. Yu Feng, standing outside the door, felt his composure cracking. He ignored everything and walked right in. Then why is he allowed to be in the same room with you? Yu Feng demanded in a deep voice. He is my personal male secretary. His job is to work with me and provide service. You are just a security guard whose duty is to protect the company, not to barge into the president's office. Ye Qingxian said this calmly, her tone devoid of any emotion. A male secretary. Yu Feng stood there stunned. He had only been away from the company for half a day, so why did it feel like everything had changed? Wasn't Gu Junqing on a blind date yesterday? How did he end up being a male secretary here today? However, he had already called some informed people and learned of Gu Junqing's true identity. He was not only the legitimate young master of the Gu family, and its most crucial figure. He was also the mastermind behind the underground power leader, Yang Shixing. The entire Luodu had been deceived by Gu Junqing. In reality, Gu Junqing was the biggest boss of the entire underground force. Miss Ye, he must be harboring ill intentions toward you. Did he hide his true identity from you? He is the young master of the Gu family, so how could he possibly come here to be a lowly secretary? Yu Feng said anxiously. He feared that Ye Qingxian had also been blinded by Gu Junqing's handsome face. He considered himself a super hunk, no less impressive than the male stars on television. But upon meeting Gu Junqing, his usually confident self could not help but wonder if Gu Junqing was actually an immortal descended to earth. He truly felt inferior when it came to such looks. After being hit hard by the mother and daughter of the Yu family yesterday, He was terrified that Ye Qingxian would succumb to the same fate. Most importantly, even though he knew Gu Junqing was a threat, the key issue was that he could not beat him, which was the most annoying part. Yu Feng's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, and his expression grew more anxious. "And what does that have to do with you, a security guard?" Ye Qingxian asked, feeling confused. Even if Gu Junqing had ill intentions toward her, it had nothing to do with him. Yu Feng was at a loss for words. He had only been playing around in Loda these past few days, and had not had much contact with Ye Qingxian, so in truth, there was really nothing between them. System prompting. Yu Feng's mindset is off balance. The host gains 2,000 villain points. Yu Feng's protagonist halo decreases by 100, and the host's villain halo increases by 100. Truly, relying on the female leads to suppress the male lead was the most correct method. Gu Junqing could barely hold back his laughter. Ye Qingxian was a woman of strong opinions, and she was always cold as ice to those she did not know well, showing no mercy. Even he, a childhood friend, dared not interfere too much with Ye Qingxian's thoughts, choosing instead to advance step by step and take things slowly. Yet, someone with absolutely no connection to her dared to use this attitude to talk to her. "I am just concerned about Miss Ye's safety." Yu Feng managed to squeeze out these words after holding back for a long time. "I do not need your concern. I have work to do, and you can go out and patrol the company." Ye Qingxian looked impatient. "Yes." Yu Feng could only leave with a look of unwillingness, his fingers tightly clenched. "Wait." Gu Junqing called out to him. "I am really sorry. My hand shook yesterday. I did not damage your most precious possession, did I?" Gu Junqing walked up to Yu Feng and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear, his tone laced with mockery. "You." Yu Feng glared at Gu Junqing. His eyes were turning slightly red with anger, and he was almost on the verge of losing control and attacking. But he did not dare to strike. Gu Junqing's strength was not something he could compete with right now. By the way, whether it is Miajin or Qingxian, they are both mine. You are not worthy of approaching them." Gu Junqing finished with a light chuckle, and turned back to stand behind Ye Qingxian. System prompting. Yu Feng's mindset is off balance. The host gains 2,000 villain points. Yu Feng's protagonist halo decreases by 100, and the host's villain halo increases by 100. Gu Junqing had suspected that the person who shot at him on the rooftop yesterday was Yu Feng, and he was not surprised. However, he could not admit to it, or he would be finished. At the very least, he would be hunted by the people of the Xia Kingdom. A sniper attack in the city was no small matter. But hearing Gu Junqing mock him again, claiming that these women were all his, he could not take it anymore. Who the shit did he think he was? Just a young master of a family. How could he compare to a king of soldiers, who had been tempered in blood and fire? His mind raced, and he stopped backing out of the president's office. Instead, he turned to Ye Qingxian to complain. "President Ye, I saw this secretary of yours, Gu, on a blind date yesterday. Not only that, but he also already has a girlfriend. President, please do not let him deceive you." After saying this, he looked at Gu Junqing with a provocative gaze. He wanted to see who could outplay whom. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow. To be honest, if it were an ordinary person trying to flirt with a girl, being told they already had a girlfriend would basically mean they were done for. However, this was not a bad thing for him. At the very least, it would lower Ye Qingxian's guard, and it might even make it easier to win her over. "Is that so? Even if he has a girlfriend, it has nothing to do with me." Ye Qingxian frowned. Although she felt a faint sense of discomfort upon hearing that Gu Junqing had a girlfriend, she also felt a sense of relief. Since Gu Junqing intended to move past the fact that she had rejected and humiliated him before, she certainly would not dwell on it forever either. This was the relationship between Ye Qingxian and Gu Junqing, not what he had thought. Yu Feng was now completely bewildered. Chapter 307. "All right, you can go now," Ye Qingxian said, impatient to hear no more of Yu Feng's nonsense. With no other choice, Yu Feng left, his expression filled with reluctance. "So, tell me, what is this about a blind date and a girlfriend?" After Yu Feng left, Ye Qingxian glanced at Gu Junqing. She hadn't felt comfortable speaking freely while Yu Feng was there. To her, Yu Feng meant nothing, but Gu Junqing was the person she had grown up with since childhood. Even if they had some small history between them, it was still a better relationship than the one she had with Yu Feng. "Actually, things haven't been going very smoothly for me lately." Gu Junqing planned to trick Ye Qingxian again, taking advantage of the fact that she wasn't privy to the full truth. "What's wrong? Keep going, I'm listening." A flicker of anticipation crossed Ye Qingxian's eyes as she waited for him to continue. If things weren't going well for Gu Junqing, wasn't that the best news she could hear? Hey. Gu Junqing's eyes flashed with a dangerous glint for a brief moment. He was a man who held grudges. Since she wanted to gloat so much now, he would see who ended up torturing whom in the future. "You should know a bit about the situation with the Gu family." Gu Junqing walked behind Ye Qingxian and gently stroked the back of her neck. He wanted to hold the back of her neck, the source of her fate. You've been developing very well lately. My father is practically green with envy. A little more to the left." Ye Qingxian felt the pressure of his palm, and leaned back against the office chair in pure comfort. "Because of that, since I'm so unpromising, my father said if I don't find a girlfriend and have a child, he won't let me inherit the family fortune." Gu Junqing said, sounding quite miserable. "Sorry, I lied, but you shouldn't mind for the sake of your future daughter-in-law," he muttered to himself. "So that's how it is." But isn't that to be expected? It would be a miracle if a spendthrift like you didn't ruin the Gu family. Ow, that hurts, massage properly. Ye Qingxian taunted him again, but Gu Junqing's technique forced her to cry out in pain. This is a technique I created myself. After the pain, it naturally becomes very pleasurable, Gu Junqing said with an ambiguous smile. In the future, you will experience it too. Once you've gone through the pain and bleeding, I'll show you what true, otherworldly pleasure is. So why did you come here? Ye Qingxian sipped her coffee and spoke calmly. I came here, of course, to win back Big Sister Ye's heart, and to have Big Sister Ye give birth to a child for me. Gu Junqing winked, shamelessly declaring his intentions. Piffed, cough, cough. Even with Ye Qingxian's composure, she found these words difficult to stomach. She couldn't hold back and sprayed the coffee she had in her mouth. Are you joking with me? Ye Qingxian's face flushed red, shocked by Gu Junqing's words. What do you think? Gu Junqing said with an inscrutable smile. I think you must be joking with me. After wiping herself clean, Ye Qingxian said coldly, ignoring Gu Junqing. For her, just being able to accept having Gu Junqing around was already a big step. Big sister, give me a chance. Gu Junqing's expression was mournful and stubborn, as if he were lamenting his inability to inherit the family fortune. When you finally get me to completely forgive you, then you can say things like that. Ye Qingxian snorted. Did he really think she was an idiot? They hadn't even spoken for 2 minutes, and he wanted her to have his child. What kind of logic was that? Hurry up and go deliver my documents. I already let you hold my hand. Ye Qingxian stopped paying attention to Gu Junqing's smooth-talking tricks, knowing his intent was enough. As long as she could torture Gu Junqing, that was fine. As for the rest, Gu Junqing shouldn't even think about it for now. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow and complied with Ye Qingxian's request. After all, if he took the reward without doing the work, Ye Qingxian wouldn't be so easily fooled in the future. Half a month passed without him noticing. To conquer Ye Qingxian sooner, Gu Junqing lived a monotonous, three-point life. He ran back and forth between home and the office, while occasionally pricking at Yu Feng's nerves. To be honest, it became quite strange. Yu Feng wasn't usually the type to get angry easily, but after meeting Gu Junqing, he was practically angered to death every single day. During those 2 weeks, he had been fleeced by Gu Junqing quite a few times. Fortunately, hard work paid off, and Ye Qingxian became increasingly accustomed to Gu Junqing's proximity. Their working relationship gradually became more and more casual, but that was limited only to the two of them. Secretary Gu, hurry up and make me a glass of juice. I'm dying of thirst. Having just finished her work, Ye Qingxian stretched in front of Gu Junqing, revealing her slender waist and alluring curves. Facing Gu Junqing's slightly fiery gaze, she didn't cover up at all, but instead seemed rather indifferent. If this were the beginning, she certainly wouldn't have done this in front of Gu Junqing. But now, after these 10+ days of being together, she had grown accustomed to their way of interacting, and even occasionally gave Gu Junqing a chance to feast his eyes. Otherwise, she couldn't order Gu Junqing around at all. What a lecher. Ye Qingxian cursed inwardly. You're not even wearing black stockings, and you still want juice? Gu Junqing sat on the nearby sofa with a laptop on his lap. Although he usually ignored matters related to the Gu family, he still had to handle some necessary tasks. Occasionally, his father, Gu Junqing, would send him some work to do. Otherwise, Gu Junqing would practically die young. Nearing middle age, his hair fell out by the handful. It was quite a sudden tragedy. Didn't I just wear them for you yesterday? Ye Qingxian said indignantly. Later, whenever she wanted Gu Junqing to do something for her, he would make her pay a price. In the beginning, she could get away with wearing them underneath, but that obviously wasn't working now. She had to wear them for Gu Junqing every single day. So, in the end, who was the boss, her or Gu Junqing? Why did he act more like the boss than she did? Still, this was their normal way of interacting. Ye Qingxian wanted to torture Gu Junqing and make him perform hard labor. It was quite satisfying to make a famous crown prince in Luo do things here and there for her. However, Gu Junqing certainly couldn't just sit there and wait for death. If he was to perform labor, he had to get his reward. For example, getting her to personally prepare food and drinks for him. If that was the case, Ye Qingxian had to correspondingly wear black stockings, white stockings, or even fishnets, the fishing kind. Don't get the wrong idea. Of course, Gu Junqing was surely the only one who enjoyed these treats. Naturally, he was the only one allowed to observe and admire them. Yesterday was yesterday, today is today. Since it's today, you naturally have to follow today's rules. Gu Junqing typed on his keyboard, then took a moment to look at Ye Qingxian's cold, frosty face, answering with a smile. It had to be said, the life of training Ye Qingxian certainly held a unique pleasure. It was as if he were watching a goddess gradually fall. Of course, it was a fall he had personally orchestrated. Chapter 308. How about a different color then? Ye Qingxian sighed. She couldn't understand why everything Gu Junqing brewed or cooked tasted better than average. At first, she assumed it was psychological, thinking that tormenting him gave her satisfaction. She later realized that wasn't the case. Gu Junqing's cooking genuinely tasted superior. Of course, this was Gu Junqing's handiwork. As a miracle doctor, adding a few special ingredients was easy for him. The heroine was not so foolish as to think she was letting him take advantage of her for no reason. It was all because his food was delicious. Why? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, a hint of teasing and amusement in his voice. Yesterday was white silk, so today we need to switch things up. Otherwise, I might get bored of looking. And in the future, just looking won't be enough. You make me wear black silk every day. I have run out of stock and had to order the latest batch from France. Ye Qingxian said, expressionless. Gu Junqing barely held back a laugh, finding her unique. He wondered how she could say such suggestive things with a completely straight face. After a long moment, Gu Junqing closed his laptop and took a sip of his ginseng health tea. That isn't impossible, but I will need to collect some interest. Gu Junqing strode over and stood in front of Ye Qingxian, looking down at her. Her soft hair cascaded past her ears as she looked up at him, her expressionless face giving off a cold and beautiful vibe. Her features were exquisite, as if meticulously carved, feeling entirely natural and flawless. Especially her cherry lips, like rose petals, fragrant and soft, yet undeniably sexy, making one want to taste them. He mentally marveled, she truly lived up to her titles as the Pearl of Luodu and the #1 goddess of the business world. I haven't even charged you for the privilege of seeing a beauty like me. Ye Qingxian tried to renege, standing up angrily, her professional suit outlining her perfect curves. Gu Junqing's words always meant something unfavorable was about to happen. For example, wearing black silk every day for him was the result of him claiming she was welching on a debt and demanding interest. As it turned out, she no longer felt anything when showing him her black stockings. Then how about I pay you, and you give me the interest I deserve? Gu Junqing chuckled. Ye Qingxian said nothing, simply glaring at him, her iceberg eyes radiating a cold chill. Through their interactions over the past few days, Gu Junqing knew she wasn't actually that cold of a person. At least, not to those she was familiar with or close to. The main issue was that she was naturally cold and stunning, like an ice queen, which gave people a shivering feeling. Nothing much, just give me a kiss. Gu Junqing stated his request with a smile, slowly breaking down Ye Qingxian's psychological defenses. I'll kiss your big head. Ye Qingxian retorted irritably. After a half-month of contact, she had actually fully forgiven Gu Junqing for his past actions. She could gradually joke around with him and let herself go. Rarely had anyone else been like Gu Junqing, like a piece of chewing gum, constantly clinging to her, which made her both amused and annoyed. That works too, a kiss on the cheek will do, Gu Junqing said reluctantly, though he did not stop moving closer. Are you even listening to me? Ye Qingxian punched his chest. She found she couldn't move him, and looking at his approaching face, she felt a surge of shyness. Just a kiss on the cheek should be fine, right? She thought, her mind working through her defenses, though she still hesitated. Forget it, it's just a cheek kiss, I'll treat it like petting a cat. Ye Qingxian resolved. She stepped forward and pecked his cheek. Gu Junqing felt something brush past his face, fragrant and soft, making his heart itch. Ding. Host has stirred the heroine's heart. Reward, 2,000 villain points. President Ye, I have an important matter to report. Yu Feng hurried in and happened to see the scene. President Ye? The sound of the door being thrown open, and the shout made Ye Qingxian jolt back to reality. She quickly stood straight, her face slightly flushed. What happened? Remember to knock next time. Perhaps due to shyness, her tone was much softer. It was as if someone who had been in snow-capped mountains for years was slowly melting in the steam. Yu Feng looked on sorrowfully, feeling a lump in his throat. This was not the first time he had seen this in the past half-month. Every time he entered, he felt the relationship between the two was progressing rapidly. At first, it was just holding hands or touching faces. Then it became neck massages and intimate conversations, making his heart ache. For some reason, he felt like a victim watching someone else slowly wooing his own wife. Every time he saw this, he felt stifled. Yet, he could do nothing about Gu Junqing. Every time he tried to frame Gu Junqing or stop their contact, he was always exposed by him. It was all a futile effort, as no one in the company dared to offend Gu Junqing. As for fighting, that was out of the question, as Gu Junqing was much stronger than him. Moreover, his injuries had only just healed, and he couldn't afford to move too much. Several companies have suddenly withdrawn their capital, stopped taking our shipments, and have even started returning our goods. Yu Feng dared not lift his head. He feared seeing Gu Junqing's mocking face and his intimacy with Ye Qingxian, which would stir up violent emotions. Then find some other companies, or increase our cooperation with other close partners. Ye Qingxian frowned. Business had become increasingly difficult lately due to the economic downturn. She thought that if she couldn't be a good female CEO, she might as well just go home and inherit the billions. Don't worry, President Ye. I will definitely handle this matter. Yu Feng patted his chest and promised. He felt this was a good opportunity to win the beauty's heart, hoping that helping her handle the crisis would make her see him in a new light. You are just a security guard passing on messages. What do you need to handle? Ye Qingxian said irritably. She glanced at the calm and unruffled Gu Junqing, feeling a bit angry. He must be waiting for her to beg him, after which he would ask her to do some perverse things. She would not satisfy him. Rest assured, President Ye, I will handle it properly. Leave this matter to me. Yu Feng walked out of the office, brimming with confidence. He planned to spend some money to open a company to cooperate with Ye Qingxian. This would surely be a way to support her. Chapter 309. Look at him. Even a security guard works with such initiative, yet look at you. After Yu Feng left, Ye Qingxian said to Gu Junqing with an annoyed tone, I can help you too, as long as you give me another kiss. Gu Junqing replied, bantering with Ye Qingxian to get what he wanted. He had already prepared for this, otherwise, he wouldn't have acquired the companies and factories collaborating with Ye Qingxian. Is that so? Ye Qingxian glanced suspiciously at Gu Junqing's face. She thought to herself that since she had already kissed him once, a second time wouldn't make much difference. It was like riding a horse. Once you have ridden it once, you can keep riding it. Of course, I never lie. My word is as good as gold. Gu Junqing cleared his throat with a straight face and glared at Ye Qingxian, acting as if he were offended by her doubt. He claimed his words were always firm and reliable. Usually, that phrase implies keeping one's promise. However, in Gu Junqing's mind, it meant he could trick people at any time, like dropping nails on the floor for them to step on. Fine then. Ye Qingxian reluctantly believed him and leaned in closer to his face. A faint fragrance drifted toward Gu Junqing as he looked at the beautiful CEO before him, feeling his heart flutter. Look, a UFO. Gu Junqing suddenly pointed out the window. Ye Qingxian reflexively looked, but there was obviously nothing there. How childish are you? Ye Qingxian turned her head back with annoyance, only to see Gu Junqing's face moving closer to hers. Her mind went completely blank, and she had no time to react. She felt a soft touch and a sudden warmth on her lips. Ye Qingxian was stunned, her eyes widening in shock. A moment later, she felt something trying to part her teeth. Only then did she snap out of it and hurriedly push Gu Junqing away. What are you doing? Why did you just kiss me like that? Ye Qingxian felt strange, her voice trembling with a hint of allure. In Gu Junqing's eyes, Ye Qingxian's fair and delicate face was flushed with a beautiful pink hue. Her eyes, usually cold and deep, were now moist and captivating. Collecting my reward, Gu Junqing winked. I shouldn't have hired you as a male secretary. Ye Qingxian's voice had become soft and seductive. It seemed as if a 1,000-year-old iceberg was finally beginning to melt. It can't be helped. You're so beautiful and kind, and I'm just a poor, love-starved child. Gu Junqing reached out to wrap his arms around her waist. He looked into her eyes and spoke softly with a serious expression. You're such a tease. Ye Qingxian lacked the strength to push him away and had to lean on his arm. Everything happened so fast that she felt like she had just lost her first kiss in an instant. What can I do? I only want to tease you. Gu Junqing gently pulled her into his arms and continued to speak sweet nothings. System notification host has stirred the heroine's heart. Heroine affinity plus 10. Current affinity 50. Adoration. Stole 500 points of protagonist Yu Feng's luck. Host's luck increased by 500 points. System notification host has altered the plot. Reward, 10,000 villain points. After a moment of daze, Ye Qingxian stood up and spoke. Don't kiss me whenever you want from now on. Now, get back to work. She used her usual commanding tone. Everyone knew that Gu Junqing was never a casual person. However, this left Gu Junqing unable to decipher what Ye Qingxian actually meant. Was she rejecting his kisses or inviting him to continue? However, his experience in studying women told him that he should just take what they said and reverse it. Outside the door, Yu Feng listened in with utter disbelief. His goddess had been kissed for the first time, and the spot was her lips, which he had been yearning for. No, Yu Feng felt as if a background song was playing around him. Snowflakes drift, the north wind whistles, and the world is vast and desolate. System notification host caused protagonist Yu Feng's mentality to collapse. Reward, 2,000 villain points. System notification host caused protagonist Yu Feng's mentality to collapse. Reward, 2,000 villain points. Meanwhile, Gu Junqing, who was flirting with Ye Qingxian, clicked his tongue inwardly. Why were there always people who liked to eavesdrop on others? But Yu Feng was truly pitiful. It was like someone browsing an adult website, ready to do the deed, only to suddenly see their own wife in one of the videos. Just as Gu Junqing was meticulously pursuing Ye Qingxian, a stunning sight appeared at Tianlin High School. Gu Junqing's master, Ji Zuyu, was walking through the Tianlin High School campus. She had come to check on her rebellious disciple. Of course, she did not know that Gu Junqing was not currently at Tianlin. It had been a long time since Gu Junqing visited her, so if he wouldn't come, she as his master would come to see him. Considering that there were many students on campus, she knew that wearing her black robe and mask would be too conspicuous. Therefore, she arrived at Tianlin High School wearing blue and white casual clothes and only a butterfly mask. Even so, her perfect, alluring figure and the half-exposed face were stunningly beautiful, like the moon in the sky, drawing everyone's gaze. Student A asked, when did such a beauty come to our school? She must be a teacher, right? Student B replied, that's impossible. I've carefully investigated every beautiful teacher in our school and observed their figures. Based on what we can see now, only teacher Yu Miajin could possibly compare, but even she doesn't have such a perfect figure. Student A, Student C, and others who heard Student B's words all turned their heads to ask for the inside scoop. I never knew you'd been coveting our school's teachers for so long. You investigated every teacher? Bro, can you tell me the information about the beautiful homeroom teacher of grade 2, class 1? I have a friend who wants to know. Me too. I want the one from class 3. I have a friend who wants to commit an act of betrayal against his teacher. Ji Zuyu glanced at the restless male students nearby and felt a bit confused. Were there becoming more and more people like her rebellious disciple, Gu Junqing? Or was Gu Junqing's habit of falling for his master actually learned from others? However, the youthful atmosphere of the school still made Ji Zuyu feel a bit happy. She hadn't felt such vibrancy in a long time, and she even felt as though her own mindset had grown much younger. Hello, you can't wear masks in our school. Are you also a teacher at our school? Chapter 310. I am not a teacher at your school. Ji Zuyu shook her head. Her eyes flickered with surprise, for Yu Miajin's beauty caught her off guard. Could someone like this exist in that rebellious disciple's school? Perhaps they shared a more unique connection. Ji Zuyu harbored suspicions. She knew Gu Junqing's character too well, and there was no way he would let a beauty like this from his own school slip through his fingers. Besides, Yu Miajin looked exactly like a teacher, which perfectly matched the rebel's preferences. Ji Ziyu thought to herself. Are you looking for someone? Yu Miajin asked with a smile. I am a teacher here, so feel free to let me know if you need help finding anyone. I am looking for Gu Junqing. Ji Ziyu nodded coolly. A gleam flashed in Yu Miajin's eyes as her tone grew sharper. What business do you have with student Gu? I am his master. Why would I not be able to look for him? Ji Ziyu frowned. She had always been one to avoid worldly conflict, so she cared little for whatever relationship Yu Miajin had with her rebellious disciple. However, she would not simply stand by and be provoked. His master. Yu Miajin frowned as well. She had assumed this was just another older woman wanting to catch a glimpse of Gu Junqing. After all, such occurrences were common, with female students from various campuses arriving daily just to see his handsome face. There was never a shortage of little fangirls in any age group. The most absurd case involved a famous wealthy woman in Luodu. Because she had once seen Gu Junqing's face, she became infatuated, even trying to keep him as a pet and repeatedly barging into the school to see him. Of course, she did not succeed in the end. After all, was Gu Junqing the type to live off a woman? Although the benefits were tempting, there was no way he would fall to such levels. It was precisely because of these prior incidents that Yu Miajin did not easily let Ji Ziyu off the hook. Who knew if she was faking her identity, pretending to be connected to Gu Junqing just to deceive others? Furthermore, wearing a mask in broad daylight was already suspicious, so Yu Miajin naturally did not mince her words. A master? Is that a yoga master? Someone teaching student Gu yoga? Yu Miajin scoffed with a hint of provocation. This must be some vixen who had come to seduce Gu Junqing. Ji Ziyu took a long look at Yu Miajin. Well, even if she was not one of that rebel's harem, their relationship was clearly not simple. Then what are you to him? Ji Ziyu asked in return. I am his teacher. Yu Miajin replied, refusing to back down. It had to be said that watching these two slender, stunning women won a master argue was a beautiful sight. Both possessed tall figures and peerless faces that made anyone watching swallow hard. The students in the distance who noticed the scene stared blankly. Can some expert tell me if that masked woman is actually a teacher too? A male student asked. I have no idea. If I had seen her before, I would never have forgotten her. True, it is rare to see a woman stand next to teacher Yu without being overshadowed, or even managing to hold her own. Exactly. Even the school beauty Mirong does not have the same charm as teacher Yu. Impossible. School beauty Mirong Wan's beauty is the absolute best. Many male students began arguing about who was the true goddess of Tianlin High School. They failed to notice the tension on the field. A teacher? Ji Ziyu frowned. This rebel. He kept claiming he did not like to offend his masters and ancestors. What kind of teacher? A health teacher? Ji Ziyu thought of her rebel disciple having other intimate teachers, and her heart felt unbalanced. This comment left Yu Miajin silent for a moment. She desperately wanted to refute it, but realized she truly could not. Every time she finished teaching Gu Junqing mathematics, he would drag her into the office for a health lesson. She had even tutored him in private health lessons at her own home several times. She wanted to argue back, but her conscience was guilty. All right, stop acting unreasonably. Just call Gu Junqing out, and we will know the truth. Ji Ziyu assumed the attitude of an elder lecturing a junior. She did, however, have the authority to do so. In terms of age, Yu Miajin was not much older than Gu Junqing, perhaps similar in age to Chen Lingyu, Gu Junqing's senior sister. I do not know where he is either. He has not been to school for a few days. Yu Miajin shook her head, hesitating. She was unsure of Ji Ziyu's identity. If she were an imposter, she would not be acting with such confidence. It was as if a primary wife was lecturing a concubine, or an empress dowager was disciplining her daughter-in-law. As Gu Junqing's teacher, you do not know where he is. Ji Ziyu's brows furrowed beneath her butterfly mask. It seemed she would have to go to his home to check. Then as Gu Junqing's master, do you not know either? Yu Miajin retorted, feeling unconvinced. Ji Ziyu ignored her, her cold eyes merely staring at Yu Miajin. But then again, what kind of master are you to him? Yu Miajin asked out of curiosity. Was there even a profession called master in this society? Could she really be a dance or yoga master? With such a great figure, and a peerless face that could be discerned even behind the mask, Ji Ziyu did not answer. She merely flicked a leaf, shooting it out in a direction where no one was looking. In an instant, the leaf pierced into a distant tree. To achieve such deep penetration, using only a leaf showed how much stronger Ji Ziyu had become after practicing the dual cultivation method with Gu Junqing. While others did not see it, Yu Miajin saw it clearly. She was shocked, and finally understood what kind of master Ji Ziyu was. Do you believe me now? Ji Ziyu asked, her lips parting slightly. Yu Miajin remained silent. She felt a little lucky that she had not overly provoked Ji Ziyu at the start, or her small frame would not have been able to withstand even one of Ji Ziyu's leaves. Let's go then, Ji Ziyu said again. Go. Go where? Yu Miajin was confused. She had not offended her, so was she planning to silence her? Yu Miajin acted like a timid bride. She told herself she was not afraid of her martial power, but rather respected her because she was Gu Junqing's master. Let us have a proper chat about what happened with that rebel at school. I would like to get to know him better. Ji Ziyu shook her head, her footsteps light. Yu Miajin followed her naturally. She also wanted to learn more about Gu Junqing. Two women won a teacher, One, a master who had both instructed Gu Junqing, felt a strange sense of empathy, even though they had both already been thoroughly taught by Gu Junqing. Chapter 311. Gu Junqing had no idea his carefully managed pond was on the verge of collapsing. Ji Yuiyu and Yu Miajin had actually met without his knowledge. He had never intended for them to meet, fearing the inevitable disaster that would follow. While he knew Ji Yuiyu had no desire to monopolize him, let alone marry him, the risk was simply too great. Ji Yuiyu just wanted to be a shut-in. Under Chen Lingyu's influence, she had started watching anime, lacking only fried chicken and cola to be a true homebody. Still, who could say if a woman's heart might change? A sudden spark of jealousy could lead Ji Yuiyu to strike Yu Miajin down in an instant. A woman's heart is as deep as the ocean, and that is no idle saying. Gu Junqing had learned this lesson well through his numerous interactions with his various heroines. However, that was a concern for another time. For now, he was busy admiring the black silk stockings on Ye Qingxian's legs. While other styles were nice, he felt black silk suited her perfectly. The smooth, black texture against her tender skin created a powerful visual impact. Anyone who knows the seductive power of black silk. Ye Qingxian sat in her office chair, feeling Gu Junqing's hand lingering and playing with her leg. A rosy blush spread across her face. Her legs were sensitive, and she felt as if all her strength were being drained away by his touch. If she had been told this half a month ago, she would have scoffed at the idea. She had hated him back then, so the thought of wearing black silk for him, let alone letting him touch her like this, would have been impossible. Yet, reality changed with dizzying speed, catching her off guard. Gu Junqing watched as she ceased all resistance to his touch, her gaze growing hazy and unfocused. Clearly, she was slowly beginning to fall for him. "No, don't," she whispered, trying to push his wandering hand away. "No what?" Gu Junqing asked, his handsome face filled with a mischievous smile. He was definitely not a good person. Seeing the Ice Queen CEO murmuring under his command, a wave of thrill and satisfaction welled up within him. "Don't stop," she pleaded. She was almost on the verge of tears, hating how he kept teasing her like this, leaving her suspended in such an agonizing state. She allowed him this intimacy because he had helped her navigate through her recent crisis. Furthermore, she realized he had been watching over her all along, secretly supporting her business endeavors for years without revealing his identity. Only now did she realize that many of her business partners were companies under Gu Junqing's control. Of course, she didn't know these had been acquired recently, and that he had simply forged the history to deceive her. It was all part of his scheme to convince her that he truly liked her. Deeply moved, she had willingly allowed him this level of intimacy today. She hadn't expected him to be so skilled. Within moments, she succumbed, feeling weak and limp as if under a spell, helpless to stop him from exploring paths no one had ever traversed before. "Don't be so loud, someone might be listening through the wall," Gu Junqing teased, a playful, wicked glint in his eyes. "This room is soundproofed," she replied. "Ordinary people can't possibly hear anything." She had panicked for a moment, terrified of the social repercussions if anyone heard her. Then she remembered the soundproofing and the locked door, which made it impossible for anyone to hear a thing. But what if they aren't ordinary? Gu Junqing thought to himself with a smirk. He could sense Yu Feng eavesdropping outside the door again. Yu Feng was competing against him to see who could save the company. Predictably, with Gu Junqing's preparations, he had won, leaving Yu Feng with no further opportunity. This victory earned Gu Junqing plenty of villain points. He didn't want to leave Yu Feng around for much longer. Such a cunning and cautious protagonist would surely have risen to power had he not encountered Gu Junqing. He planned to dispose of Yu Feng completely in the coming days. He intended to do it cleanly, leaving absolutely no trace of evidence. Outside, Yu Feng pressed his ear against the door, listening to the Ice Queen CEO's audible cries of passion, his heart filled with despair and seething hatred. He felt as though all hope was lost. "No, I must find a way to counter this," he muttered, clenching his fists until his face turned twisted and savage. "I'll go talk to Patriarchia. I don't believe he'll sit idly by while Gu Junqing plays with his daughter." With a plan in mind, Yu Feng strode away, intending to confront Ye Qingxian's father, Ye Hongbo. He hoped to persuade him to intervene and stop his daughter. Meanwhile, Yu Miajin and Ji Yuiyu sat facing each other in a cafe outside the campus. Ji Yuiyu was speechless, not having expected to encounter one of Gu Junqing's confidants the moment she stepped out. She knew he had many women, but she hadn't realized there were quite this many. "Tell me, how did you and that rebellious disciple, Gu Junqing, get together?" Ji Yuiyu took a sip of tea. She didn't care for coffee, preferring the native tea of the Xiao Kingdom. "Ah, master, how did you know?" Yu Miajin asked, looking nervous. Not knowing Ji Yuiyu's true title, she simply addressed her as master, following Gu Junqing's lead. Ji Yuiyu glanced at Yu Miajin. She explained, "If one observes carefully, his scent lingers all over you. Such a scent wouldn't persist for so long unless you two spent a great deal of time together. The depth of his aura on you is even stronger than that on his own parents, which clearly shows you spend frequent time together. The rogue has been intimate with you often." Yu Miajin's face turned scarlet, feeling like a young girl caught stealing forbidden fruit by her elders. For some reason, she felt the same deference before Ji Yuiyu as she did with her own mother, Yu Ying. Perhaps this was the weight of authority. "Actually, my relationship with Gu Junqing also began during a crisis." Yu Miajin softly recounted the events, causing Ji Yuiyu to nod with a mix of realization and contemplation. "I didn't expect that rogue to actually do something good for once." Yu Miajin blinked, asking curiously, "Master, Does Junqing often make you angry? Why do you keep calling him a rebellious disciple? Ji Yuyu paused, caught off guard by the question. How was she supposed to answer that? She couldn't very well say it was because he was always trying to seduce his master. Well, because he is disobedient, Ji Yuyu finally said. She had already established her authority in Yumiajin's mind, so she wasn't about to undermine herself by telling the truth. Could she admit that she too had been seduced by that rogue Gu Junqing several times, just like Yumiajin? Obviously not. Always one to avoid unnecessary trouble, Ji Yuyu decided it was time to establish some prestige among Gu Junqing's other women to ensure they wouldn't disturb her later. As a woman herself, she naturally understood how terrifying female jealousy could be. Deep down, she even felt a flicker of schadenfreude. She wanted to see how this rogue would handle the consequences of provoking so many women, especially when each one was more beautiful than the last. Chapter 312. Even Gu Junqing himself did not expect that Ji Zuyu and Yumiajin could get along so well. At least, that is what they both believed. Fortunately, Yumiajin did not harbor any suspicions, and Ji Zuyu had no desire to compete for Gu Junqing. Because of this, they were able to sit opposite each other calmly and discuss matters regarding Gu Junqing. That rebellious disciple Junqing is neither with me nor at school. If my guess is correct, he must be out finding you another sister again. Ji Zuyu sipped her tea, finding the taste mediocre, and certainly not as good as the tea she grew herself. Although she did not possess a desire to monopolize Gu Junqing, he had deceived her, frequently claiming that he only loved her. Even though she knew these were just sweet lies, a part of her still held on to a shred of expectation. From the look of things now, Gu Junqing loved far more than just one or two people. He was practically a philanderer. Humph, I suspect as much, Yumiajin scoffed. Aren't you jealous? That rebellious disciple Junqing isn't only with you. Ji Zuyu did her best to make trouble for Gu Junqing. If she could save one fallen girl, she would. It would not do for Gu Junqing to hog all the pretty girls in the world for himself. To say I'm not jealous at all would be impossible, but I can no longer live without Junqing, Yumiajin said, shaking her head. Gu Junqing is like, a drug? The kind you get more addicted to the more you use. Ji Zuyu was speechless. It seemed she could not save this fallen girl, so she gave up and stopped bringing up the subject. Meanwhile, inside the cubicle of Ye Qingxian's CEO office, you are not allowed to tell anyone about what happened today. Ye Qingxian sat in her office chair, her face flushed red with a few stray hairs stuck to her cheeks from sweat, speaking weakly to Gu Junqing. A girl who reaches her limit just from having her leg touched was a rare sight indeed, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. It seemed this icy female CEO, Ye Qingxian, was quite sensitive in private. Don't worry, my lips are always sealed. Everyone who has used them knows that. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, wondering if he looked like the type to gossip about such things. Gu Junqing leaned forward, bracing himself against the desk in front of Ye Qingxian, almost pulling her into his embrace. Besides, didn't you just test it? Do you need to check again if my lips are reliable? What was being a sycophant, anyway? It was an old tradition, and which heroine had he not pampered before? Others wanted to pamper them, but never got the chance. Besides, he was a master of his craft. Gu Junqing could not help but puff out his chest with pride. When it came to pampering a heroine, he was second to none. You go out first. Ye Qingxian, feeling complicated, pointed weakly toward the door. She did not want to see Gu Junqing anymore, because every time she looked at him, she could feel that wicked finger. Consequently, Gu Junqing walked out of the CEO office in a pleasant mood and went to the restroom to wash his hands. There was no helping it, as his hand had been dampened by sweat and was soaking wet. Security guard Lin, have you thought it through? Being cheated on is not terrible, but what is terrible is being unable to take revenge. Gu Junqing walked toward the security office, speaking with a profound look in his eyes. He had instructed security guard Lin to collect evidence of Yu Feng's activities at Ye Qingxian's company, such as harassing female employees and bullying colleagues. This Lin was the former boyfriend of Xiao Yu, who had been cheated on by Yu Feng from the very beginning. Moreover, he had been bullied by Yu Feng multiple times. Tisk, how pitiful. The cuckold hat Lin had been forced to wear by Yu Feng must have been several layers thick. His head was covered in green, like a vast grassland where sheep were running around. Pleasant goat, beautiful goat, Gu Junqing thought to himself. Of course, Gu Junqing did not sympathize with him, as he himself harbored the spirit of a cow. I have decided, even if I offend Yu Feng to death, or die by his hands, I must take him down. This is the footage of him and Xiao Yu, which I specifically had Xiao Yu record. The despondency in security guard Lin's eyes gave way to hope. He had long since lost his fighting spirit, but with Gu Junqing's help, he found the hope for revenge. He had been actively filming every crime scene involving Yu Feng. He was even willing to contribute a live recording of his ex-girlfriend, Xiao Yu, and Yu Feng at the hotel. Tisk, this Yu Feng really refuses to change his ways. Gu Junqing had a smile in his eyes. With this, Yu Feng would clearly not be able to remain in Ye Qingxian's company. The next day, rumors spread through Ye Qingxian's company that Yu Feng had stolen the girlfriends of many colleagues. Evidence including photos and recordings of him bullying colleagues also flooded the company's network. It's big, just bear with it. Ye Qingxian listened to the voice in Yu Feng's recording, the veins on her forehead throbbing wildly. Was this the security guard her father had hired for her? If this hadn't been exposed suddenly, she wouldn't have even known that her company had been turned into a den of corruption by Yu Feng. Yu Feng had only been there for about 2 weeks, yet he had bullied colleagues and even taken their girlfriends. Xiao Yu and the other involved female employees came to Ye Qingxian in tears, claiming that they had all been coerced by Yu Feng. This gave Ye Qingxian a headache, and she immediately ordered Yu Feng's termination. She also planned to file a lawsuit against him in court, as this was no longer a trivial matter. Secretary Gu, remember to pay us. Of course, if you are willing to give yourself to us, we would naturally be happy. After lodging their complaints, the female employees looked at Gu Junqing, who was standing tall outside. They intentionally walked closer, swaying their slender waists and casting seductive glances with flirtatious eyes. The women had actually been hired by Gu Junqing simply to smear Yu Feng's reputation further. In reality, they had never had any relations with Yu Feng. Although it would ruin their own reputations, they were able to collect a large sum of money. My mother told me that there are many foxes and vixens out there, and as a boy traveling alone, one must protect oneself. That saying was certainly true. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Are you not leaving yet? Tell Gu Junqing to come in. The female employees had wanted to tease Gu Junqing, as they had long been drooling over the secretary. After all, Gu Junqing was handsome and wealthy. He was clearly a prime catch. However, it was clear that Ye Qingxian would not let them do so, and they sighed with regret as they left. Chapter 313. Gu Junqing blinked. He had a three-nose policy regarding the women who threw themselves at him. He did not refuse, he did not resist, and he certainly did not take responsibility. After all, a man's energy was limited, and his resources were already stretched thin by the lead heroines. Why bother with the rest? Of course, if they were truly persistent, he would succumb to their advances out of a desire to cherish the fairer sex. Unfortunately, he was a man with attachments, and far too many women kept him on a short leash. Get in here. Ye Qingxian glared at him, her face pulled into a frown. She wondered if she were not more attractive than the female employees he had been flirting with. She swore to herself that she would fire those little vixens sooner or later. Cough, I'm coming. Gu Junqing received the amorous glances from the senior female staff, and cleared his throat, walking into the president's office with an air of righteous indignation. He was not a casual person, but when he acted casually, he was not a person at all. Tell me, did Yu Feng offend you? Why did you use such underhanded methods to target him? Ye Qingxian did not really care about Yu Feng's fate. She was simply angry that Gu Junqing had been flirting with the female employees right under her nose. Was it so wrong for them to be a little uglier? She felt a pang of jealousy, and wanted to bore holes into his face so that he would belong only to her. Gu Junqing had no intention of treating Ye Qingxian like a fool. Any person with eyes could see that he was the mastermind behind the recent events. Whether he offended me or not, the things he did happened, right? Gu Junqing walked toward her, pulled her up from her chair, and sat down in it, pulling her into his lap. This looks bad if people see us. Ye Qingxian sat on his lap, her face slightly flushed. To maintain her balance, she had to wrap her arms around his neck, resting her head on his shoulder. What are you afraid of? The people in this company know exactly what is going on. Gu Junqing said with a smile. Let me think about how the staff describes it. The handsome and wealthy male secretary, known for his delicate features, has been internally regulated by the lonely Ice Queen president. Is this a decay of morality? Or a distortion of society? Ye Qingxian was so angry she could barely speak. It was clearly Gu Junqing who had designs on the president. Don't change the subject. She tried to regain her focus, asking, if you wanted to fire Yu Feng, you only had to tell me. Why make such a mess in the company? Your thinking is flawed. We cannot handle everything in private. Positive actions should be publicized. Gu Junqing spoke with calm confidence, continuing to baffle her. Despite his words, his hands began to wander, moving restlessly up and down. You could have told me in advance. Oh, stop it, I have a meeting. Ye Qingxian swatted his wandering hands away, sounding disgruntled. The weather is still very cold, and I don't want you to catch a cold. Gu Junqing sounded genuinely worried, speaking with sincerity. Why don't you add a pair of black stockings? I think your head is filled with nothing but black stockings. Ye Qingxian realized he had only been interested in seeing her wear them again. How about this? I won't throw away the stockings I've worn in the future, and will mail them all to you instead. Ye Qingxian kneaded his face in anger, but he grabbed her hand. That doesn't sound like a bad idea. This seemed even more stimulating, Gu Junqing thought as he raised an eyebrow. Humph, I'm done playing around. I'm going to a meeting. Ye Qingxian stood up, straightened her clothes and pants, and marched out of the room. She knew that if she stayed any longer, he would set her body on fire again. Tisk tisk, just going to slip away. Gu Junqing watched her leave and immediately turned his attention to her computer. She rarely left him alone in the office, mostly because she feared he would get into trouble. Suddenly, he spotted a private folder that was password protected. Driven by curiosity, he began to crack it. The process was not complicated, as his computer skills made it effortless. What is this? Gu Junqing was startled for a moment, before he pulled out his phone to start copying the files. The folder was filled with Ye Qingxian's private photos. There were black, white, fishnet, and hot pants, to name just a few. There were even photos of her wearing almost nothing, with sheer gauze, translucent white lace, and some incredibly revealing swimwear and risque outfits. These scraps of fabric could barely hide her proud figure. There was even a video of Ye Qingxian working out, where her movements revealed her intense, athletic form. White little rabbit, white and bright. A classic nursery rhyme popped into his head. Her long, snow-white legs, accentuated by her short skirt, looked even more elongated and seductive. His sharp eyes even caught a hidden secret. Ye Qingxian was actually. Gu Junqing swallowed hard. No wonder she was always so agreeable when he asked her to wear black stockings. Though she resisted on the surface, she was eager to wear them when the time came. It turned out that beneath her icy exterior lay the heart of a closet pervert. He felt his arrival had likely satisfied Ye Qingxian's hidden desires. Otherwise, no one would be there to appreciate her beauty. This one is nice. I'll try this next time. Oh, this one looks even more seductive. Gu Junqing stroked his chin, admiring the various poses in the photos. In no time, he had copied all of her private photos. Beauty needs someone who knows how to appreciate it. I am not at all lewd, I just look at things with an appreciative eye. He justified the theft of her private photos without a shred of guilt. If someone accidentally deletes these, it would be a pity. I am keeping a copy just in case. I truly am a kind-hearted youth who understands the art of undressing. He muttered to himself, happily looking at the photos and short workout videos on his phone. Then, he deleted the browsing history on her computer. If Ye Qingxian knew that he had seen all her private photos, she would likely want to beat him to death. When she returned, he acted as if nothing had happened. So, what did you decide in the meeting? Gu Junqing asked with a straight face, showing no sign of guilt. Although her rare, hidden side had been exposed to him, her mask had effectively fallen off. It was like the famous quote, Chang Wei, you still say you don't know Kung Fu. Gu Junqing wanted to say, Ye Qingxian, you still claim to be an icy female president. Chapter 314. Of course we fire you Feng. What else can we do? Ye Qingxian looked at Gu Junqing with suspicion. She felt that the way he looked at her was peculiar. It was as if he had just discovered a new world. It is nothing, I was just asking. Besides, you dislike Yu Feng too, so I am helping you give your father an explanation. Gu Junqing spoke earnestly, wearing an expression that suggested he was doing this for her own good. It is obvious he offended you, and you are just making excuses. Ye Qingxian rolled her eyes. Just then, Gu Junqing's phone rang. He checked the number, ignored Ye Qingxian, and answered. The first sentence he heard made his eyes light up. The time to deal with Yu Feng had arrived. After hanging up, Gu Junqing smirked. What is it? Did your little girlfriend call? Ye Qingxian asked, feigning indifference. Something like that. Gu Junqing paused for a moment. He supposed calling Hepburn his little girlfriend was accurate enough. If you have a little girlfriend, why are you here? Ye Qingxian flared up. Is the little kitten angry? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow and pressed Ye Qingxian onto the sofa, whispering softly. Do I look like a kitten to you? Ye Qingxian narrowed her beautiful eyes, which filled with a cold, icy mist. Why? Why isn't a white tiger a kitten? I will not deal with you this time, I have matters to attend to. Gu Junqing smiled and walked away. Being with too many girlfriends was his only flaw. He could not be in two places at once. However, his girlfriends were all heroines or supporting characters, which meant they could tolerate loneliness. If they were ordinary women, they would have demanded a breakup long ago. White tiger. Is that a type of tiger? Ye Qingxian was confused. She sensed Gu Junqing must have meant something by it, otherwise he would not have emphasized the words so heavily. She looked it up online. When she saw the explanation, she froze for 2 seconds. Her face turned bright red as she hissed, Gu Junqing, go to hell. She checked her computer's access logs and her private folders. Although she found nothing, she guessed Gu Junqing must have peeked at the content. How else would he have called her a white tiger? Ye Qingxian's eyes were stormy, a mix of anger and shame. Her secrets had been exposed. She liked wearing revealing clothes and taking self-portraits. One reason was to capture her beauty, as youth did not last forever. The other was to satisfy her own desires. She could freeze her personality, but she could not hide the fire beneath the ice. She relied on this to vent the raging fire in her heart. This was her only little habit, but Gu Junqing had seen it all. Sigh. Ye Qingxian sighed, feeling dazed. She did not know what to do about him. Her own attitude was ambiguous. She had let him kiss and touch her without any extreme protest. She realized she had fallen for him. She would have to take it one step at a time. Gu Junqing arrived at the Gu family camp in the mountains. He had received a call from Gu Ming stating that Hepburn had regained her memory. She said that if he wanted information about Yu Feng, he had to come himself. He had no choice but to make the trip. Besides, Hepburn was quite seductive. Gu Junqing walked into the center tent where Hepburn was staying. Gu Ming and Gu Fei were inside with some team members, worried that Hepburn might run or attack. Since everyone knew she had killed a wild boar with her bare hands, they tried to avoid her. Seeing their defensive stance, Gu Junqing waved them away. With him present, the Gu family members felt reassured and filed out. My little fiancé, have you been well? Hepburn approached him with a graceful gait. She was a stunning beauty, from her charming eyes and delicate face to her long brown hair and full figure. A beautiful foreign mare, Gu Junqing thought to himself. He had not truly possessed her yet, though he had enjoyed her inexperienced oral service. This was the real Hepburn. The one he had known was just a poor girl he had deceived. Looking at her, it was clear she remembered everything from her amnesia. Without you, my life lost its color. The days without you were unbearable. Gu Junqing spoke solemnly, his eyes filled with sad affection. Hepburn felt suffocated, as if she were about to be defeated by him. Her eyes turned sharp. She lunged toward him and grabbed his wrist, attempting to throw him to the ground. To her frustration, she could not move his arm. She felt like a little girl clutching his hand. The air turned awkward. They stared at each other in silence. Gu Junqing rubbed his nose and asked, should I fall down? Do you want to try again? Go to hell. Hepburn released him, pulled a knife from her waist, and slashed at his neck. It was a slow strike that even an ordinary person could dodge. Gu Junqing did not move. Hepburn's eyes widened in panic. She only wanted to teach him a lesson, not kill him. Chapter 315. Hepburn stopped her hand just in time before it reached Gu Junqing's neck. "Why didn't you dodge?" she asked, a mixture of shock and anger in her voice. "Seeing you thrust that dagger at me is no different from having it thrust into my heart. If my heart is dead, there is no point in living." Gu Junqing lowered his gaze, speaking with a touch of sadness. "You." Hepburn didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, she spoke with difficulty. "I have regained my memory. Don't you think I would know if we had a relationship? But the moment I saw you, I knew you were my destined fiancé. That is why I lied to you," Gu Junqing said affectionately. "You scoundrel. Who does that? Are you willing to throw your life away just to pick up a girl?" Although Hepburn did not believe Gu Junqing's nonsense at all, her heart wavered slightly. Gu Junqing muttered to himself, "I would never actually throw my life away. I can catch bullets, so I can definitely handle your little knife." He remained confident in his own reaction speed. Gu Junqing always believed that in martial arts, speed is king. Aside from being rather slow when doing that thing everyone loves, with his heroines often lasting the whole night, he was fast at everything else. Besides, given Hepburn's strength, she couldn't even break the skin on Gu Junqing. "What does it matter if I risk my life for you? Without you, what difference is there between living and being dead? You are my life." Gu Junqing sensed his surroundings, realized everyone had left, and spoke with deep emotion. If his other girlfriends found out about this, his harem would certainly fall into chaos. He would have to spend a large amount of his secret stash to appease their collective anger. His only thought now was to properly explore Hepburn's depths. Naturally, he meant intellectually, so do not think the wrong way. This moving speech successfully touched Hepburn's heart. In reality, she did have feelings for Gu Junqing, as she possessed all the memories from her time of amnesia. Gu Junqing had truly treated her well. That was, except for lying to her, and making her eat hot dogs and drink special milk. "You aren't lying to me this time, are you?" Hepburn's eyes grew hazy, her fingers went limp, and the knife clattered to the floor. She couldn't understand why Gu Junqing would be so deeply affectionate after just one meeting. Could a man really risk his life for someone he fell in love with at first sight? Seeing the depth of emotion in Gu Junqing's eyes, Hepburn took 2 steps back, and subconsciously dodged his gaze, afraid to look at him. Love is impossible to hide in one's eyes, unless one is in love with 2 people, or even more. Looking at Hepburn's reaction, Gu Junqing knew that the matter was likely settled. "How could I ever lie to you? I won't in this life, and I won't in the next." Gu Junqing was acting deeply rather, he was so overwhelmed by his emotions that he stepped forward and pulled Hepburn into his arms. "Really?" Hepburn watched Gu Junqing's face draw closer and tried to resist, but her body lacked the strength to do so. She murmured the question to herself. "Really?" Gu Junqing muttered to himself, feeling heartbroken that she didn't believe him. He thought that if she asked around Luo City, she would know he was not a liar. Hearing his words, Hepburn closed her eyes with difficulty. She had already done so much for Gu Junqing, so where could she run to? She had no choice but to follow Gu Junqing to the end. Seeing that the beauty had agreed, Gu Junqing naturally stopped holding back. They were his own people now, so why be polite? He gently caressed Hepburn's cheeks with both hands and leaned down to kiss her. Then, he moved toward the large bed in the room, skillfully unbuttoning both his and her clothes as they walked. Do not ask why Gu Junqing was so proficient. He would only answer that it was simply a matter of practice. It was only when Hepburn was pushed onto the soft bed and covered with the quilt that she seemed to wake from a dream. "Don't." Before Hepburn could say anything, Gu Junqing stopped her mouth just in time. How could she go back on it now? Gu Junqing muttered to himself, though his movements did not show the slightest hesitation. It was already this point. If he didn't make his move, would he still be a man? Evidently, Hepburn did not understand this principle and wanted to put up a stubborn resistance. Unfortunately, she was suppressed by Gu Junqing with one hand and could only gradually yield. Once their heads were covered by the quilt and Gu Junqing discarded the last small item, the room was quiet for only an instant before the quilt began to heave. It was a scene of churning waves, soft cries, fierce impacts, and the rhythm of war. The simple bed, set up merely for temporary accommodation, creaked repeatedly. It was clearly struggling to bear the weight. The storm ceased. This time, Gu Junqing did not keep at it all night, as he had to consider Hepburn's physical state. He gently stroked her cheek and said emotionally, "Baby, you intoxicate me. I simply cannot extricate myself." Hepburn's face flushed slightly. What kind of dirty talk was he feeding her? That detestable rogue from the Xia kingdom was just bullying her. She never expected that on the first day of regaining her memory, Gu Junqing would give her such a surprise that she would remember this day forever. Perhaps even if she lost her memory again in the future, her body would still retain the instinct. One should never believe the words of a rogue. Gu Junqing achieved a new accomplishment this time, riding a foreign mare. He had long wanted to try it, and this time, his wish was fulfilled. Hepburn, her eyes still holding a hint of allure, lifted her fair chin, her collarbones looking captivating, and gently stroked Gu Junqing's chest. "How else do you want to extricate yourself?" Was she feeling cocky? She dared to tease him at a time like this. Even if he were in a state of holy enlightenment, he could not tolerate it. Since even the Buddha has a roar, Gu Junqing repeated his old trick. He covered them with the quilt again, and deployed his signature technique. He blocked Hepburn's mouth, Yes, he blocked her from top to bottom. Everyone saw that she started it, so you all must testify for me. I am merely acting in self-defense, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. It was not until the middle of the night that this second round of battle finally ceased. Gu Junqing poked his head out and carried Hepburn out as well. How was it? Do you know how to extricate yourself now? He spoke with the tone of a victorious general. Think of Gu Junqing, he had no equal in the battles on the bed. At the peak of the bed, overlooking the world, as long as there is me, Junqing, there is heaven. This statement was not mere boasting, but something tempered and refined by the foundations of many heroines. In this aspect, Gu Junqing had absolutely no equal. Chapter 316. A crescent moon hung in the sky. The forest at night was always colder than in the city. The entire camp was silent. Everyone seemed to know what had happened and dared not speak. Inside the house, it was warm. Gu Junqing was holding Hepburn and whispering to her. He had successfully acted like an electric motor, effectively taming this foreign stallion. Gu Junqing felt it was indeed different from the domestic varieties. The suction force felt much stronger. To put it simply, once it latched onto you, it would not let go. Of course, he relied on his impressive waist strength and perfect performance to ride again and again. He did not disgrace the men of the Xiao kingdom. He successfully made Hepburn feel the strength and vigor of a Xiao man. Ding. Host has successfully tamed the supporting character Hepburn. Reward: 10,000 villain points. Ding. Host has changed the plot. Looted 300 luck points from the male lead Yufeng. Host's villain luck plus 300. The system notification brought a slight smile to Gu Junqing's face. Seizing the heroines was the best way to strike at the male lead. Gu Junqing gently caressed Hepburn, his eyes resting on her lovely face and body. Two brows gave her eyes a unique beauty, possessing a sharp and heroic feeling. Next was the delicate bridge of her nose, not the hooked shape common to Westerners, but with a touch of Eastern delicacy. Her lips were crystal clear like cherries, making one yearn to kiss them. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were slightly closed, with a few tear tracks, as if she had suffered some grievance. In fact, she had indeed suffered a grievance, the kind that was difficult to speak about. She was interrupted every time she tried to speak. Eventually, Hepburn gave up on talking entirely. This Xia rascal only knew this one trick. Were all men from the Xia kingdom this lecherous? May I ask about the situation at that time? Why was my base bombed? Feeling the restless hands on her body, Hepburn felt helpless and had to start a conversation. She was afraid of being taken advantage of again. She was a pure-blooded Caucasian with a wild nature in her bones. She wanted a pure romance, but she was afraid of being taken advantage of, so she never had a successful relationship. Simply put, she wanted to fall in love, but feared the physical toll. Becoming a mercenary had made her even more indifferent to such matters. You should actually thank your Wolf King for that, otherwise how could you have been bombarded by over 200 aircraft? You have no idea how the nations of the world reacted at that time. The people of the Eagle country were nearly driven mad with rage. They were so angry that they directly declared war on the country where your base was located. Gu Junqing described the scene back then, clicking his tongue twice. His hand movements did not stop. Hepburn's skin was simply too tender and smooth, soft and white like milk, silky and elastic. Gu Junqing was becoming addicted to acting like a sycophant. Of course, whenever he touched damp areas on her arms, Gu Junqing subconsciously changed positions. He didn't want to touch the places he had licked. What exactly did he do? Hepburn was shocked. She never imagined that their catastrophic disaster was brought about by their own base leader. He even hurriedly notified the Xia kingdom twice to evacuate their expatriates living there immediately. As soon as they were evacuated, he started the operation. Now you know how outrageous the things your Wolf King did were, Gu Junqing added as an explanation. To reach such a level of provocation, their leader must have assassinated or sniped a high-ranking official of the Eagle country. How did he dare to do that? Hepburn was still surprised, voicing her question. Who knows why he dared? Perhaps he thought it was cool. After all, he was the protagonist. As long as he didn't die, it didn't matter if those around him died. Maybe others would even praise his loyalty. He wouldn't care at all about the disaster he brought upon others. Hepburn fell silent for a moment, sadness appearing in her eyes. The atmosphere between them stagnated for a while, and Gu Junqing did not interrupt her thoughts again. Then where is he now? There was hatred in Hepburn's voice. Regardless, many people in the base were her brothers and sisters, and she wanted revenge. You are no match for him, Gu Junqing said bluntly. Yu Feng's strength might be inferior to his own, but it could not be underestimated. As a renowned soldier king, both his strength and physique were ahead of an average person like Hepburn. I know, I am not that stupid. If you give me a sniper rifle, I can snipe him. Even if I get caught afterward, I won't implicate you. Hepburn looked at Gu Junqing silently, speaking earnestly, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. She really wanted revenge, regardless of the cost. Even if I give you a sniper rifle, you won't be able to hit him, and you might even get captured, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. He wouldn't be that foolish. The current Hepburn belonged entirely to him, so how could he let her go to her death? Don't worry, I am your man. Your business is my business, and I will handle him, Gu Junqing said movingly, pulling Hepburn into his arms to let her feel his body heat. His strength is too great. It's not worth it for me. Hepburn looked at Gu Junqing with teary eyes. Hepburn now completely believed in the sincerity of this man. He was willing to oppose the soldier king for her sake. She knew Yu Feng's strength better than anyone. After all, she used to be Yu Feng's mission consultant. Gu Junqing's willingness to deal with Yu Feng for her sake was a huge risk, she thought. Hepburn's words left Gu Junqing slightly dumbfounded. He was already at odds with Yu Feng, and saving Hepburn was only to strike at Yu Feng's fortune. Of course, he wouldn't be stupid enough to reveal his purpose. Everything is worth it for you, Gu Junqing replied skillfully. He covered Hepburn's body again. He began to act like a ruthless pile driver again, with both force and speed being indispensable. This time, Hepburn did not reject Gu Junqing's invitation, but actively engaged with him. She could only repay this man in this way. When emotions reached a peak, one could not control oneself, and it was only natural for things to happen. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. There was no shame in taking advantage of the situation, or repaying a favor with a favor. Although he hadn't really done her any favors, even without him, Hepburn would likely have been rescued by the Eagle Country's special forces. It could only be said that Gu Junqing avoided many tropes and took his own path. After another intense battle, the sky was already beginning to brighten. There was no helping it. Gu Junqing's stamina was just that formidable. Gu Junqing hugged Hepburn's body again, feeling touched by his own strength. He could not help but want to hold his head high with pride. Chapter 317. With Hepburn's cooperation this time, their passionate encounter went exceptionally smoothly. It felt just like the lyrics of Love is Like a Tide. My love is like a tide that pushes me toward you, a tide that surrounds you and me. Hepburn, do you have any dirt on Yu Feng? Gu Junqing brought up serious business after they were finished. His gaze turned serious. Dirt? Yes, I have secretly saved videos of him handling missions. They are encrypted and stored in the cloud. Gu Junqing was overjoyed to hear this. With this evidence, he wouldn't even need to take action himself. Naturally, someone from the Xia Kingdom would handle him. After all, no one wants to carry such a burden. Relations between the Xia Kingdom and Eagle Nation were already strained. Seeing Gu Junqing's delighted expression, Hepburn breathed a sigh of relief. She knew she lacked the strength to defeat Yu Feng on her own, so she had to rely on Gu Junqing. Being able to help him was, in itself, a source of great joy for her. Get some sleep first. You can open the cloud storage and send me the videos later, since you haven't slept all day. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, whispering into Hepburn's ear with a hint of provocation. Hepburn blushed, looking at Gu Junqing with wide, moist eyes. She seemed to be asking who it was that hadn't let her sleep. Gu Junqing chuckled, pulling Hepburn into his arms. He soothed her ruffled emotions. After calming Hepburn down, Gu Junqing's eyes grew deep and thoughtful. The next morning, Gu Junqing had Hepburn prepare the cloud videos. He called the members of the Gu family to come and watch. The Gu family members walked in timidly, hardly daring to speak. They hadn't expected that Hepburn, who was a patient yesterday, would be the young mistress today. Hepburn skillfully operated the software on the computer. She had not stored the files on the base's servers. She had uploaded a lot of information to various website servers, heavily encrypted. The encryption methods were extremely difficult to crack. Others had no idea what these things were. Hepburn bypassed firewalls, decrypted files, and transferred them between different servers, a complex process. Finally, she managed to pull all the saved files onto the computer Gu Junqing had arranged. Gu Junqing opened a file at random. In the footage, Yu Feng had finished assassinating his target for the day. To eliminate all threats, he had raped and then killed the man's wife. Opening another video, it showed Yu Feng killing a baby in swaddling clothes. There were even scenes of him slaughtering people in a rage, all of them bloody and terrifying. These were the heinous crimes Yu Feng committed during his time as the king of mercenaries for the Wolf Fang group to complete his missions. There were also clips of him finishing various assignments. Yu Feng's ghostly movements and his uncanny marksmanship, capable of blowing someone's head off from 1,000 miles away, proved one thing. He was not someone easily dealt with. The members of the Gu family were silent. They did not have the ruthless, cold-blooded nature of Yu Feng. Their living environment was also different from his, so feeling sick and disgusted by these scenes was normal. At the same time, Yu Feng's power served as a warning to them. Yu Feng let you save footage like this? Gu Junqing asked, puzzled. He couldn't believe Yu Feng would let someone get such leverage on him, as he didn't seem like that kind of person. Seeing these images would shock anyone on the spot. This was especially true for those living in the Xia Kingdom, where others carry the burden for the people. Although it was for the sake of missions, both the methods used and the way he killed were extremely cruel. It seemed this was the only way to stimulate the nerves of someone as accustomed to blood as Yu Feng. Because our missions were filmed from start to finish, this was sometimes necessary to ensure the completeness of the mission record, Hepburn explained. These videos were processed by specialists, and Yu Feng's videos were always handled by me. He didn't want these videos to get out, so I was the one who had to delete them. Fortunately, I kept a sharp eye and saved them. Gu Junqing nodded. All right, you have all seen it. The enemy outside is not a weak or kind person. We need to be cautious and careful. Gu Junqing took the opportunity to lecture the Gu family members. They were becoming intoxicated by the strength of the Gu family. They didn't realize that without formidable force, all of this was just a castle in the air. The Gu family members nodded in agreement. Now, go out and train, Gu Junqing said, sending them away to practice. They still needed to maintain vigilance and couldn't slack off. He didn't mention that the entire development of the Gu family, with the appearance of more and more protagonists, relied entirely on him. As long as Gu Junqing lived, the Gu family would continue to flourish. However, this was also a way to strengthen family cohesion. With an external enemy, the Gu family could unite into a fist, making their strikes powerful. Afterward, the Gu family members went off to attend to their own affairs, their moods a bit heavy. At first, they had thought they only needed to follow Gu Junqing's instructions. But now that the enemies of the Gu family were becoming increasingly powerful, they wondered if Gu Junqing could hold on by himself. They all sighed, determined to become stronger themselves. "Hand these videos over to me," Gu Junqing said to Hepburn after instilling a sense of crisis in the family members. "Yes, I will listen to you in everything," Hepburn replied. After having her heart completely conquered by Gu Junqing, she loved him wholeheartedly, like any other woman in love. It must be said, this feeling was quite comfortable. At the very least, it was much better than those disobedient heroines, who even wanted to drain Gu Junqing dry. They wouldn't even let him keep a secret stash of money, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Moved, he pulled Hepburn into his arms to thoroughly soothe her conscience. Look, Hepburn's heart was truly generous. And she was soft and gentle. "I want to go out with you," Hepburn said, taking the opportunity to add while feeling Gu Junqing's mischievous hands. Cough, "Hepburn, I have some good news and some bad news for you. Which do you want to hear first?" Gu Junqing stiffened for a moment, thinking that Hepburn's heart was quite naughty. He cleared his throat and tested the waters. "Let's hear the good news first." Hepburn mused for a moment. "The good news is that I like you very much, and you can stay by my side." Upon hearing this, Hepburn was overjoyed, her smile becoming slightly shy. A woman who wanted to be in love had fallen deeply into it. As others said, being in love was indeed sweet. Hepburn thought happily. What about the bad news? Hepburn felt that with such good news, there was no bad news she couldn't withstand. "The bad news is that there are other people I like," Gu Junqing said, making the most of his thick skin. He decided to make it clear to Hepburn first. Otherwise, if she went out and saw all of Gu Junqing's other women, she might fly into a rage. His fish pond wasn't exactly small, and if one fish caused a scene, it was likely that none of the other fish would have any peace. Chapter 318. Hepburn froze, her voice stuttering. "And not just me." "What do you mean?" "It means you're not my only woman. You know, men face too many temptations out there. Sometimes, making a mistake is normal." He looked at her sincerely. "Can you understand me?" Gu Junqing explained with all his might, playing the part perfectly. His eyes were deeply sincere, as if he feared she might not grasp his situation. I can understand," Hepburn said, sounding incredibly reluctant. "Actually, some people abroad are like that too. I'm glad you understand. If you hadn't, I was planning to dismiss them." Gu Junqing nodded in relief. "Then I don't understand." Hepburn blinked. Hearing that, she immediately changed her mind. Damn it, that was reckless. That's the one downside to foreigners, as they have no idea what polite social conventions are. Gu Junqing felt a pang of regret. His words had just slipped out too smoothly. If she were a local, she would have said it didn't matter just to maintain her image. Even if she was unhappy inside, she would have put on a show. Gu Junqing was used to seducing local heroines, so he didn't expect a foreigner to deviate from the script. Fortunately, this served as a warning for him, and now he knew how to handle things if he ever met another foreign beauty. Still, it wasn't unrecoverable. "I was starved for love since childhood. I was a kid who wasn't loved by his parents, without a happy childhood, only darkness. They just pitied me and gave me love and warmth. Besides, they were already by my side before you ever appeared. They comforted my lonely soul for a long time, before you were there to do it. So, there has to be a first come, first served basis, right?" Gu Junqing played the victim, then laid out his logic. He didn't believe Hepburn could resist this double-pronged approach. "Mom, Dad, sorry. I have to sacrifice your image in front of your future daughter-in-law again." He apologized internally, while maintaining a heartbroken expression. "Really?" Hepburn looked bewildered. She nodded, only half understanding. She didn't know much about Chinese culture. "Yes," Gu Junqing answered firmly. Hepburn stopped dwelling on it. As long as she could stay by Gu Junqing's side, and knew he liked her, that was enough. "Then how many sisters do I have?" Hepburn thought for a moment, looking troubled. "Not many. Just a tiny bit," Gu Junqing said without a shred of guilt. Chinese culture was vast and profound, so why not use it to fool a foreigner? "A tiny bit, that's fine then. Powerful men in our country also have many women. It's quite normal." Hearing that Gu Junqing didn't have many girlfriends, Hepburn breathed a sigh of relief and began to comfort him. "Don't worry, I will take good care of you. I will help you make up for the regrets of your childhood." Hepburn pledged solemnly. "Is that so? Then I won't hold back." Gu Junqing winked. "Then I want to drink some milk now." He smiled shyly. "It seems there isn't any milk here. I'll go hunt a cow and get you some beast milk." Seeing Gu Junqing's expression, Hepburn felt heartache. He truly had a loveless childhood if he had never even had milk. She started preparing to hunt a female animal. "No need, it's right here." Gu Junqing smiled bashfully, pointing to Hepburn's fair skin. His smiling expression really looked like an innocent young boy. "You." Hepburn was puzzled at first, but she blushed when she looked down at where Gu Junqing was pointing. Realizing he was just teasing her, she raised her head to scold him for his impropriety. Before she could, Gu Junqing surged forward, her body lifted into the air, and he hoisted her onto his shoulder. "Hepburn, I like you so much. Thank you for making up for my childhood." Before Hepburn could react to what was happening, Gu Junqing had already taken care of everything. In an instant, her clothes had vanished. Gu Junqing was nuzzling against her like a little cub. Don't." With a soft cry, Gu Junqing instantly transformed into a 2-year-old baby. Elsewhere, Yu Feng was unaware that all his secret identities and video information had been exposed. He was currently at the Ye family residence, filing a complaint. He wanted the head of the Ye family, Ye Hongbo, who was also Ye Qingxian's father, to intervene and stop Gu Junqing from seeing Ye Qingxian. Yu Feng feared that if they continued to interact, their next meeting might be in a hotel room. Bang! What? You're saying Qingxian is in contact with that brat Gu Junqing again? Ye Hongbo roared, slamming the table. Yes, Uncle Ye. They are glued together every day. I can't even get close to Qingxian, so I can't complete the task you gave me. Yu Feng deliberately acted sensible in front of Ye Hongbo to woo Ye Qingxian. He knew that older people generally preferred someone who was obedient and sensible. What exactly is going on? Tell me in detail. Ye Hongbo frowned. He was afraid his daughter would repeat her past mistakes, knowing how heartbroken she had been back then. That brat Gu Junqing was clearly no good. Yu Feng described what had happened since Gu Junqing arrived, naturally adding some exaggeration. He spoke about how Gu Junqing tried to please Ye Qingxian, and how he used flowers and gifts to trick her. He even claimed that Gu Junqing planned to trick Ye Qingxian into going to a hotel. What? A hotel? Hearing about going to a hotel, Ye Hongbo could no longer hold back. He felt he had to intervene. Although Gu Junqing had been quite successful in Luoda recently, he could not forgive him for breaking Ye Qingxian's heart in the past. Furthermore, Ye Qingxian must have been deceived by that little brat Gu Junqing. From Yu Feng's words, he could tell there was some personal bias involved. However, he could also clearly tell that Ye Qingxian had little resistance toward Gu Junqing. If he didn't intervene, he was afraid that before long, Ye Qingxian would end up in a maternity ward before he even knew what was happening. Chapter 319. Wait a moment, I need to call Qingxian. Ye Hongbo signaled for Yu Feng to wait, and stood up to make the call. Ye Qingxian was currently struggling with the complexity of her relationship with Gu Junqing. She saw her father's name appear on her screen. She answered with a sense of listlessness. Hello, is this Qingxian? Ye Hongbo asked with caution. He was truly afraid of his own daughter. Every time he spoke, she would snap back at him, and he felt their intellects were on entirely different frequencies. What is it? Ye Qingxian replied with a cold, distant tone. I heard that brat Gu Junqing came back to find you. Ye Hongbo pondered for a moment, deciding he needed to gauge her true feelings. If things were not right, he was prepared to sever her connection to Gu Junqing immediately. Where did you hear that? Ye Qingxian felt a sudden pang of guilt. She had never told Ye Hongbo that Gu Junqing was employed at her company. Never mind that for now. What are you thinking? Are you losing your mind? Ye Hongbo felt a surge of heartache. Gu Junqing does not have an honest bone in his body. He is clearly just after your body. You cannot fall for his tricks again. I know what I am doing, Ye Qingxian said, feeling a sense of helplessness. Please, just stop interfering. How can I sit back and watch? What if he abandons you again later? I even heard he wanted to get a hotel room with you. By then, it would not just be abandoning you, it would be abandoning a wife and child. That is the kind of person Gu Junqing is. Ye Hongbo held strong opinions about Gu Junqing, mostly stemming from when he had rejected Ye Qingxian in the past. His favor for Gu Junqing had completely evaporated. He felt that Gu Junqing was truly ungrateful. With a daughter as beautiful as a flower, being rejected like that made it difficult for him not to want to pummel Gu Junqing into the ground. Dad, are you overthinking this? Don't worry about it, Ye Qingxian said, feeling a bit guilty. Although they had not reached the stage of getting a hotel room yet, she felt it was not far off. Almost all of her privacy had been exposed to Gu Junqing, including the most intimate secret about her body. When Ye Qingxian first started middle school, she discovered she was different from her peers. At first, she assumed it was because she was developing slowly, but as she grew older, she realized the truth. She was completely bare. That period was filled with sadness, as she heard rumors that such women were cursed and would bring disaster to those around them. She had specifically chosen to play with Gu Junqing to see if he would become unlucky. She hoped to bring misfortune to the Gu family, allowing her Ye family to potentially profit from their decline. Reversing her own nature, she had been a crafty child from a young age. It was only after playing with Gu Junqing for a long time, and realizing she had not brought him any bad luck, that she gradually let go of her worries. Then, she discovered that she had slowly fallen in love with him, leading to everything that followed. Am I overthinking? Any person with eyes can see Gu Junqing has bad intentions. And I heard that you two have already kissed. Ye Hongbo furrowed his brows, unable to contain his anger. His daughter was about to repeat her past mistakes. How could he, as a father, not be worried? How do you know about that? Ye Qingxian narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Her moments with Gu Junqing usually happened in her office. Even with gossip in the company, no one should have known the extent of their relationship. Wait, there was one person who might know. Ye Qingxian suddenly remembered Yu Feng, the security guard she had just decided to fire during her meeting. He also happened to be the person her father had sent over. Is it that security guard, Yu Feng, who told you? Her mind clicked into place as she identified the culprit. Once, when she and Gu Junqing were kissing, he had barged in and witnessed their intimacy. Cough, that is correct. Ye Hongbo answered with visible embarrassment. We can talk about Gu Junqing another time, but Yu Feng's character is absolutely unacceptable. Ye Qingxian snorted coldly. I don't know where you found him, but he has turned my company into a mess. Several female employees have reported that he harassed them. She had only learned of his true nature after the meeting. After Gu Junqing arrived at her company, She had been too focused on him to pay attention to the internal affairs of the company. What is going on? Ye Hongbo's expression darkened. He had sent Yu Feng abroad, and he had been aware of all his activity records. Theoretically, his character should not have been an issue. If he were truly a person of poor character, he would never have placed him by his daughter's side. See for yourself, I will send it to your messenger. I have things to do, so I am hanging up. Ye Qingxian refused to discuss Gu Junqing further and ended the call abruptly. She sent videos of Yu Feng harassing, robbing, and threatening female colleagues to her father. After watching the videos, Ye Hongbo felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, his daughter was unharmed, otherwise, this situation would have been even more serious than the one involving Gu Junqing. This Yu Feng certainly knew how to play around in bed. Ye Hongbo was filled with rage and wanted to go back to reprimand Yu Feng. He wanted to chase him away immediately. He had never expected that such a handsome and spirited young man could be this kind of person. However, his phone suddenly received some anonymous videos. Not many people knew his private phone number. That is impossible. Didn't I just curiously click on a sexy dealer live card dealing link last night? Is this just spam? Ye Hongbo muttered to himself before opening the video. To his surprise, after watching the first video, his brow furrowed, and a look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. He glanced at Yu Feng, who was sitting in the lobby, and his gaze shifted noticeably. However, Ye Hongbo quickly closed his phone and walked into the lobby with a benevolent smile. Nephew Yu Feng, I tried to persuade Qingxian for a long time, but she just would not listen. There is nothing I can do. Ye Hongbo sighed deeply. How can that be? Even you could not persuade her? Yu Feng asked with a hint of anxiety. It is true, there is no way. I will try to talk to her again, but you should stop going to her company for a while. I will find something else for you to do. Ye Hongbo feigned a natural sigh while keeping up the conversation. I refuse. Yu Feng started to protest, but Ye Hongbo interrupted him. Let's just leave it at that. Nephew, you should head back first, and I will consider things further. Fine then. Yu Feng sighed and took his leave. He was still unaware that he had already been fired. After Yu Feng left, Ye Hongbo finally let out a sigh of relief. The Ye family butler looked on, confused as to why the master's attitude had changed so drastically. You didn't see it, but the master's pants are still wet right now. Ye Hongbo sighed and asked the butler to go get him a change of pants. Oh right. Quickly, go and invite Patriarch Rulef from the Western clan, otherwise I will not feel safe. Although the butler was puzzled, he followed the order and departed. Ye Hongbo opened his phone again, realizing that the anonymous message contained footage of Yu Feng engaging in a killing spree abroad. Chapter 320. Elsewhere, Gu Junqing had finished enjoying his youthful escapade and returned to the Gu residence with Hepburn. He tucked away his phone, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Brother, you brought another woman home. And she's a foreigner too. Lin Qingze pouted, her enchanting face flushed with frustration as she made her grievances known. Is that how you speak? Call her sister. Gu Junqing tapped Lin Qingze lightly on her head. No, if we go by seniority, I should be the one calling her sister. Hepburn interjected quickly. She had taken the time to study Xia culture, learning that those who arrive later must address those who came before as sisters. Gu Junqing was left speechless. Hepburn looked young, but she was well into her 20s, whereas Lin Qingze was still in high school. If that logic held, every heroine he pursued later would have to address Lin Qingze as their sister. The thought of Ji Zuyu bowing to Lin Qingze sent a shiver down his spine. We don't follow those rules here. Just call her whatever feels natural. Gu Junqing waved his hand, signaling Lin Qingze to comply, as he had no desire for his harem to catch fire over titles. Lin Qingze reluctantly addressed Hepburn as her sister. She wanted to play the role of the doting sister, but seeing him bring woman after woman home made her intensely jealous. Hepburn's eyes lit up, as she immediately took a liking to Lin Qingze. The girl's adorable and ethereal appearance made her impossible to dislike. I brought Hepburn here primarily to ensure your safety. Gu Junqing looked at Lin Qingze's pouting lips and patted her head to comfort her. Hepburn leaned in close to Gu Junqing's side and whispered into his ear. Junqing, isn't this illegal? She pointed toward Lin Qingze with a playful wink. To her, Lin Qingze seemed no older than a middle school student. Bringing someone of that age into his orbit surely had to be a crime, and she remembered that started at 15 years behind bars. Gu Junqing rubbed his forehead, realizing this was yet another person asking him that question. Sister, don't mind him, he's just destined to be cuffed, Lin Qingze said, pulling Hepburn by the hand toward the room Gu Junqing had prepared. Gu Junqing chuckled and shook his head. He had decided to have Hepburn stay at the house, reasoning that even if she wasn't incredibly powerful, she had still managed to kill a wild boar with her bare hands. That was more than enough to protect the other heroines from petty thugs. Furthermore, Hepburn was alone in the world, so naturally, he had to provide her a home. Gu Junqing considered himself a man of both handsome looks and a kind heart. He felt like a guardian, sheltering heroines under one roof to ensure their happiness. He was tempted to post an advertisement for heartbroken heroines, prioritizing those with clear skin and delicate features. He would offer to be the warm harbor for any woman abandoned by the world. Gu Junqing truly felt like a heartwarming soul, perhaps contributing to global warming himself. With Yu Feng unable to cause trouble for much longer, he felt at ease. His only goal now was to harvest more villain points. Sister, I'm coming over to your place for your acupuncture session, Gu Junqing said into his phone with a subtle smile. He intended to practice his acupuncture on the beautiful Yu Ying, dutifully fulfilling his role as a junior. He had been left feeling unsatisfied during their last encounter, and this time, he planned to reclaim his dignity. "Oh, little brother, I'm out shopping right now. Could you wait for me a moment?" Yu Ying asked, sounding slightly surprised. "It's fine, sister. I'll just come find you and we can shop together," Gu Junqing replied. "Hee, all right. Come find me, I'll be waiting by the side of the road, you stinky little brother." Her flirtatious tone made Gu Junqing's heart flutter. He couldn't take it anymore, and felt a twinge of self-reproach. What was he supposed to do when he couldn't resist the temptation of a mature beauty? After getting the location from Yu Ying, Gu Junqing drove to the spot. Upon arriving, he immediately spotted the woman, who was the center of attention in the crowd, leaving him in awe. Truly, some people won just by standing there. "Little brother, over here," Yu Ying said, waving her arms toward him. Gu Junqing scanned Yu Ying's attire from top to bottom. Her soft, satin-like black hair fell over her shoulders, and her delicate, lightly made-up face exuded charm that had only deepened with age. Her soft curves accentuated her mature beauty, while her gaze held the alluring charm of a woman in her prime. Her fair skin resembled flawless white jade, and every movement she made was full of grace. Many men nearby couldn't help but swallow hard as they looked at her. A mature woman with such lingering charm was often more captivating than a girl in her teens. They admitted to themselves that even if they managed a tryst with her, they likely wouldn't last long. Her voluptuous figure was a treasure that could only be forged by time. "Is it nice to look at, little brother? Do you want to touch?" Yu Ying gave him a flirtatious, sultry look. "Then I won't be polite, sister," Gu Junqing replied. This was something he had learned from Hepburn, knowing that hesitation was useless at critical moments. Since she had invited him, Gu Junqing decided to oblige, wrapping a long arm around her waist and pulling her into his embrace. Yu Ying gasped in surprise as her body collided against his chest. Gu Junqing felt too soft, yielding curves press against him, and he couldn't help but think that a single hand wouldn't be enough to hold them. "Little brother, why are you being so forward today?" Yu Ying rolled her eyes at him. Anyone with ears could tell she was just teasing him, but she hadn't expected him to actually go for it. "I'm just putting what I learned into practice," Gu Junqing said with a raised eyebrow. Yu Ying tilted her head in confusion, unsure of what he meant. "Ahem, it's nothing. Where should we go shopping?" Gu Junqing moved on naturally, knowing better than to explain where he had picked up his new skills. "Shopping for clothes, of course. Since it's winter, now is the perfect time to buy summer wear," Yu Ying said as if it were obvious. Gu Junqing nodded, acknowledging that many people operated this way. Buying summer clothes in winter and winter clothes in summer often led to significant discounts, a strategy favored by thrifty women. "Why be so frugal, sister? Mi-Ajin's salary is quite high," Gu Junqing said, puzzled. "I don't have the energy to explain this to a rich kid like you." Yu Ying gave him a flirtatious glare, her attitude toward him having relaxed significantly since he had played with her feet in black silk stockings at her home. Chapter 321. Gu Junqing followed Yu Ying into the clothing store. A saleswoman approached them with a warm smile. "Hello there. How can I help you two today?" She looked between them, unsure of their relationship. A dangerous thought crossed her mind. Were they a wealthy woman and her boy toy? She decided to address them neutrally. "I would like to buy some clothes for next summer," Yu Ying said with a smile. "Certainly, miss," the saleswoman replied respectfully. "Hey, tell me, do I still look young?" Yu Ying seemed delighted by the address. "Of course. You look like a woman in her 20s, miss." Gu Junqing was a natural charmer, and he knew exactly what to say. "Your mouth is certainly sweet." Yu Ying laughed as she followed the saleswoman to try on some clothes. She soon picked out a full set of clothes and shoes. Before entering the changing room, she turned to Gu Junqing. "Little brother, don't you dare peek." She giggled and stepped inside. How did I end up so completely under her thumb? Gu Junqing muttered to himself. He felt genuinely overwhelmed. Yu Ying truly possessed that intoxicating charm of a woman who had aged like fine wine. Just as he was lost in thought, Yu Ying emerged in her new outfit. Gu Junqing instinctively looked up. She wore a form-fitting black business suit over a crisp white chiffon shirt. Beneath the knee-length skirt, she wore sheer, flesh-toned stockings that accentuated her long, slender, and elegant legs. The high heels she wore added a touch of grace, giving her an air of mature, voluptuous sophistication that made his heart race. "These stockings don't look any worse than black ones," he mused to himself. "Do I look good, little brother?" Yu Ying stood before him, waiting for his opinion. Before he could answer, she burst into laughter. "You don't need to say anything. Someone else has already spoken for you." "Someone else?" Gu Junqing felt his body's reaction and immediately understood. He didn't feel embarrassed though. "That is just a normal reaction. Don't make such a fuss, sister." "Hey, fine, we will take this set. I am very satisfied with it. Oh, and include those as well." She nodded, signaling the saleswoman. She wanted to buy a few more sets while she was at it. The saleswoman was stunned by the transformation. Yu Ying's style was incredibly versatile. One moment she was a youthful, trendy city girl, and the next, she was a professional elite. A beautiful woman really can wear anything. But what on earth was her relationship with this guy? "This young man is truly blessed to have such a beautiful wife," the saleswoman complimented with a smile. She was quite taken by Gu Junqing's looks, but she remained professional. When he had walked in, she had immediately felt he was the one for her. A wife. Yu Ying found this amusing. Her eyes danced as she replied to the clerk. Actually, he is my son. Gu Junqing rolled his eyes at her. Your son? My goodness, how old are you? You certainly don't look like you have a son that old. The saleswoman's eyes lit up, sensing a potential opportunity. She was ready to throw herself at him. So, are you interested in my son? Yu Ying asked, clearly enjoying the dynamic. The saleswoman nodded, blushing slightly. Unfortunately, my son has a bit of a quirk. He only likes women older than him. Yu Ying shook her head, feigning disappointment. All right, let's go, Mom. Gu Junqing reached out and wrapped an arm around Yu Ying's shoulder. He knew that older people love to chat, and Yu Ying was no exception. The embrace caught her off guard, and she surreptitiously pinched his waist. Even though she wasn't his biological mother, she was essentially his future mother-in-law. Was this any way to treat her? However, it never crossed her mind that she didn't treat him like a future mother-in-law should treat her son-in-law either. You really are shameless, daring to pull me into a hug like that, she said with a teasing smile. Am I not allowed to hug my own mother? Gu Junqing arched an eyebrow and pulled her closer. She had clearly underestimated his audacity. It was just like how male college students like to call each other son as a joke. Mature women also enjoyed that dynamic. Get off me, you're just taking advantage of me, she said, though she pulled away half-heartedly. She secretly lingered on the warmth of the embrace. It was the kind of sanctuary she truly craved. She genuinely hoped that Gu Junqing and Yu Miajin would stay together. Maybe then I could enjoy this too. The thought hit her suddenly, and she blushed, shaking her head in shame. Ding. Host has stirred the heart of side character Yu Ying, rewarding host with 2,000 villain points. I was only trying to tease her, not actually seduce her. Gu Junqing struggled internally. He weighed his options between acting like an animal or something worse. He stopped struggling almost immediately. He was quite open-minded about these things. He had already dealt with the master-disciple dynamic, so why not mother-daughter? Gu Junqing was never a good person to begin with. As long as he could strengthen himself, while maintaining his minimal personal baseline, there was nothing he wouldn't do. This was just flirting with a beautiful, mature woman who had been starved of affection for a long time. In fact, he already planned to seduce immortal-level beings thousands of years his senior once he started cultivating. The saleswoman had long been forgotten in their wake. She stood there, silently tearing up. What a couple of jerks. Calling themselves mother and son? Are you two just here to flaunt your love? Chapter 322. Gu Junqing and Yu Ying returned to her home. I will go change my clothes first, then you can come in to perform the acupuncture, Yu Ying said with a light chuckle after opening the door. She had heard that this condition could even cause her to age prematurely, so she attached great importance to it. She had even searched for it online herself, and both the symptoms and consequences were exactly as Gu Junqing had described. Now, she could only trust Gu Junqing. Of course, big sister. Remember to wear something thin, so it will be easier for me to insert the needles, Gu Junqing instructed with feigned seriousness. Yu Ying rolled her eyes at Gu Junqing upon hearing this, and began to take off her shoes. Supporting herself against the wall with one hand, she bent her waist, using the other hand to gently slide off her black stilettos. Her movements were sultry and charming, creating an astonishing curve as she moved with captivating grace. Casting a sidelong glance back at Gu Junqing's intense stare, she couldn't help but chuckle. Little brother, if you keep staring, your eyes might pop out. Do you want to give big sister a foot massage later? Of course I would, Gu Junqing replied, his lips moving slightly. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, Miajin, oh Miajin, don't blame the student for being bad. Blame the mother-in-law for being too charming. On the surface, he maintained his clean and upright demeanor. He knew Yu Ying was just teasing him. Women at the big sister, or at level loved doing this. Yu Ying stepped into the house barefoot, as the Yu residence had underfloor heating, so she didn't fear the cold. You're still following me. Do you want to watch me change? Yu Ying teased, noticing Gu Junqing trailing behind her. Cough, how could that be? Big sister, please don't ruin my reputation. Gu Junqing spoke righteously, feigning displeasure. Truth be told, if he really wanted to look, there was nothing Yu Ying could do to stop him, but unfortunately, he was a decent person. If she were to ask around, she would find that Gu Junqing's reputation in Lilidu was guaranteed. Even Liak Xiaohuai would shed tears upon seeing him, and lecherous monks would kneel before him. Bah, Yu Ying spat, thinking that if Gu Junqing were truly decent, would he have played with her feet. After a short while, Yu Ying called Gu Junqing into the room. Hearing this, Gu Junqing did not hesitate and walked into Yu Ying's room. Yu Ying was wearing a black nightgown that hugged her curvaceous figure perfectly, accentuating her impressive frame, the faint outline of her snowy breasts, and a deep cleavage that invited exploration. Her hair let down and her fresh makeup made her look peerlessly charming and vibrant. She was a woman who excelled at displaying and maintaining her beauty, otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to remain so beautiful and seductive at 40. I can't do this. I'll make a mistake. Amitba, no wait, I'm a Taoist, I should say infinite Taoist virtue, Gu Junqing chanted silently. While hanging up her clothes, Yu Ying turned and saw Gu Junqing's intense, almost predatory gaze, which made her want to tease him. Little brother, do you need it to be a bit more transparent? I don't think this is very convenient for acupuncture. Is there something more transparent? That would be great. For the sake of medical rigor, I strongly recommend wearing that one. Gu Junqing coughed lightly, his expression turning instantly serious as he spoke with authoritative logic. He even explained terms she couldn't understand to prove the rigor of his words. Then maybe I shouldn't wear anything at all. I really trusted you, you stinky little brother. Yu Ying covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes filled with charm. She didn't know why, but she loved seeing Gu Junqing act this way. It gave her a sense of comfort, a feeling that she wasn't old yet, and could still be desired by a young man like him. She walked with the sultry gait of a model, her waist swaying like a willow, and approached Gu Junqing. She tilted her head slightly, eyes melting with affection, and tapped his chest. "Little brother, I'm afraid you didn't see clearly. Do you want to see even more clearly?" "No thanks, I've seen enough. If I keep looking, it will truly be a crime," Gu Junqing muttered to himself. At such a close distance, in such transparent clothing, and with him looking down from above, he only had to lower his head slightly to see a deep, alluring cleavage, along with the beautiful side of her breasts, all coming into view. Seeming to notice Gu Junqing's gaze, Yu Ying blushed, realizing she had gone too far. If she kept teasing him, she might be ravished right then and there. She ignored Gu Junqing, turned around, and lay on her bed, waiting for him to perform the acupuncture. So the back is slit. No wonder she chose to wear this, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Gu Junqing couldn't help but stroke Yu Ying's crystal clear, beautiful back, feeling its silkiness and elasticity. Gu Junqing steadied his mind, and took out his acupuncture tools to begin the treatment. This time, he had actually brought needles, otherwise Yu Ying would have doubted his intentions again. He, Gu Junqing, only had the heart of a dutiful student. How could he have any other ulterior motives? Acupuncture treatment was the best way to show his filial piety. On the other side, Yu Feng walked out of the Ye family manor, feeling depressed and unsure of what to do. Gu Junqing's immense strength and background left the Soldier King protagonist feeling overwhelmed. It wasn't that he hadn't encountered powerful rich heirs before, but he had truly never seen one who also possessed such formidable personal strength. It could almost be said that those as strong as him didn't have his influence, and those with his influence weren't as strong as him. The key was that he had investigated Gu Junqing, and his reputation in Lilidu was indeed excellent. Whether it was his academic achievements or his character, through promotion, he had almost become a landmark figure of Lilidu. He was simply impeccable, with no weaknesses to speak of. Even his marksmanship, of which he had always been proud, was useless against Gu Junqing. What other way is there to defeat him? Yu Feng muttered to himself. Suddenly, he received a text message from the company's Human Resources Department. "Hello, Mr. Yu Feng. After discussion by our company, it has been decided that you have been terminated. If you have any questions, please email protected. That last email address had been added specifically by Ye Qingxian because she was annoyed with him. Furthermore, he received an email from a subordinate in the company who supported him, stating that everything he had done at the company had been exposed. The content of the message made his expression turn completely grim. Now he understood why Ye Hongbo's attitude had suddenly turned cold. It turned out that he had found out about some of the things Yu Feng had done at Ye Qingxian's company. Yu Feng felt frustrated. He guessed that Gu Junqing must have set him up. He just hadn't expected his own leverage to be completely seized by Gu Junqing. Yu Feng walked along the side of the road, feeling depressed. If there was no hope with the Ye family, he would have to choose another family to see if there was any chance. What Yu Feng didn't know, however, was that a great net was about to descend upon him. Chapter 323. Officer Ling Xuanya received the report on Yu Feng, feeling a slight sense of relief. She still stared at the images Gu Junqing had sent to her phone, unable to fully believe them. At first, she had doubted Gu Junqing when he claimed to have found the culprit. However, the videos and evidence he provided regarding Yu Feng left her absolutely shocked. She had no idea that a renowned foreign mercenary king had infiltrated Luo City. In the Xia Kingdom, such individuals must adhere to the law regardless of their international reputation. Anything less is treated as terrorism. Given the severity of the situation, and the experience of the target, standard police officers were not dispatched. Instead, the elite special forces unit, the Falcon, was deployed. Ling forwarded the video to the security center, and they acted with incredible speed. They immediately dispatched the Falcon special forces to capture Yu Feng. Seeing the video, Ling recognized the gravity of the situation. Whether it was his raw physical power or his long-range sniping capabilities, Yu Feng was not someone to be taken lightly. Aside from the mysterious special forces, she could not think of anyone capable of dealing with the infamous Wolf King. Yu Feng was currently some distance from the Ye family manor. The road was flanked by dense jungle, and he was planning to drive back to strategize against Gu Junqing. Suddenly, he sensed something was wrong. The surroundings felt abnormally quiet, and there was a murderous chill in the air. He felt as though something was monitoring him. Yu Feng frowned, picked up a stone from the ground, and flicked it toward the dense forest. It struck a machine with a loud bang. He stepped forward to investigate, only to find a drone bearing a bright red eagle emblem. He scrutinized the logo. A memory surfaced of a mercenary who had once entered the Xia Kingdom. This emblem belonged to a mysterious special forces unit tasked with combating terrorists and mercenaries within the country. This reputation was why the Xia Kingdom was known as a forbidden zone for mercenaries. The Falcon emblem. Damn it, Yu Feng muttered. He was baffled as to how his identity had been discovered so suddenly, attracting their attention. He had intended to rise in status and gain power so that his past would be erased. He thought that would stop anyone from digging into his background. Hum. Just then, several military helicopters appeared, circling overhead. Boom boom. Simultaneously, a fleet of military pickup trucks sporting the red eagle emblem sped from the distance, surrounding him completely. Several ropes dropped down from the air around Yu Feng. Fully armed men slid down to the ground. Yu Feng narrowed his eyes, deciding there was no point in hiding anymore. He had lived in the Xia kingdom under too many constraints, constantly reminding himself to limit the use of force. The incident with Gu Junqing had only occurred after he carefully weighed his options before using a sniper rifle. He had been suppressed by Gu Junqing time and time again, and his frustration had boiled over. Now, there was no choice but to fight. Yufeng's eyes narrowed, but he did not feel despair. Hands behind your head and kneel, Wolf King Yufeng. Otherwise, we will show no mercy, the squad leader, a burly, imposing man, barked out. The entire Falcon squad radiated a killing aura. If Yufeng made even the slightest suspicious move, they would strike without hesitation. They had long heard of the Wolf King and knew this was a mercenary force not to be underestimated. His act of killing a high-ranking official in the Eagle Kingdom had horrified everyone. Really? Let's see if you truly have what it takes to stop me, Yufeng retorted coldly, finally displaying the demeanor of a true mercenary king. He coiled like a bow, pushed off the ground, and launched himself like a cannonball toward the leader. His speed was terrifying, but the Falcon unit had anticipated his counterattack. Leader, look out, the other members shouted. The leader tried to retreat out of range, but he could not match Yufeng's speed. With no other options, he tried to block the blow with his fists. Yufeng's speed caught him off guard, moving with supernatural swiftness. Before the leader's brain could even register the movement, a heavy, powerful blow slammed into his chest. He flew backward for several meters. The leader struggled to stand, spitting blood from his mouth. He realized that if not for his bulletproof vest, the impact would have been far worse and likely would have caused internal organ damage. His bones were broken, and his whole body felt like it was falling apart. As expected of the Wolf King, Yufeng, the leader managed to grunt. Yufeng prepared to press the attack, but the other squad members reacted, swarming him. One member charged with a knife, his blade whistling through the air with a piercing sound. Yufeng stepped forward, caught the man's elbow, and chopped down with his hand. The force shattered the arm bone. The man dropped his weapon in agony, and Yufeng immediately landed a whip kick, sending him crashing into a nearby tree. Yufeng smirked, catching a glimpse of another member reaching for his weapon. He snatched the falling knife from the air and hurled it like a bolt of lightning. The target was reaching for his firearm, and did not see the projectile coming. If another teammate had not shoved him aside just in time, the knife would have pierced right through him. This display of skill stunned the remaining Falcon members. This kind of power was worthy of the title Wolf King. He was truly deserving of being internationally recognized as a mercenary king. They were not street thugs, as ordinary people could barely land a single blow against them. They had seen many foreign mercenaries come into the Xia kingdom, and their strength usually did not differ much from the elites. However, they never expected Yufeng to be this strong. He was defeating them one by one with single strikes. Disbelief washed over the squad. It was terrifying. Yufeng, give it up. Your assassination attempt on the young master of the Gu family has been exposed. Surrender now, and you might still live, the leader wheezed as he struggled to rise. If someone of Yufeng's caliber could serve the country and its people, he would be an incredibly useful asset. But he had committed crimes that could not simply be overlooked. Not to mention, he had targeted the son of the Gu family. Chapter 324. Gu Junqing. It is Gu Junqing again. Yufeng had intended to stop there and make a run for it, but hearing that name sent him into a frenzy. Ever since he met Gu Junqing, everything had gone wrong. His blind date, Yu Miajin and Yu Ying, whom he had lusted after, had both run off, and his subordinates had been cleaned out by Gu Junqing. In the end, even Ye Qingxian was taken away by Gu Junqing, and he was even stripped of the opportunity to work at her company. Now, even his true identity had been exposed by Gu Junqing. Is he my nemesis? Why is he everywhere? Then try to catch me, if you can. Yufeng looked at the remaining Falcon members, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes. Of course, he would not kill them. If he really slaughtered so many people, the Xia nation would never let him go. Yufeng, if you do not surrender, do not blame us for using our weapons. The Falcon leader shouted angrily, realizing that Yufeng still intended to fight. The remaining people raised their pistols to shoot at Yufeng, but he roared. A violent sound and a bloodthirsty aura burst forth, enough to rattle the spirit of most people. Let us see who dares to make a move. Yufeng no longer held back his aura, for he was someone who had fought his way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Did they really think he was afraid? The Falcon members were individuals of extremely firm will, yet they were still shaken by Yufeng's aura, leaving their minds momentarily blank. Yet, in that split second, Yufeng closed the distance. In an instant, the firearms of an entire row of men were dismantled and kicked away. It was terrifying to behold, as such strength was simply too horrifying. The Falcon leader did not want to continue like this, feeling that the situation could not be controlled without heavy weapons. He was just about to signal to use the helicopter's machine guns and artillery to bombard Yufeng. No matter how strong Yufeng was, he could never withstand the barrage of heavy weaponry. Wait. Suddenly, a young man stepped down from the helicopter. Unlike the others who rappelled down, he jumped directly from the high-altitude helicopter. His steps were light, and he landed gracefully, not even kicking up a speck of dust, moving with the qinggong of a martial arts master, utilizing anti-gravity to the extreme. Is Master Lin Fan intending to take action as well? The Falcon leader looked at the sharp-browed and bright-eyed Lin Fan beside him, overjoyed. That is correct. This man has good skills, so I can take him as a subordinate. Lin Fan looked at Yufeng's skills with satisfaction. But we have to turn him over for imprisonment. The Falcon leader looked troubled. Do not worry. You may lock him up first, and I will extract him later. Lin Fan shook his head. Understood, master. The Falcon leader did not actually know much about Lin Fan's background, but he had witnessed his strength firsthand. At first, they had not been convinced by Lin Fan, but after being put in their place by him on numerous occasions, they learned their lesson, realizing that this was a true master-level figure. Why? Are you going to take a shot at me too? Yu Feng ceased his movements, his eyes flickering as he glanced at Lin Fan. Lin Fan's incredibly stylish landing had made his heart tighten. Compared to the Falcon unit, this man was clearly the true expert. Why would that not be possible? Lin Fan looked at Yu Feng with interest. Although Yu Feng was strong, he was nothing more than a paper tiger to him. Even those at his own cultivation level were no match for him, let alone an opponent like Yu Feng, whose strength was clearly below his own. Then we shall see if you have the ability to back that up. Yu Feng was unsure of Lin Fan's true strength. Lin Fan gently raised one finger. What is the meaning of this? Yu Feng frowned. I mean that I can take you down in 1 second. Lin Fan smiled. It was the first time Yu Feng had been looked down upon like this. In a fit of rage, he charged directly at Lin Fan. However, in the blink of an eye, he lost sight of Lin Fan. He was shocked, and before he could react, he was struck hard on the neck. Yu Feng felt as if he had been struck by a hammer, crashing to the ground and kicking up clouds of dust as he was knocked unconscious. Work done, Lin Fan said with a smile. Excellent skills, Master Lin Fan. The Falcon leader, supporting his wounded body with the help of 2 team members, limped over to Lin Fan. Actually, it is only because you did not use heavy weapons. If you had used artillery and heavy machine guns from the start, he would not be alive right now. Lin Fan shook his head. Even he could not withstand such a barrage of artillery if he had to take it head on. Of course, if he wanted to run, nothing would be able to hold him back. As long as one has not broken through the rank of 9, complete immunity to firearms and artillery is impossible. Otherwise, martial arts would not have become obsolete the moment hot weapons were invented. Techniques like the Golden Bell Shield or Iron Shirt can only block common projectiles. If they encountered a sniper rifle, they would still fall. Those who can exceed the 9th rank and reach the godlike foundation establishment realm are, after all, only a minority. Even he was still stuck at a bottleneck, hoping to find a chance to break through. We have to apply in advance to use those weapons. After all, this is not a trivial matter, so we avoid using them if possible. The Falcon leader replied respectfully. It was now clear that Lin Fan's strength was significantly greater than Yu Feng's. Thank you again, Master Lin Fan, for this time. No need. If there is nothing else, you may go. I still wish to experience the scenery of Luodu. Lin Fan said with a smile. Very well. We will take Yu Feng into custody and leave now. The Falcon leader nodded. At this moment, the law enforcement officers who had been waiting in the distance hurried over. Officer, I am Ling Xuanja, the person in charge of this operation. Ling Xuanja walked over and gave the Falcon leader a military salute. Comrade Ling, it is a good thing you reported this to us. Otherwise, your law enforcement team would have suffered many casualties. The Falcon leader returned the salute, speaking with a sigh of relief. Even the Falcon unit had lost many brothers, and he himself, the leader, had been severely wounded. Indeed. Ling Xuanja nodded. Watching from afar, her heart had been gripped with anxiety. She wished nothing more than for Yu Feng to die immediately. She hated Yu Feng to the core. Fortunately, Gu Junqing had come to no harm in Yu Feng's hands, otherwise, she would have dragged Yu Feng to hell with her even if it meant her own death. To be held at sniper rifle point at such close range by such a powerful soldier king, if Gu Junqing's own strength had not been formidable, it would have been a near-certain death sentence. Chapter 325. Lin Fan had intended to board the plane, but he paused upon catching sight of Ling Xuanja. She stood there, stunningly beautiful and heroic, and he decided to strike a pose. He planted himself beside the Falcon squad leader, adopting a cold and aloof expression meant to project the aura of a grand master. He was a man of striking appearance, with sharp eyebrows and bright, starry eyes. Having attained a high status within his sect, he was accustomed to the adoration of countless young women. He had no interest in common beauties, however, as his heart had once belonged to the sect leader's daughter. She had fled just before their wedding, and his current journey down the mountain was partly to find her. He had struck her with a palm blast during her escape, but given his strength at the time, he doubted she had died. Lin Fan's eyes clouded with darkness for a brief moment before returning to normal. Who is this? Ling Xuanja asked, her curiosity piqued. She had been watching from a distance and had seen how easily Yu Feng had dismantled the members of the Falcon squad. Yet, this man had defeated the arrogant Yu Feng with a single strike. This is Master Lin Fan, a hidden expert, the Falcon leader announced with a hearty laugh. You saw his strength for yourself. He could take on dozens of us without breaking a sweat. He could take on hundreds of you without even catching his breath, Lin Fan thought, though he kept his mouth shut. He had to maintain the image of a master. While he enjoyed the thrill of playing the pig to eat the tiger, he had already revealed his hand, so there was no point in hiding anymore. Besides, basking in the worship of others was a pleasant experience. A true master, indeed, Ling Xuanja complimented him. Your temperament and strength are both extraordinary. Lin Fan's decision to personally incapacitate Yu Feng had earned him her favor, especially since Yu Feng's attempt to snipe Gu Junqing had turned her initial curiosity into pure hatred. Lin Fan nodded reservedly, a look of appreciation in his eyes. She was a sensible girl, and he decided she deserved a little more praise. Ling Xuanja was the type of woman who was as capable as she was beautiful, a true powerhouse in her career. To be complimented by such a woman was satisfying for any man. Once the pleasantries were over, Ling Xuanja turned her attention back to the unconscious man. "Officer, I will be taking Yu Feng into custody now," she said, her expression grim as she gestured toward him. "Of course, just be careful," the squad leader replied, still oblivious to Lin Fan's desire for further recognition. "That man is nothing more than a dangerous thug." He gave her the green light to leave, leaving Lin Fan feeling slightly awkward. Was that it? He had expected the young police officer to be so enamored that she would beg for his contact information, but the interaction was already coming to an end. While Lin Fan stood stunned, Ling Xuanja ordered her officers to drag Yu Feng away. Before leaving, they dislocated his limbs to ensure he could no longer pose a threat. Lin Fan felt a wave of disappointment. He had assumed his good looks and undeniable power would make the young policewoman fall for him at first sight. He had envisioned leaving her his contact information and, through gradual interaction, adding another girl to his collection of admirers. Since she had barely glanced at him, his interest waned. "Forget it. I will wander around on my own. Do as you please," Lin Fan said dismissively to the squad leader before drifting away. His journey down from the sect was spontaneous, and he lacked any concrete goal. Given his innate talent, advancing to the foundation establishment stage would not be a difficult task. While things were getting heated on the other side of Lodu, the situation was similarly intense in a different corner of the city, specifically for Yu Ying. Gu Junqing had begun the session with the utmost professionalism, focusing purely on acupuncture. However, it was difficult to ignore the temptation of Yu Ying's bare back. Gu Junqing was not entirely innocent. He had utilized a specific technique while inserting the needles, a method that could amplify a woman's physical sensations tenfold. It was an incredibly potent weapon for a man, allowing him to achieve more profound results with less effort. It made the prospect of performing his duties significantly more invigorating. Men often grew weary of such intimate acts for several reasons: either their partner lacked beauty, their own physical health was failing, or they felt the pressure of failing to satisfy the woman. If a man constantly failed to meet these expectations, he would eventually lose his confidence. Conversely, if a woman became weary of these encounters, there was usually only one reason: the man's technique was lacking. Gu Junqing lacked none of the necessary skills, which made his experiences quite enjoyable. For Yu Ying, however, it was becoming a dangerous seduction. Every time Gu Junqing's fingers grazed her skin to adjust a needle, she was sent into a series of tremors. Gu Junqing had no malicious intent, of course. He simply wanted Yu Ying to be happy. If she could not find pleasure, how could he properly fulfill his filial duties? "Brother, Yuo, are you sure you've hit the right spot? Why does my body feel so hot?" Yu Ying gasped. Her body trembled, her legs stretching out straight as she rubbed them together, her toes curling in comfort. Her voice was muffled and delicate. Gu Junqing marveled at the sight. Both Yu Ying and Yu Jinlian were like ripe peaches, left unpicked and waiting to spoil. If not for him, a man of such generous nature, they might have simply withered away. There was always the possibility that a protagonist might wander by and take an interest, but it would be a shame for such natural beauty to go unappreciated. It was often said that a good man who works hard will eventually be rewarded with beauty, and Gu Junqing certainly agreed. He felt like announcing to all the heroines of the world that they only needed to seek him out. They did not need to run after protagonists, who already worked hard enough. He was more than happy to take the burden off their hands. "Are you doubting my medical skills, sister?" Gu Junqing asked with a honeyed tongue. "The heat is a good thing. It is a sign that the toxins are being released from your body." He continued his sweet talking, perfectly aware of how to melt a woman's heart. "Have you never heard the old remedy of wrapping a sick child in a quilt to sweat out a fever? Once the acupuncture is finished, you will look at least 10 years younger, enough to make an 18-year-old girl question her own beauty." "I truly don't know why I listened to you," Yu Ying sighed, sounding weak and breathless. She knew this heat was entirely different from a medical symptom. "What do you mean, sister? If you are truly too hot, I could help you change your clothes," Gu Junqing suggested with a serious expression, though his eyes twinkled with mirth. Yu Ying had been teasing him for the better part of the day, and he was simply returning the favor. Had she not provoked him, he would have been content to simply nurse her back to health. Chapter 326. Gu Junqing carefully inserted another needle. He pressed the skin around the acupuncture point with his left hand to steady it, then used his right to rotate the handle and slide the needle into Yu Ying's skin. With a quick, subtle lifting and thrusting motion, he twisted the needle, causing it to vibrate slightly. Gu Junqing looked at the silver needles covering Yu Ying's back, feeling satisfied with his craft. All done. Yu Ying remained lying on the bed, her eyes tightly closed, and lips bitten together. She was terrified of letting out even the slightest sound. "Sister, say something. Why are you so quiet?" Gu Junqing spoke with a hint of a smile, making Yu Ying grit her teeth in frustration. She deeply regretted teasing him earlier. "Brother, please, stop teasing me. I can't take it anymore." Yu Ying felt a faint, numbing itch on her back, followed by a strange warmth flowing through her body. Not only did her body begin to heat up, but she felt an overwhelming wave of pleasure. This heat was, of course, the result of the Emperor's internal classic he practiced. The ability to heighten a woman's pleasure was one of its many effects. Feeling the needles on her back, Yu Ying dared not move a muscle. She could only tense her body, letting the warmth circulate within her. "Sister, this is a necessary step for the treatment. Since you don't want a man, This is the only way to adjust your body back to normal, Gu Junqing explained, gazing at Yu Ying's graceful curves. Although he acted with a hint of retaliation, he had no malicious intent. This was simply the most effective treatment, even if it caused her a pleasant form of torture. Was he the type to abandon his principles? Even though Yu Ying was a relentless tease who refused to go all the way, he wouldn't stoop to using underhanded tactics against her. In truth, Yu Ying was not far from being his, so there was no need for such measures. Otherwise, given Gu Junqing's nature and ability, he could easily get anyone to surrender. But, brother, I'm feeling incredibly restless. Can you please step out for a moment? Yu Ying felt the warmth moving under someone's control, coursing through more of her meridians, even clearing the ones in her most private areas. In traditional Chinese medicine, illness is often caused by blocked meridians. What Gu Junqing was doing was clearing these essential pathways for her. Sister, it's okay. Don't be afraid to voice your discomfort. If you want to scream, just let it out, Gu Junqing reassured her. But, the agonizing pleasure proved too much, and she let out a long, trembling sigh. Worrying about how Gu Junqing would view her, she quickly covered her mouth, stifling a moan that sounded incredibly seductive. Gu Junqing estimated that this was a sound Yu Ying hadn't made in decades. Seeing the flush on her face and the tears in her eyes, it was clear she was being tested both physically and mentally. Yu Ying had always taken pride in her self-control. After all, few women were willing to live in solitude for decades without seeking a man, yet she had succeeded. Now, however, the physical pleasure told her just how naive she had been. It felt like a lash whipping her, and no matter how hard she tried to resist, she could not endure it. Sister, you don't need to hold back. After all, we're family. Gu Junqing stroked her hair, speaking with a smile. It's exactly because we're family that I don't want you to hear this, Yu Ying thought, silently protesting while trying to maintain her composure. Truth be told, listening to a beautiful woman gasp was quite an enjoyable experience. Ding. Due to your scheme, the protagonist Yu Feng has been successfully arrested by law enforcement, deducting 1,000 points of Yu Feng's protagonist luck, and rewarding the host with 1,000 points of villain luck. Ding. You have significantly altered the plot. You are rewarded with 50,000 villain points. Gu Junqing felt a slight stir in his heart. Upon receiving the news of Yu Feng's arrest, he finally felt at ease. However, he was puzzled how could anyone actually manage to arrest Yu Feng. Based on Yu Feng's remaining protagonist luck, it shouldn't have been that easy, unless someone with even greater luck had suppressed him. Gu Junqing pondered this for a moment, then stopped overthinking it. He had originally intended for Yu Feng to become a fugitive, planning to execute him secretly when the opportunity arose. Although the plan had changed slightly, the outcome remained the same. He had prepared for every contingency, and one way or another, Yu Feng had to die. He could not leave such a major threat alive. Gu Junqing hadn't killed previous protagonists immediately because their abilities were mediocre. Without their protagonist luck, they were useless, and he preferred to let them reflect on the fact that without their cheat codes, they were just ordinary mortals. Yu Feng, however, was different. His strength and personality were those of an ambitious warlord. Unless he was completely crushed, there was always a possibility he could make a comeback. The time had come. Yu Feng's luck had been stripped away, and there was essentially nothing left to harvest. A cold glint flashed in Gu Junqing's eyes as he plotted how to finish him off. But his thoughts were interrupted by another stifled moan. He had to admit, if he claimed to be the second coming of the legendary monk Liaxia, who kept his cool in the presence of beauty, no one would dare claim the first spot. A breathtaking beauty was right beside him, yet he had the composure to ponder how to dispose of Yu Feng. Gu Junqing reflected on this next time he dealt with a protagonist. He shouldn't do it in such a situation. It was distracting him from his work. 20 minutes later, Gu Junqing successfully removed the needles from Yu Ying's body, revealing some black, excreted substances. These were accumulated toxins from years of the body's failure to metabolize waste properly. Such impurities wouldn't be found in an ordinary female lead, whose bodies were usually pure and light. Yu Ying, being a supporting character, was different, even though she was stunningly beautiful. She had been targeted by the lecherous Yu Feng, who had forcefully imposed the role of a supporting character upon her. Her protagonist halo was not high, and she was largely insignificant in the overall plot. As Gu Junqing pulled out the last of the needles, Yu Ying's pleasure reached its peak. Ding. You have stirred the heart of the supporting character, Yu Ying. Rewarded with 2,000 villain points. Small as a mosquito, but still meat, Gu Junqing muttered. Afterward, Yu Ying no longer avoided him, and rushed into the bathroom to wash off the sticky residue. She knew that expelling these toxins was good, but she had completely lost her dignity as a mother-in-law in front of Gu Junqing. It was as if the paper-thin barrier between them had been torn away. Gu Junqing's eyes flickered. This couldn't be the end. He had listened to this performance for a long time. He had to collect some interest. He deliberately disrupted his internal energy, causing his face to turn deathly pale. While Yu Ying was still in the bathroom, he sneaked a look in her mirror, and altered his appearance to look like he had suffered a grave internal injury. Chapter 327. The night outside was pitch black. A bright moon hung high in the sky, with flickering stars dotting the dull darkness. Yu Ying stood to the side, wiping her hair with a towel, letting it hang down. Wisps of steam still rose from her body. Gu Junqing could not help but cast his gaze toward her. She wore a black dress, leaving her smooth, fair legs exposed. Her captivating eyes blinked slightly, radiating charm and allure, while her porcelain skin created a seductive contrast against the dark fabric, firing up a man's nerves. Thanks to Gu Junqing's acupuncture treatment, Yu Ying seemed to have been revitalized. Her skin was smoother than ever, tender and elastic like that of an 18-year-old girl, yet her mature feminine charm remained intact. The acupuncture had perhaps released even more of that aura, making her look like a ripe, juicy peach. Every movement she made was filled with seductive flair. She was the kind of woman who made any man stand to attention. Yu Ying glanced around and suddenly realized Gu Junqing was still there. She felt a slight wave of embarrassment. Having recovered, however, she certainly would not maintain the same posture she had when lying on the bed for the acupuncture. "Little brother, why haven't you left yet?" she asked, feigning indifference and returning to her normal demeanor. "Kick me out after using me. Not even a capitalist is this cold-hearted." Gu Junqing complained to himself. "Sister, I transferred my breath and energy to you, and now I'm feeling incredibly weak." Gu Junqing feigned a pitiful expression. "What kind of dirty talk is that?" Yu Ying blushed and glared at him. Gu Junqing was bewildered. Had he really said something dirty? He blinked and replayed his words in his mind. It did seem like there was a slight problem there. He regretted it, thinking that one is known by the company they keep. He must have been exposed to too much smut elsewhere, leading him to speak with a suggestive undertone. Gu Junqing quickly corrected his thoughts, adjusted his attitude, and reflected on his actions. He must stay away from the Qiju group in the future. "Sister, I wasn't being dirty. I was telling the truth. I'm just a kid who just reached adulthood. How could I possibly say anything suggestive?" Gu Junqing said this with feigned displeasure. If he acted like he hadn't said anything, it would be as if it never happened. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, Yu Ying would be the one feeling awkward. Besides, what he said wasn't technically wrong. He had just turned 18, and was still a virgin. "All right, stop messing around." Yu Ying felt helpless, but upon seeing his pale face, her heart softened. Gu Junqing's appearance was truly pitiful. His eyes, usually sharp and spirited, now seemed to carry a hint of exhaustion. She stepped forward and checked his body temperature, finding it much lower than before. Only then did she believe his words. She was almost afraid of him, having been deceived so many times that it left a psychological shadow. Perhaps the only things to trust in his words were the punctuation marks. She still didn't know him well enough. Sometimes, even the punctuation couldn't be trusted. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. For example, if someone asks if you are free this Sunday, and you say yes, it implies you are about to get screwed. So what should you do? You aren't going to die, are you? Yu Ying asked with a hint of worry. Gu Junqing smiled, thanking her for her blessing. Seeing his smile, Yu Ying coughed, realizing her mistake. "I meant, it probably isn't serious, right?" "It's quite serious. I have absolutely no strength right now, so I need to close my eyes and regulate my breath," Gu Junqing explained. But, Yu Ying began, sounding a bit anxious. However, Gu Junqing closed his eyes before she could finish. Having watched some TV dramas, she knew that disturbing someone in this state could cause them to suffer a cultivation deviation. Therefore, she swallowed her words, sat on the edge of the bed with her legs crossed, and waited for him to recover. "He is quite handsome. It's no wonder so many young girls like him. Even Miajin," Yu Ying murmured as she studied his face. This was the first time she had scrutinized his face so closely. She felt he possessed a charm beyond that of ordinary people, one that could effortlessly draw the gaze of others. He was like the sun as she watched him. She couldn't help but want to reach out and touch him. She hesitated but could not resist the temptation. She pinched his cheeks and bridge of his nose, and even dragged a finger across his lips. A hint of obsession appeared in her eyes. Every feature was perfect, as if carved by the hands of God. Gu Junqing found it hard to hold back. He was only pretending, and not truly regulating his energy. The light, feather-like touch of her hand felt ticklish, making it difficult for him to endure. If he moved, the charade would be over. He felt like the monk Tang Santang in a meditation contest with a demon, unable to move even as bugs crawled over him. Fortunately, Yu Ying came to her senses in time and stopped coveting his looks. "Sigh, this cursed charisma of mine." Gu Junqing sighed internally, feeling a sense of pride. Even the worldly wise Yu Ying could not resist his charm. Time ticked away slowly. Why isn't he recovered yet? Yu Ying felt anxious. Miajin will be back soon. If Miajin saw this, she wouldn't be able to explain it away even with two mouths. She glanced at Gu Junqing again, who was still sitting like an old monk, showing no signs of movement. "Mom, I'm home. Open the door. I met Gu Junqing's master today." Miajin's voice suddenly rang out. This startled Yu Ying. Gu Junqing thought to himself that this was the opportunity he had been waiting for. But what did she mean by meeting his master? Could Ji Zuyu have gone to find her? Gu Junqing felt a moment of hesitation and guilt. Fortunately, Miajin's tone sounded normal, putting Gu Junqing's mind at ease. "What's wrong?" Gu Junqing asked softly, pretending he was about to answer. Seeing his reaction, Yu Ying hurriedly reached out and covered his lips with her hand. Gu Junqing could feel a rich, lingering fragrance fill his nostrils, mixed with the scent of her recent bath. Lick. Gu Junqing could not help but stick out his tongue to lick her palm, returning to his old habit of being a bootlicker. He felt that being a bootlicker wasn't so bad after all. At the very least, it was full of pleasure. Yu Ying couldn't help but let out a soft cry. Chapter 328. Yu Ying shuddered as Gu Junqing licked her, and she could not help but exclaim, "What is it? Did something happen?" Miajin stood outside the door, looking confused. "Nothing happened. Let us discuss whatever it is tomorrow." Yu Ying forced herself to calm down and glared at Gu Junqing, telling him to stop. "Are you sick? Your voice sounds strange." Miajin continued. She felt that Yu Ying's voice was agitated, as if she were hiding a man inside. She chuckled internally, quickly mocking herself for thinking too much. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow. He felt as if they were having an affair. Stop it. If you want to lick, I will let you do it later, okay? Yu Ying felt herself heating up again from his actions. She wanted to shout but feared Yumiajin would hear, so she whispered to him. If you tell me to stop, and I actually stop, then I would lose all my dignity. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. However, what did she mean by letting him do it later? Gu Junqing paused his little game, full of anticipation. I am fine, just a minor issue. It is almost better now, and I just need to sleep it off. You should go to bed. Yu Ying pacified Yumiajin, urging her to go to sleep. All right. Yumiajin hesitated. Usually, Yu Ying would be the one pulling her into chat. Now that she wanted to talk, Yu Ying was suddenly unavailable. There had to be something going on. Could she really be hiding a man? Yumiajin secretly pressed her ear against the door, trying to hear some movement. There did not seem to be any, which left her unsatisfied, but she gave up nonetheless. After all, Yu Ying had remained a widow for so many years for her sake. What was wrong with having a little privacy? Shush. Miajin is definitely still eavesdropping. Yu Ying kept her hand over Gu Junqing's mouth. She knew how curious her daughter was. I am going to let go slowly. You must promise not to speak or make any noise. If you agree, blink your eyes. Yu Ying gazed into Gu Junqing's eyes and whispered. Gu Junqing blinked, then licked her palm again. This made her palm itch. If the person in front of her were anyone other than Gu Junqing, perhaps Yumiajin, she would have slapped them. Truly a biological mother. Yu Ying quickly pulled her hand away, feeling that her palm was already wet. Have you not grown up yet? She rolled her eyes. Then would you like to experience whether I have grown up or not? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow. Although he was still a virgin, whether he had grown up was a point that always struck a man's pride. After all, asking if someone had grown all their hair was the most common insult besides standard profanity or attacking one's family. Little brother, it is not as if I am unwilling to try. The question is, can you satisfy me? As a mature woman, how could she let herself be dominated by a barely adult Gu Junqing? In her view, these young men were supposed to be the ones being teased by older women. Gu Junqing, however, had his own way of teasing her. That depends on whether you are deep enough that I cannot reach the bottom. Gu Junqing stood up, walking slowly toward Yu Ying. He spoke in a leisurely manner, like a hunter who knew the prey was already trapped and felt no need to rush. This smiling expression made even a mature beauty like Yu Ying unable to handle it. She was naturally attracted to younger men, and Gu Junqing was especially handsome. All right, I will go check if Miajin has left. Yu Ying brushed a lock of black hair behind her ear, subconsciously avoiding Gu Junqing's gaze. She opened the door quietly and looked around, only to find Yumiajin sitting on the sofa watching television. Yu Ying cursed silently. That was the only way to leave the house, and it was obviously impossible to pass by now. Of course, she did not know that Gu Junqing could just leave through the window. Yu Ying hurried back to her room, only to find Gu Junqing lying on her bed, playing on his phone. How are you recovering? Why not try jumping out the window? Yu Ying asked, trying to negotiate. Sister, this floor is 6 meters high. If I jump down, I will break my legs. Gu Junqing feigned weakness. He was staying the night, no matter what. Besides, nothing will happen if I just walk out normally. Miajin will not think too much of it. Even if she does, it does not matter. An honest heart has nothing to fear. Gu Junqing continued to speak nonchalantly, irritating Yu Ying's nerves. Are we not already compromised? Yu Ying glared at Gu Junqing. Are we? Gu Junqing retorted. Forget it. I will not argue with you. Since you cannot leave, you can sleep here tonight. Yu Ying waved her hand powerlessly. She pulled a pair of black stockings from the wardrobe, not bothering to shy away from Gu Junqing. One fair, soft, and beautiful leg was slightly bent. She reached forward, and as if there were no friction at all, she slowly slid the stocking over her foot. Watching her fair leg being slowly wrapped in black silk, the pale glow gradually swallowed by the black fabric, a contrasting, alluring aesthetic emerged. Gu Junqing felt he was struggling to hold back. Who could resist this? Where are you going? Gu Junqing rubbed his chin. He had a feeling that Yu Ying was planning to sleep elsewhere. I am going to sleep with my daughter. Yu Ying replied irritably. Whenever she wanted to share secrets with Yumiajin, she would go to her room and sleep with her. Then you might as well let me go sleep with Miajin. Gu Junqing was not having it. If Yu Ying was not sleeping here, then there was no point in him pretending to be weak. Having just finished putting on the stockings, Yu Ying turned slightly, looking as lazy and charming as a royal cat. Little brother, do you want to sleep with me? Hey, sister. My body is still very weak, and I cannot do anything. I am just worried that if I get thirsty at night, there will be no one to pour me a drink. Gu Junqing sighed with a downcast expression, his face pale. It actually looked quite convincing. He was just a baby, exhausted from overexertion. What was wrong with not being able to take care of himself? Yu Ying's heart softened for a moment. After all, Gu Junqing had exhausted himself treating her injuries, and kicking him out was indeed inappropriate. Furthermore, with Yumiajin right outside, he could not leave anyway. The only option now was to let Gu Junqing stay here, as she was concerned about his condition. There were 3 reasons why she did not want to stay with Gu Junqing. First, she was afraid he would lose control. Second, she was afraid she would lose control and make a mistake. Third, she was afraid they would both lose control and make a mistake together. In short, while she liked teasing Gu Junqing, she was still a bit afraid when the moment of truth arrived. Chapter 329. Yu Ying stood upright before Gu Junqing. She was stunningly beautiful even without makeup, with exquisite features and glossy lips that shimmered under the light, filling the air with a faint fragrance. Her black nightgown and black silk stockings accented her proud figure. Her flawless skin had a soft, healthy glow. One could even faintly glimpse things that were meant to be hidden. This elusive, tantalizing quality was the most seductive of all. It was just like flirting, creating a sense of distance that made you want to reach out, but never quite touch, which was pure torture. In layman's terms, it was just teasing. Hey, are you even listening? Yu Ying felt the scorching gaze wandering over her body and truly could not take it anymore. Wherever Gu Junqing's eyes darted, she felt a wave of discomfort. I'm listening. It's just about not crossing the line, right? Gu Junqing snapped back to reality, wearing an inscrutable smile. Sister, you shouldn't cross the line either, or you might ruin my innocence. Yu Ying couldn't be bothered to entertain his words anymore. She felt completely helpless against him. Criticizing him felt wrong, but ignoring him felt just as bad. It was an infuriating yet laughable feeling. In front of Gu Junqing, she always felt like she was being played. I'm done messing around. Time to sleep. Yu Ying lay on the bed, wrapped herself in her blanket, and turned over, feeling that having Gu Junqing watching like a tiger beside her was actually the only way to feel safe. The two stayed strictly on their own sides of the bed. Yu Ying squeezed her eyes shut, trying to drift off to sleep. She usually slept well, but whether due to inner restlessness or Gu Junqing sleeping right next to her, she couldn't fall asleep for the longest time. Her heart felt like it was burning. Sister, are you cold? Gu Junqing asked suddenly, interrupting her racing thoughts. Yu Ying answered guardedly, her back turned to him. I'm not cold. In fact, I'm quite hot. Ha, a little trick, she thought smugly. If I said I was cold, would you hug me and offer to warm me up? Suddenly, Gu Junqing rolled over, slid behind Yu Ying, and wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close. I told you I wasn't cold. Yu Ying snapped, feeling that Gu Junqing was playing by his own rules. But I'm cold. I need sister's warmth to warm up, Gu Junqing replied innocently. Didn't see that coming, did you? Gu Junqing muttered to himself. I don't believe a word of it, she mentally retorted while feeling his scorching body heat behind her. You expect me to believe you're cold at this temperature? She hadn't felt this kind of heat in decades. It felt like it could burn her soul. But you. Yu Ying tried to speak. I've suffered a great loss of vitality. I've suffered a great loss of vitality. Every time she tried to speak, she was cut off by his claim of exhaustion. She almost wanted to cry, and when she tried to break free from his embrace, she found she couldn't move at all. He didn't look like someone who had suffered a great loss of vitality at all. You said you wouldn't cross the line. Sister, don't you know that words spoken by men at night shouldn't be taken seriously? Gu Junqing's words left Yu Ying speechless. Right, clearly that meant nothing. Sister, it's fine. I'm just hugging you for warmth. Look how warm you are. Gu Junqing felt her plump, delicate body, and those full, exquisite curves. She was like a ripe peach, ready to drip juice at the slightest touch, exuding a breathtaking, mature woman's charm in every movement. His arm moved involuntarily, wandering carelessly over her body. Didn't you say you were just hugging? Feeling his hands becoming more unruly, Yu Ying's face flushed red and she wanted to stop him. However, her feeble resistance made it hard for anyone to believe she was truly rejecting him. Just said men's words at night don't count, and now she's forgotten, Gu Junqing muttered internally. Because it's too cold. Friction creates heat. We learned that in middle school, and I was always an excellent student, Gu Junqing said modestly. Soon, Yu Ying was becoming intoxicated by the touch of his wandering hands, her eyes growing glazed and misty. Her small hand rested on the back of his, though it was hard to tell if she was encouraging him or trying to stop him. Click. A button hitting the floor suddenly snapped Yu Ying back to reality. She realized that, without her noticing, Gu Junqing had already undone several buttons on her nightgown. Sorry, sister. These buttons were blocking my path to warmth, so I used a little force. Gu Junqing coughed awkwardly. The last button was too difficult, so he hadn't bothered to undo it and just pulled it off with force. Didn't you say friction creates heat? Yu Ying asked, playing hard to get. Testing my physics knowledge? Actually, heat is just molecular movement. Clothing blocks that movement. We can't let the clothes absorb the heat. This way, we stay warmer. Gu Junqing was talking absolute nonsense, trying to make it sound as scientific as possible. Yu Ying was starting to lose to Gu Junqing. He had a reason for everything. He's just lusting after me. I really give up on you, you wretch. If we're going to fall into hell, let's go together. Yu Ying sighed and stopped holding back. She turned around to hug Gu Junqing, gently stroking his cheek. Stop pretending, you lech air. She was actually more eager than Gu Junqing. She even suspected that if he hadn't made the first move, she might have been the one to initiate. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow. Wasn't he doing a good deed? Giving everything he had to help those in need. He was clearly a great philanthropist. Yu Ying pulled the blanket over them, and the room fell silent. Soon, there were a few rustling sounds, and a few pieces of clothing were tossed out from under the covers. The room returned to silence. But soon, the commotion began to grow. The blanket twisted into a ball, as if they were locked in combat. The storm soon descended. At first, Yu Ying thought Gu Junqing was just a boy lusting after her. Dealing with him would be a piece of cake. She estimated he wouldn't be able to last a minute with her. But soon, Yu Ying realized she was wrong. completely and utterly wrong. She finally understood why Yumiajin had been so crazy. At first, she could keep up with Gu Junqing's rhythm, but she soon found herself losing ground. She was like a sailboat on an endless ocean, forced to submit to the relentless crashing of the waves, with no strength to fight back. Her final shreds of reason were destroyed. What started as shame gradually shifted into drifting with the tide, then passive compliance, and finally, unbridled abandonment as she took the initiative. Chapter 330. In the end, Yu Ying could only passively endure the crashing waves. She felt as though her body no longer belonged to her. That intense pleasure nearly shattered her nerves, and her relentless moans filled the room. The self-control she had always taken pride in was completely destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Only now did she understand the true peak of a woman's life. During the intermission, although Gu Junqing was still ready for more, he worried that Yu Ying had reached her limit. After all, the look on her face clearly indicated that she was about to break. I am falling apart, Yu Ying whispered, her eyes hazy as she savored the afterglow. What wild and reckless words to say. She truly lived up to her age, Gu Junqing thought with a sigh. In the downtime, he checked his system notifications. Ding. Host has conquered the supporting character Yu Ying. Reward 20,000 villain points. Ding. Due to Yu Ying's status, the host has earned the title Scumbag. Reward 666 villain points. The corner of Gu Junqing's mouth twitched. Yu Ying gradually calmed down, closing her eyes to feel the changes and the lingering tingles within her body. She finally understood why her friends often said that while a man could survive without a woman absolutely needed a man. It is better to release than to bottle up, for when the pressure becomes unbearable, it will surely overflow. Her heart was far from calm, and her delicate, alluring face was still flushed, as if stained with rouge, adding to her charm. Her fair skin glowed with a persistent blush, white tinged with pink, making her heart-stoppingly beautiful. She looked just like a well-fed, enchanting vixen. The level of pleasure had nearly reached the pinnacle of her existence. Yet, when the anchor that had filled her void was withdrawn, an inexplicable sense of emptiness washed over her. Only after experiencing such fulfillment could she realize how agonizing this void truly was. Little brother, we agreed not to cross the line. How did this all happen? Yu Ying panted, leaning on Gu Junqing as she propped herself up to question him. Before long, she lost her strength and slumped back down, unwilling to move even a single finger. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, thinking that since he had claimed it was just for warmth, it was no surprise that women's memories and their ability to admit fault were both so poor. Their memories always differed from men's, focusing on things like which girl their boyfriend greeted, or which handbag was more expensive. As for the ability to admit fault, women simply did not possess it. A woman will only admit to one mistake in her lifetime, which is marrying the wrong man. Forget it, what's done is done. Yu Ying answered herself, her face framed by damp hair that didn't look messy, but rather strangely alluring. A heavy silence settled between them, with a peculiar atmosphere and scent lingering in the air. It was the scent of the ocean, and the essence of Gu Junqing's vitality. When golden winds and jade dews meet, they surpass countless human encounters. Little brother, please don't tell Miajin. I'm afraid she will get angry, Yu Ying said slowly. This was her greatest fear, while everything else seemed trivial. Miajin won't be angry. In fact, if she found out, I suspect she would be secretly pleased. Gu Junqing chuckled at her words, having heard the panicked footsteps outside the door earlier. Apparently, Yu Ying had been too immersed in pleasure to notice. Well, now Yu Ying and Yumiajin had both eavesdropped on each other. He wondered when the day would come when the three of them could share the same bed. Gu Junqing let his imagination run wild. The temptation of a mother and daughter was self-evident. He had simply committed the mistake that all men make. A classic scumbag excuse. No, he should call himself a sea king. He was simply too good at sailing. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. To be honest, he hadn't intended to reach this point with Yu Ying. He had only wanted to pluck some of her supporting character halo. He had never expected to end up here. It was mainly because Yu Ying was too stunning, possessing the mature, luscious aura of a ripe peach. Moreover, she often flirted with him, showing that she clearly held no ill will toward him. It takes two to tango, and they had certainly made quite a rhythm together. Then don't say anything either, otherwise, I won't have the face to see her again. Yu Ying shot him a glare, disagreeing with his logic, and adjusted her posture to lie down more comfortably. It must be said that her commanding presence was already beginning to rise again. A typical young girl would have been far too embarrassed to show her face after such an experience. Yet, Yu Ying remained composed enough to chat with Gu Junqing. Fine, I will listen to you. After all, aren't I your good little brother? Gu Junqing teased slowly. When Yu Ying had been lost in the madness just moments ago, she had kept pleading with him to stop. This remark made Yu Ying blush deeply. She truly hadn't expected Gu Junqing to be so powerful, and she had been completely unable to withstand his advances. She had thought she could subdue him, but instead, he had treated her like a succubus and used his own legendary weapon to tame her. Generally speaking, wealthy young men, pampered from childhood, were rarely top tier in terms of stamina or ability. But Gu Junqing was different. His physique and stamina were beyond what she could resist. A good little brother? You are clearly a bad little brother, only knowing how to do bad things to your sister. Yu Ying's voice turned coquettish, her eyes bright. She was like a beautiful flower that had dimmed from a long lack of rain. But having been watered once more, she had revived and become even more radiant. It was a completely different state of mind. How is that a bad thing? I was treating your illness. It would have normally required several sessions of acupuncture, But look, one treatment was effective. And the results are the best, immediate success. Gu Junqing couldn't help but chuckle. Is that so? Then why do I feel a bit weak, and an itch that I cannot scratch? Has my illness relapsed? Come, take a look, Dr. Gu. Rolling her eyes and brimming with allure, Yu Ying caressed his cheek and spoke with feigned fragility. Had she become addicted? Had she, like Yu Jinlian and the others, started striving for perfection? Gu Junqing mused to himself. However, could Gu Junqing ever deny her? Of course not. Then I must examine you thoroughly, doctor. It would be best to administer a few more needles to reduce the fever, stop the itching, and restore your vitality, Gu Junqing said solemnly, without even a hint of double meaning. Chapter 331. Yu Miajin cranked the television volume to its maximum setting. She tiptoed upstairs, intending to see if Yu Ying was truly hiding someone in her room. Moving stealthily across the carpet, she approached without making a sound. She pressed her ear against the door to Yu Ying's room, but immediately pulled back with a flushed face and stumbled away. She did not even care to hide her footsteps anymore. The rhythmic sound of breathing from inside was enough to make her blush and lose the courage to keep listening. How dare she lie to me? Teacher, Yu clenched her small fists, determined to confront Yu Ying about it when the sun rose. She had to know which toad had managed to eat this swan meat. Was it Uncle Wang the plumber? Or perhaps Uncle Li the vegetable seller from next door? Maybe it was that wealthy businessman who used to pursue her mother. Yu Miajin thought of all the toads in the neighborhood, who stared at Yu Ying with greedy eyes. Their constant fawning and small schemes were practically transparent. However, she quickly felt that was impossible. Yu Ying barely gave them a second glance, and only interacted with them during grocery shopping. Yu Miajin pondered a few more candidates, but realized none matched Yu Ying's tastes. She decided to stop thinking about it, figuring that as long as Yu Ying was happy, she could accept anything. Moreover, considering how they looked, people often mistook them for sisters when they went out. There was almost no visible age gap between them. Yu Ying's skin and that ripe, mature charm were qualities that even Yu Miajin envied. Forget it, I will just ask her tomorrow. Muttering to herself, Yu Miajin turned off the television and returned to her own room. Gu Junqing and Yu Ying had finished, leaving her too exhausted to stay awake. Gu Junqing carried her to the shower to wash up. Of course, the moment they entered the bathroom, their energy returned. He held her waist against the vanity and went for another round. His pursuit of perfection led him to pour his energy out repeatedly, and it was honestly a bit much to handle. It felt like she could never be fully satisfied. If she possessed the stamina of someone like Jizuyu, who practiced martial arts, she could probably battle him for 300 rounds, bodies merging into one. An average young man would definitely struggle to resist such temptation. She was a total demon for his vitality. Women truly are a blade that scrapes the bone, Gu Junqing muttered to himself. By the time they finished, Yu Ying had completely passed out. He could push her as much as he wanted, but she would not wake up. Ultimately, relying on his youth and the techniques of the Huangdi Niajing, Gu Junqing managed to triumph over this physically depleted mature woman. Since I am here, I might as well make it count, he whispered to himself. He could not sleep in the same bed with both, but he had other methods and refused to let his thinking be limited. After tucking Yu Ying in, he vaulted out the window. There was no trace of the severely depleted state he had claimed earlier. Jumping from the 6th floor was effortless for him, and he did not even break a sweat. To be safe, he returned to his car parked in the distance. He pulled out a bag of green tangerines, sniffing them until they made his nose wrinkle from the sour, pungent scent. Carrying the bag, he circled back to the other side of the house, which was Yu Miajin's room. With his current physical prowess, climbing a building was no different than a casual stroll. He had visited this room enough times to know exactly which stones to step on without looking. He leaped onto the balcony with ease. He made no effort to hide his tracks, and Yu Miajin recognized the sounds immediately. She was already accustomed to his nocturnal visits. Why are you here? I missed you, though you haven't been to school in several days. She spoke with pleasant surprise, catching herself before she sounded too clingy. Something came up, but I came to see you as soon as I was free, he replied. I have missed our beautiful and elegant teacher you very much. Gu Junqing smiled with a flicker in his eyes, showing absolutely no signs of guilt. He was confident because Yu Ying had lacked the stamina to completely drain his reserves. Men understood that having a reserve tank provided great confidence, while those without were often listless and pale. This was especially true for married men. Is that so? I find that hard to believe. But why do you smell so strongly of sour fruit? Yu Miajin teased him before giving a little sniff, detecting the pungent odor. I bought you some fruit, but you know I am not great at picking them out. I ended up buying these sour tangerines. He sighed, acting as though he lacked basic life skills. Of course, his virginity had only been broken today, so it was understandable he might be a bit helpless. He was just a baby, after all. Yu Miajin opened the bag and sniffed, feeling like her teeth were about to go numb from the acidity. Do you actually like eating these? She asked, setting the bag on a distant table with distaste. Since he had brought them for her, she was willing to keep them around for a few days. I don't eat them often, Gu Junqing replied. He did not like them either, but this was a trick he had learned from a novel. It was said to mask scents from a woman's nose, which could be as sharp as a dog's. Strange as it was, women seemed to have a sixth sense for identifying the scent of another woman, immediately spotting a green tea bitch. It was a difficult life for him. He navigated between various heroines to harvest villain points, and none of them were simple characters. They ranged from his masters and teachers to the sisterly green tea types like Lin Qingzu. Then there were the ambitious ones like Li Zixiu, who only wanted to be his legitimate wife. Each heroine had a distinct personality, but they all shared a common trait, intense possessiveness and an insatiable appetite for his attention. It was not easy to sail such a ship on the open sea. If he were not a master of time and space management, his ship would have capsized long ago. He had to be drained by them physically while catering to their different temperaments. Who else could understand the bitterness of Gu Junqing's struggle? Chapter 332. By the way, I forgot to tell you something that would shock you for 10,000 years, Yu Miajin whispered mysteriously. Gu Junqing flashed a look of curiosity, sitting in his chair as he asked, what could possibly happen that would shock me for 10,000 years? My mom has found a boyfriend. Yu Miajin dropped her head slightly, her expression exaggerated as she spoke. What, she found a boyfriend? Gu Junqing feigned extreme shock, masking the guilt in his heart. Yes, and she is being so mysterious about it, refusing to tell me. She is keeping him hidden away like some secret lover. I was wondering why she didn't even leave her room tonight, considering she usually nags me a bit when I get home. Yu Miajin sighed. It would be a miracle if she had the energy to come see you after a long night, Gu Junqing muttered inwardly. So, how did you find out? Gu Junqing asked, feigning ignorance to test her. I overheard it. You have no idea. I was standing right at the door and could hear her voice without even getting close. After speaking, Yu Miajin hurriedly closed her mouth, her face turning crimson. She felt incredibly embarrassed for telling Gu Junqing about such a private matter. It was just like her mother, Gu Junqing thought, recalling how Yu Ying had made the same expression when mentioning eavesdropping on her. It was as if they shared the same telepathic bond. Speaking of telepathic bonds, Gu Junqing couldn't help but think of another kind of connection. Namely, twins and their rumored, peculiar psychic link. He wondered what would happen if he were with the older sister, and the younger sister reacted in kind. That would be an interesting game, watching the sister on this side stir, while the other cried out in response. So, do you have any suspects in mind? Gu Junqing probed. I suspected a few people, but none of them felt right. I have been thinking about it all night, but none of them seem worthy of my mother. Yu Miajin rested her chin on her hand, rocking her feet on the edge of the bed as she expressed her frustration. She had considered the neighbors, but she felt Yu Ying's standards were far too high for them. I actually cannot think of any man who is worthy of her. If I were a man, even I would be salivating over her body. Yu Miajin sighed, her curiosity gnawing at her like a cat scratching at her heart. So, do you support your mother finding someone new? Gu Junqing continued his probe, searching for the right moment to reveal his own identity. Of course I do. Raising me was not easy, and she has remained single for so many years for my sake. I naturally hope she finds a good home. Yu Miajin looked at him with a strange expression, puzzled by his question. What kind of person do you think my mom would find? She kicked her legs out of boredom, her dark hair cascading over her thighs. Her beautiful profile, illuminated by the faint moonlight, looked like a fairy. Unable to guess herself, she decided to let her most prized student take a guess. Let me guess. Gu Junqing stood up and paced, pretending to think. He must be an exceptionally handsome man. Yes, I agree with that. Yu Miajin nodded deeply. She felt the man must be attractive, or her mother would never have taken a fancy to him. Also, he is likely a person of status, someone with real power. Gu Junqing continued, pacing with an air of Sherlock Holmes. That is not necessarily true, as my mother does not really like those types of people. Yu Ying had thought about it and countered. A very high-ranking official had once tried to pursue her, but she had rejected him. Well, there is another possibility. Perhaps he is a younger man. Gu Junqing probed further, trying to gauge her reaction. I am not sure about that. Yu Miajin thought for a moment, unable to commit to an answer. Then, is there a possibility that the man is me? Gu Junqing blinked innocently. The atmosphere between them stalled for a moment as they looked at each other. Ha ha ha, you are such a joker, Junqing. Yu Miajin froze for a moment, then burst into laughter as if he had just told a funny joke. Well, you cannot blame me for hiding it. I gave you the correct answer, Gu Junqing muttered inwardly. He laughed along with her, acknowledging that the joke was indeed funny. But if it were actually you, that would be wonderful. Yu Miajin sighed. This comment left Gu Junqing stunned. She did not seem like the type to be so generous, as her possessiveness was not any lower than the other heroines. Seeming to see his confusion, she explained, firstly, it is not easy for my mother to have stayed single for so long for my sake. Secondly, I think you are a good man, someone worthy of being entrusted with her happiness. Even though you are a playboy, at least you know how to arrange everything properly for everyone. Yu Miajin's words shocked him, and he found himself nodding in agreement. Thanks for the compliment, I agree as well, he thought to himself. But how could that be possible? You two have only just met, she said with a hint of regret. It actually was very possible. Gu Junqing decided not to push it further. There was no need to overwhelm her with too much stimulation yet. It was better to let things unfold slowly. All right, let us stop talking and go to sleep. Gu Junqing smiled, his eyes flashing. Although he had not achieved the dream of sleeping in the same bed, he knew neither Yu Ying nor Yu Miajin would be willing to engage in such an outrageous, messy affair. Except for Mirongwan and Luo Ningyu, he doubted he could find anyone else willing to go along with that. Yu Miajin's eyes turned alluring as the moonlight reflected off her white dress. She stood up, tugged at his collar, and dragged him toward the bed step by step. To be honest, she really did feel like a succubus in that moment. Gu Junqing thought of the pure, angel-like Yumiajin in white, contrasted with the dark, seductive charm of Yu Ying in black. The black and white, the bewitching allure. He felt a surge of excitement and stopped speaking, leaning down to kiss her cherry lips. Although he had not reached the legendary status of the Yellow Emperor, he had successfully achieved the feat of dominating 2 women in one night. Chapter 333. While Gu Junqing was indulging in pleasure and working his lower body, Yu Feng was being hauled into prison by law enforcement officers. "Are you with the Gu family?" Ling Xuanja asked, looking at the bespectacled young man beside her. "Yes, Miss Ling. My name is Gu Ming, and the young master sent me to clarify a few things." Gu Ming smiled, his eyes glinting with the sharpness of a scalpel. "As usual, put him in cell block 10. Gu Ming stated his requirements according to Gu Junqing's instructions. "Fine. You need to tell your young master something though." While the higher-ups are furious that Yu Feng framed the Xia Kingdom for the sniper attack on the Eagle Kingdom president, he has caught the eye of a master, so we likely will not be able to keep him for long. Ling Xuanja said, sounding hesitant. These were classified matters, but for Gu Junqing's sake, she disregarded protocol. That important figure was Lin Fan, who admired Yu Feng's fighting style, and saw potential for him to become a subordinate. "Don't worry, I will inform the young master." Gu Ming paused to consider this. Meanwhile, Yu Feng had already been tossed into cell block 10. Cell block 10 housed only the most vicious criminals, and every single one of them was dangerous. Yu Feng had his limbs dislocated before being thrown in here, and to be safe, they applied further restrictions. Shackles and other devices were attached to ensure he could not escape. Yu Feng walked into the prison with a disheveled look, never imagining he would one day face imprisonment. Furthermore, the man named Lin Fan possessed terrifying strength, one even greater than what Gu Junqing had displayed. It was a level of power that struck fear into anyone. Yet, Yu Feng would not stay down, as this setback did not completely crush his spirit. Dragging his heavy shackles, he walked slowly forward. "Oh, a new guy? And he is a good-looking one too." A burly man with a thick beard and a scar on his head grabbed the prison bars and spoke with interest. Every single one of them had blood on their hands, which is why they were locked up here. The entire prison seemed to radiate a vicious and bloody aura, because of the prisoners it held. "Beard, what was the name of that pretty boy from last time?" "Zhang Feiyu, I think. You have had your fill of him plenty of times, so it is my turn now." A one-eyed brute, looking like a vicious wolf, spoke up with dissatisfaction. The entire prison seemed to come alive, erupting into a frenzy of noise. Yu Feng ignored the prisoner's comments, focusing only on how to escape. To him, these men were nothing but stray dogs. "You should come to my cell, or they will not let you be." Suddenly, a high-pitched, eunuch-like voice called out. Yu Feng looked in the direction of the sound and saw a thin male, who appeared to be quite young. However, his face was filled with despair, his body and hair were a mess, and he bore many signs of torture. Had Gu Junqing been present, he would have recognized this person as the original system protagonist, Zhang Feiyu. Since being locked up here by Gu Junqing, he had suffered inhuman torture. Following the principle that less trouble was better than more, Yu Feng chose to enter Zhang Feiyu's cell. Entering any other cell would surely lead to a fight to defend his honor. When the others saw Yu Feng enter Zhang Feiyu's cell, they continued arguing over their rights to him for the next 10 days. "Enough, shut up, lights out." The warden banged on the door and shouted. After Yu Feng quietly tidied up his things, he wanted to learn a bit about his cellmate. "How did you end up in here?" Yu Feng asked, looking at Zhang Feiyu with confusion. The people locked up here were all vicious criminals, yet Zhang Feiyu looked like a woman. Was he really able to survive here? "I offended a big shot." Zhang Feiyu sighed, his strength crippled and his system long gone, as staying here felt no different from living in hell. "Who did you offend?" Yu Feng asked curiously. Zhang Feiyu closed his eyes, recalling with terror the man who was like a demon god, and slowly said, "Gu Junqing." "What? You offended him too?" Yu Feng sat up in surprise. "What do you mean by that? Are you here because you offended him as well?" Zhang Feiyu asked, surprised. "What a coincidence." Zhang Feiyu laughed. He had not expected them to be locked up for offending the same person. The atmosphere between the two fell silent, and neither knew what to say. Soon, however, Zhang Feiyu suddenly asked a question. "Since we have this connection, let me ask you a question. Brother, do you want to get out of here?" "Oh, you have a way to get out?" Yu Feng narrowed his eyes, speaking with a touch of mistrust. Of course he wanted to leave, whether it was to take revenge on Gu Junqing, or simply to escape with his life. "Come take a look here." Zhang Feiyu slowly crawled on his limbs, as he could only move with his remaining strength, and pointed to a section of the wall for Yu Feng to inspect. "If you can punch through this, there is a valley on the other side. If you have any strength at all, escaping through that valley would not be difficult." Yu Feng looked at Zhang Feiyu with suspicion. "Tell me, why are you telling me this? I do not believe you would reveal such a major secret just because we met. Because you are also an enemy of Gu Junqing. That is why I am willing to trust you." Zhang Feiyu said slowly. "My life was ruined by Gu Junqing. Without him, I would be with the school beauty, enjoying the admiring gaze of everyone. And you, I can see your extraordinary nature, and I know you will surely seek revenge on Gu Junqing once you are out." Zhang Feiyu's eyes were bloodshot, making it clear to Yu Feng just how deep his hatred ran. Yu Feng narrowed his eyes, feeling the intensity of that unwillingness to yield. "All right, I believe you. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I will escape and take proper revenge on him. Why would I be stupid enough to provoke him right now? I definitely need to save my own skin first. Yu Feng thought with disdain. Yu Feng looked at Zhang Feiyu's half-dead state and figured he dared not deceive him. He retracted the bones in his feet and managed to break free from the heavy, 100-pound shackles. This bone-shrinking technique shocked even Zhang Feiyu. Yu Feng simply gave his shoulder a light nudge to reset his dislocated arms. He let out a cold laugh, wondering if they really thought they could contain him with this. He punched the spot Zhang Feiyu had indicated, and the 3-meter-thick wall actually shed a few pieces of rubble from the impact. After just a few strikes, he actually punched a hole through the wall. Looking at the large valley outside, just as Zhang Feiyu had described, joy flooded Yu Feng's heart as he realized he could finally escape. Chapter 334. Yu Feng did not even turn his head to look at Zhang Feiyu, who had helped him escape. He was busy securing his own path to freedom. Zhang Feiyu was too severely injured to be of any use, and Yu Feng was not kind enough to carry dead weight. He watched Yu Feng move with the agility of an ape as he disappeared into the distance. Once Yu Feng was gone, Zhang Feiyu ran outside and screamed at the top of his lungs. He shouted that someone was escaping from prison. This attracted the prison guards and woke every inmate in the facility. The prisoners were baffled, wondering how a newcomer could be so brazen as to attempt an escape on his first day. They also questioned if escaping this prison was really that simple. When the guards arrived and saw the hole in the wall large enough for a man to pass through, their faces drained of color. They quickly filed an official report. Soon, law enforcement officers arrived to inspect the canyon outside the hole, furrowing their brows at the difficult terrain. Capturing him in such terrain would be a nightmare. Furthermore, they did not even know why Yu Feng had attempted to escape in the first place. With his flight, Yu Feng was now a confirmed fugitive, and the severity of his crime was obvious. Because Zhang Feiyu had raised the alarm in time, he was transferred to a different prison. You did well. Gu Ming suddenly appeared outside Zhang Feiyu's new cell, staring at him with cold, indifferent eyes. Can you reduce my sentence? I just want to see my parents before I die. Zhang Feiyu kept his face buried in the shadows, making his expression impossible to read. Gu Ming, however, did not care about his plight. He replied with a mocking tone. Getting you transferred to a new prison is already the young master's greatest act of mercy. Zhang Feiyu fell silent. He had been instructed by Gu Junqing's men that if he helped Yu Feng escape, he would be moved to a different facility. All right, that is all. Your request has been fulfilled. Gu Ming turned and left, having finished the task assigned to him by Gu Junqing. Zhang Feiyu let out a sigh. The former protagonist was now a man for whom even basic freedom had become a distant dream. Yu Miajin loved the quiet moments of tranquility after she and Gu Junqing had been intimate. It felt as though they were the only two people left in the world. There was no longer any distinction between them. Weak with exhaustion, she rested her head on Gu Junqing and chatted about their daily lives. Junqing, you have not been to school in a long time. She lay on her side, her lazy, charming eyes blinking as her jade-like index finger traced circles on his chest. Her long, slender legs were draped over his calves. Gu Junqing could not help but stroke her, clearly feeling how fair and smooth the curve of her legs felt against his skin. Just a moment ago, those beautiful, perfect legs had been wrapped tightly around his waist, refusing to let go. They had been teasing his nerves the entire time. It felt wonderful. Do you prefer the atmosphere of the office? Gu Junqing laughed, his words dripping with the seductive influence of a devil. His remark caused Yu Miajin to blush, her moist eyes glaring at him. She looked as if she wanted to bite this disrespectful student. You only think about these things all day long. Yu Miajin cast a flirtatious glance at Gu Junqing. If you didn't want to, then who was it that was clutching my waist so tightly earlier, begging me not to stop? Gu Junqing mimicked her charming, seductive tone. The provocation caused Yu Miajin to flip over in a rage, biting him lightly on the neck. She had just claimed she had no energy left, yet when he hit a sore spot, her bite was surprisingly painful. Gu Junqing thought to himself with a smirk. If the teachers and students at school knew that their beloved goddess was actually a little succubus who loves to bite, I wonder what they would think. He gave her a light pat, which finally forced her to stop. She was clearly cut from the same cloth as Yu Ying, as they both loved to bite. Only a thief who steals teachers would dare to hit me like that. Yu Miajin let out a small cry, the unexpected sensation sending a shiver through her body and causing her to release her grip on his neck. However, if the little fans at school saw our young Master Gu like this, would their illusions be shattered too? Yu Miajin retorted. Gu Junqing ignored her, thinking to himself that they would probably like him even more if they saw his weapon. Seeing that Gu Junqing was not interested in playing along, Yu Miajin became bored and started playing with his hair. Oh right, you distracted me so much that I almost forgot. Your two little girlfriends at school are missing you very much. Yu Miajin acted as if she had just remembered. They have been dropping hints to me about it. Gu Junqing sighed, as this was the burden of a master player. Even with excellent time management, having too many girlfriends made it impossible to keep track of everyone. There would always be slip-ups unless he learned how to clone himself. The charm of our young Master Gu is something that even a teacher like me cannot hope to match, with so many beautiful women pining for you. Yu Miajin said with a cryptic smile. She was a woman after all, and jealousy was only natural. However, she was also rational and understood that their relationship could never be exposed. Is that so? Does our teacher you also pine for me? Let me take a closer look. Gu Junqing knew that there was no point in reasoning with women at a time like this. Only by completely conquering them would they be docile and obedient. A major reason for problems in relationships often stemmed from the man failing to truly conquer the woman. Gu Junqing felt that for a man like Set, no woman would dare to defy him. His life must be incredibly happy and fulfilling. Yu Miajin let out a cry of surprise. But the moment Gu Junqing flipped over to cover her, she had already lost. She could only go with the flow. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting mottled patterns across the room that still smelled of their intimacy. Gu Junqing opened his eyes and glanced at Yu Miajin, who was still fast asleep, before rolling out of bed. His current situation was a bit awkward. He guessed that Yu Ying had not woken up yet, and Yu Miajin was still sound asleep. He wondered which bed he should choose to wake up in. No matter which one he chose, it seemed unfair to the other, so he decided to go downstairs and make breakfast. Both Yu Ying and Yu Miajin had been exhausted from the night, so waking them up was clearly out of the question. "Sai, where are you going to find a good person like me?" Gu Junqing opened the door to the Yu household, took the breakfast that Qi had bought, and closed the door again. He ignored the complicated expression on Qi's face. Qi looked at the closed door and wept silently, having been sent to buy breakfast by his young master first thing in the morning. He had not even eaten yet. Chapter 335. Yu Ying woke up and rubbed her sore lower back, exhausted from the intensity of the previous night. She noticed Gu Junqing wasn't beside her and assumed he had already left. To her surprise, when she went downstairs, she found him calmly on the phone, while breakfast was already laid out. Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes as Gu Ming reported where Yu Feng was hiding. He hung up the moment he saw Yu Ying descending the stairs. "Sister, I've prepared breakfast for you. Come and eat." Gu Junqing smiled, radiating the air of a self-proclaimed perfect man. "Why haven't you left yet? What will happen if Miajin sees you?" Yu Ying asked, her expression tight with anxiety. "I'm not a thief. Why should I leave?" Gu Junqing feigned a look of confusion. "Do you have any idea what you did last night? You didn't just steal some random object. You stole." Yu Ying trailed off, rendered speechless by his audacity. "Yan, what did he steal?" Yu Miajin walked down, still sleepy, and looking on with curiosity. Yu Ying stiffened and shot a glare at Gu Junqing, silently warning him that if anything went wrong, it was all his fault. "It's nothing. I was just asking why this young brother Gu was here so early." Yu Ying still struggled to act natural in front of her daughter. "He came this morning. I opened the door for him." Yu Miajin rolled her eyes, too embarrassed to mention that Gu Junqing had climbed the wall last night. "Oh, I see. Understood." Yu Ying nodded quickly to avoid raising any suspicion. The mother and daughter smiled at each other, pretending everything was settled. Gu Junqing barely suppressed a laugh, feeling like he was playing a game of werewolf. Both women acted guilty as if they were the wolves in the game, but Gu Junqing was the true predator. They were nothing more than little lambs. During their meal, the tension remained palpable. Unable to contain her curiosity, Yu Miajin probed, "Mom, have you met someone you like lately?" Yu Ying choked on her food, unsure of how to respond. She kicked Gu Junqing under the table, hoping he would deflect the situation, but he caught her silk-stockinged foot and began toying with it. He remained unmoved, his grip firm. Gu Junqing wasn't worried, as he had already tested the waters with Yu Miajin yesterday. He suspected she wouldn't react poorly and might even be grateful he was relieving her mother's loneliness. Powerless, Yu Ying had to endure his harassment. Despite her efforts to suppress the memories of the previous night, her body began to heat up again. She forced a smile and asked, "What makes you think that?" "Because you seem much more beautiful lately." Yu Miajin wasn't just offering a compliment. Yu Ying hadn't physically changed much, remaining as mature and alluring as ever, but she radiated a different aura. She looked like a flower that had been nourished by morning dew, growing more vibrant and captivating. Her beauty seemed to seep into her very bones. Having to chat with her daughter, while Gu Junqing toyed with her foot, was an indescribable thrill, one that stirred her soul even more than the previous night. Just as she reached her limit, Gu Junqing stopped and took his leave. Before departing, he glanced at the chair Yu Ying had been sitting on, marveling at the intensity of women at this age. People say women are made of water, and Gu Junqing was now convinced. With things settled here, and enough villain points gathered from Yu Ying, it was time to move on to other targets and deal with Yu Feng, the protagonist. Gu Junqing got into the car, and was surprised to find the perfectly figured, brown-haired Hepburn waiting inside. She was dressed in a military-style uniform, her exquisite face expressionless as she stared at him. "Why are you here?" Gu Junqing asked, slightly taken aback. "Am I not allowed to come?" Hepburn huffed coldly. "Of course not. You can go anywhere you like." Gu Junqing cleared his throat. "Humph. I just wanted to see how many more little girlfriends our young Master Gu has." Hepburn's tone was laced with sarcasm. It was a universal truth that one shouldn't believe a word out of Gu Junqing's mouth. He would say all the right things in bed, claiming to love only her, yet he had clearly said the same to countless others. Gu Junqing promptly closed the privacy partition between the front and back seats, ensuring the driver couldn't see or hear what was happening. Even a man like Gu needed to save face. These kinds of intimate matters weren't for outsiders to hear, as they weren't paying for a front row seat to his life. "I admit I have many girlfriends, but you will always be my sweetheart." Ignoring her resistance, Gu Junqing wrapped his arms around Hepburn's slim waist and spoke with genuine emotion. "But if you have me, you can just let the others go." Hepburn couldn't understand his logic. "If I abandoned them because of you, how would you know I wouldn't abandon you for someone else in the future? And if I wasn't good to them, How could you be sure I'm a good man? Does that make sense? Am I supposed to agree or disagree? Hepburn had been determined not to believe his nonsense, but she felt dazed by his silver-tongued persuasion. To be precise, she was completely bewildered. Gu Junqing was just too articulate, a master of the profound and intricate language of Xia. His rhetoric left the foreign beauty dizzy. Between his talk of abandoning this and that, she was too embarrassed to ask him what he even meant. Of course you agree. Don't strain your little head thinking about it, or you might end up with amnesia again. Gu Junqing calmed her emotions and pulled her into his embrace. Never let a woman make decisions, otherwise, you'll only end up in awkward situations. For example, if you ask your girlfriend what she wants for dinner, she'll just say anything. But if you suggest dumplings, she'll say she doesn't like them. If you ask about dinner, she'll say she's tired of it. When you finally lose patience and demand to know what she wants, she'll accuse you of not loving her and being mean just because you raised your voice. Having many girlfriends, Gu Junqing knew this all too well. That's why he always made the decisions, and if they didn't like it, he made sure they learned to like it. Take, for example, the art of biting. Gu Junqing always insisted they learn that. Hepburn felt like she had heard something, yet also nothing at all, as she lay dazed in Gu Junqing's arms. The lingering jealousy and desire to possess him entirely vanished from her heart. She was left with only a dull sense of melancholy. She sighed, feeling that she could never truly get a handle on Gu Junqing. Dealing with this rich young master was more exhausting than facing mercenaries. Was the feng shui of Xia just that good? It had produced a Xia rogue with both intellect and a silver tongue. Chapter 336. Are you actually worried about me fighting Yufeng? Gu Junqing asked softly. He needed to change the subject before she brought up that dangerous topic about sacrificing herself again. He wondered when this damnable possessiveness of hers would ever change. It seemed girls back home were better, gentle and obedient, except for some of those extreme feminists. Hepburn nodded. Having heard that Gu Junqing planned to deal with Yufeng once and for all, she was worried about his safety. Don't worry, rest assured he is no match for me. Gu Junqing reassured her softly. He had already milked Yufeng of almost all his villain points. Yufeng was no longer his rival, and posed absolutely no threat to him anymore. However, given Yufeng's strength, it would be easy for him to take revenge on others. That was exactly why Gu Junqing had arranged the prison break scenario, intending to eliminate him completely. Executing Yufeng quietly was the safest course of action. Hepburn did not fully grasp Gu Junqing's strength, but his decision to take on Yufeng for her sake had compelled her to follow him. Even if it meant death, she felt it would be fine to die alongside him. She still believed Gu Junqing was at odds with Yufeng because of her, unaware that the truth was the exact opposite. Gu Junqing felt Hepburn's emotions settle, and let out a sigh of relief. Their eyes met, each seeing their reflection in the other. In the cramped interior of the car, the temperature rose, and the atmosphere grew increasingly intense. Sitting on Gu Junqing's lap, Hepburn wrapped her arms around his neck. Their faces drew closer until they touched. The driver up front felt the car swaying slightly. He was clearly driving on a smooth concrete road, with no potholes in sight. Qiju, sitting in the passenger seat, cleared his throat, well aware of what was happening. However, his stint working in the coal mines had taught him one lesson: when to play deaf and blind. Boss Qiju, the car is a bit shaky. I think the rear tire might have a leak. Should I get out and change it? The rookie driver asked, confused. No need. You are still young and naive, but you will understand when you grow up a bit more, Qiju replied. Qiju reassured the rookie driver, telling him to focus on the road to avoid hitting a pothole and causing a violent jolt. That would really be the end of them. Qiju silently prayed, young master, we are still in the city. Please be careful. Before long, the car drove out of Luodu, and the rhythmic swaying finally stopped. Are we there? Gu Junqing asked Qiju calmly as he stepped out of the car. We have arrived. Our satellite tracking shows Yufeng's hideout is in the dense forest ahead, Qiju replied quietly. Investigations indicate this was a safe house he established before he even entered Luodu. They hadn't brought many people, which was per Gu Junqing's request. For someone like Yufeng, more people would likely just get in the way. He is certainly cautious. He has mastered the art of having more than one escape route, Gu Junqing noted. Yufeng's behavior was extremely careful, but unfortunately for him, he had run into Gu Junqing. Hepburn stepped out, looking composed, though the tears in the corners of her eyes and the suspicious marks around her mouth made it obvious what had just happened. Qiju kept his head down, wearing an expression that said he knew absolutely nothing. Hepburn punched Gu Junqing, seemingly blaming him for the earlier antics in the car. Despite growing up abroad, her knowledge of such things had been extremely limited. It was Gu Junqing who had taught her everything, step by step. You two stay here. Hepburn and I will go in alone, Gu Junqing said, clearing his throat. He told Qiju and the rookie driver to wait for them. Understood, Qiju replied, quickly pulling the driver back. He understood his young master's strength. Even feats as difficult as catching bullets were no challenge for Gu Junqing. Gu Junqing and Hepburn walked through the dense forest. Gu Junqing strolled as if he were taking a leisurely walk in a garden, showing no signs of tension. Wait, there is a trap here, Gu Junqing said, his eyes narrowing as he blocked Hepburn's path. Hepburn immediately stopped and spotted a tripwire ahead. Triggering it would either set off a mechanism or alert Yufeng, allowing him to escape. She patted her chest, stepping back with a sense of relief after their narrow escape. Even as a mercenary, she hadn't expected to almost miss such a simple trap. Gu Junqing and Hepburn gradually approached Yufeng's camp. Along the way, they discovered many crudely made traps, suggesting Yu Feng didn't have much time to set up anything complex. These had likely been prepared from the very beginning. Gu Junqing and Hepburn walked up to Yu Feng's tent, but he was nowhere to be found. Could he have left? Hepburn searched the tent, but found no trace of him. Impossible. I can feel that he is nearby, Gu Junqing said with a faint laugh. Furthermore, he is currently aiming a sniper rifle at us. Am I right, Yu Feng? Gu Junqing turned and looked directly at a massive tree nearby, where Yu Feng was crouching with a sniper rifle. Though his voice was not loud, it carried easily to Yu Feng's ears. The sound made Yu Feng's usually steady hands tremble, and he fired a shot. This wasn't the lightweight sniper rifle from last time, but a heavy-duty one with speed and destructive power far exceeding the previous model. He didn't believe Gu Junqing could dodge this time. Bang! The sound was like a cannon rather than a gunshot. A bullet rocketed from the barrel. The sound of it tearing through the air was piercing. If this shot hit, it would be fatal regardless of where it struck. Thick energy flowed around Gu Junqing's body, concentrating between his two fingers to form a dense barrier. In the nick of time, Gu Junqing extended his fingers and caught the bullet out of midair. The bullet seemed trapped in a stagnant space, struggling to move forward but unable to break through the barrier. Ultimately, just as it reached his fingers, Gu Junqing pinched it tight. This scene left both Yu Feng and Hepburn frozen in place, utterly horrified. Gu Junqing smiled faintly and dropped the bullet to the ground. Do you really think a trick I've already seen will work on me again? Just to be safe, he had spent tens of thousands of villain points to raise his strength to the 8th grade. If not for his dual cultivation, which had already brought his strength close to the 8th grade, the point cost would have been much higher. Otherwise, it would have pained him deeply. Chapter 337. How is this possible? Yu Feng stood frozen in disbelief. Gu Junqing had only been able to dodge his bullets before, yet now he was catching the power of a heavy sniper rifle. Was he cheating? His strength was progressing far too quickly. Even Hepburn, who prided herself on understanding Gu Junqing, looked stunned. She could not help but remember the first time they met after she regained her memories, when she had threatened him with a small knife. Thinking about it now, it was truly laughable. Hepburn fell silent for a moment. She also felt a bit of anger, realizing that his earlier words about standing still to let her kill him were all lies. No wonder he said those things. He knew she could not kill him even if he just stood there. Come down, stop squatting in that tree like a monkey, Gu Junqing said with a faint smile. There was little left to gain from Yu Feng, and today was the day to settle everything once and for all. Yu Feng looked at the sniper rifle in his hands, a bitter expression touching the corners of his mouth. If a heavy sniper rifle could not do anything to Gu Junqing, how could he possibly fight back? Perhaps for a master of Gu Junqing's caliber, nothing short of strategic weaponry could pose a threat. But as a fugitive in the Xia Kingdom, he had no way to acquire such weapons. Yu Feng dropped the firearm. He did not fear death, so he walked toward Gu Junqing step by step. Hepburn. Only now did Yu Feng notice the woman behind Gu Junqing, realizing she was the handler from his time at the Wolf Fang mercenary base. So it was you. You are still alive. No wonder the authorities were able to track down my identity information. Yu Feng looked deeply at Hepburn, a woman of stunning beauty, who was said to be kissed by God. Since all his hidden identities had been handled by her, his exposure was clearly due to her tipping them off. Yu Feng, you never thought a day like this would come, did you? Our brothers and sisters were all killed because of you. Hepburn stood straight, her height of over 1.7 meters giving her a graceful yet imposing figure. At the same time, she lacked none of that murderous aura. You know everything? Yu Feng stared deeply at Hepburn. Back then, Hepburn had been the flower of their mercenary group, and every mercenary wanted to bed her, but not a single one had the chance, not even him. However, seeing her intimacy with Gu Junqing, it was clear she was no longer pure. This only deepened his jealousy and hatred toward Gu Junqing. What is your relationship with Gu Junqing? Yu Feng asked, refusing to give up. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, wondering if it was not already obvious. He stepped forward to wrap an arm around Hepburn's waist and kissed her cheek. Is it clear now? Ding, the host has caused Yu Feng's mental state to collapse. Reward, 2,000 villain points. If he had kissed her lips, Yu Feng's mental state would likely have collapsed even further. It was not that Gu Junqing did not want to kiss Hepburn's cherry lips, but he felt it was best to refrain. Those who understand, face the wall. Those who do not, skip it. Seeing Hepburn not resisting Gu Junqing's touch and appearing accustomed to it, Yu Feng knew his suspicions were confirmed. Hepburn, we are brothers and sisters from the same mercenary base. Why are you standing on his side? Yu Feng persisted. If you had gotten into trouble and notified the base, many people might have been able to escape. Instead, you not only failed to warn us but specifically gathered everyone at the base while you ran away. Do you even consider yourself a human being? Hepburn looked at Yu Feng with disgust. I had my reasons. Yu Feng tried to explain. What reasons? Reasons to make your own escape easier. Hepburn did not want to talk to Yu Feng anymore. For her, she only wanted to see him die today. It would help her say goodbye to the past and move on to a future with Gu Junqing. Gu Junqing, it is all because of you. If not for you, all of this would be mine. It would all be mine. Yu Feng roared hysterically, his eyes glowing bright red as his anger reached its peak. Gu Junqing was genuinely surprised. Can eyes really turn that red? Maybe those Soldier King novels were actually true after all, with their protagonists prone to shedding blood and tears every single day. However, it was time to put an end to this. With a roar, Yu Feng crushed the gravel under his feet and charged straight at Gu Junqing's face, his fist tearing through the air like a cannonball. Gu Junqing showed no emotion, standing his ground and blocking Yu Feng's attack with just a single finger. Yu Feng unleashed a barrage of punches, but Gu Junqing simply retreated with the leisure of a stroll, blocking every strike with that same finger. This contemptuous attitude drove Yu Feng further into madness, causing his potential to explode, adrenaline to spike, and his speed to increase. Yet, he still could not break through Gu Junqing's one-finger defense. The disparity in their combat power was simply too vast. Yu Feng was no longer a match for Gu Junqing in a single exchange. Yu Feng tried to strike again, but swung at empty air. His expression changed instantly as he froze in his punching stance. Gu Junqing's finger was pressed against his temple, and he could feel the restrained energy ready to unleash, as if one wrong move would mean his end. This desperate gap in strength caused Yu Feng's spirit to crumble. You are a soldier king who could have commanded the wind and rain, so why did you have to provoke me? Or why did you have to shift your hatred onto the Xia kingdom? Gu Junqing shook his head, clicking his tongue, as he drove his energy inward, and turned Yu Feng's brain into mush. He did not want to waste any more breath on Yu Feng. What if the villain died from talking too much? Although Yu Feng's protagonist halo was no longer enough to save him from Gu Junqing, Yu Feng's eyes instantly lost their focus, and he collapsed stiffly to the ground, leaving this world without a chance to speak, or turn the tables. Ding! The host has caused the protagonist Yu Feng to die completely. The host has plundered 20,000 villain points, and 500 villain luck. He had not managed to squeeze Yu Feng for every last bit of value, but it was close enough. Gu Junqing shook his head in slight disappointment. He calculated Yu Feng's initial protagonist luck against the villain luck he had plundered, finding the difference negligible, so he let it go. He is just dead like that. Hepburn approached with a complex look in her eyes, watching Yu Feng's fallen body, perhaps recalling the violent mercenary life of their past. That part of her past had completely drifted away with the wind. That is right. Let us go. I will have someone else handle his body later. After checking his mental system, and seeing the notification that Yu Feng was truly dead, Gu Junqing lost interest. He had hoped to see if he would resurrect, but it seemed there was no hope for that. Hepburn silently followed in Gu Junqing's footsteps, her eyes only on this man, the path she was to follow from now on. By the way, little Hepburn, it is deserted here. It almost has the poetic charm of parking the carriage to enjoy the maple forest at dusk, Gu Junqing said suddenly after walking some distance. Hepburn, the Western beauty, tilted her head cutely, clearly not understanding the nuance of his words. As an inheritor of excellent Xia cultural traditions, Gu Junqing naturally felt obliged to educate her on modern interpretations. He proceeded to instill in her a thorough understanding of what it means to be warm-hearted and hospitable in the Xia tradition. Chapter 338. After dealing with Yu Feng, Gu Junqing felt a sense of relief. For a protagonist of the Special Forces soldier archetype, assassination work was second nature. If a strike failed, he could flee 1,000 miles in an instant. Furthermore, his scouting and anti-scouting techniques were at the Grandmaster level. If Gu Junqing had not prepared in advance, it would have been difficult to track him down. Although Yu Feng remained on the wanted list, there was no longer any trace of him. Luodu, the Wang family, one of the 4 great families. A loud slam echoed through the room. Where is that bastard Wang Wu? He sold nearly 30% of the company's shares just like that. An elder of the Wang family stood up in a rage, slamming his hand on the table. The Wang family head, Wang Wen, lowered his head, not knowing what to do. Wang Wu was his son, and he could not escape the blame for the sale of 30% of the company's shares to the Gu family. Isn't he your son? You did not know your own son had betrayed us? Another elder accused him loudly. Quiet everyone. We gathered here to discuss how to recover our losses, not to cast blame. The oldest patriarch of the Wang family tapped his cane. The Wang family was at a life-or-death moment, and only he could take charge. Regardless, he cannot remain the family head. He might sell out the Wang family just like his son did. A female elder snorted. Exactly. Let us remove Wang Wen first, then find other ways to deal with this. We must settle internal issues before resisting external enemies. Wang Chong, the second in command under Wang Wen, spoke with a gleam in his eyes. He stood to benefit the most from Wang Wen's downfall, and it was finally his time to take power. Fine. The patriarch was silent for a moment, observing the room, before making his decision. Wang Wen felt a sense of sorrow. Even now, the Wang family was still fixated on power struggles. Was the Gu family so easy to deal with? Did they really think the Wang family was the same, or that the Gu family had not changed? The Gu family acted as one, while the Wang family was scattered like loose sand. You have ruined your old man, you unfilial son. Wang Wen cursed Wang Wu internally, regretting that he expected his son to change after returning from studying abroad. People had noticed problems with the company earlier, but they treated it as someone else's business and ignored it. Now, it was too late to do anything. Has anyone talked to the Gu family? The status quo among the 4 families has held for decades. Are they really going to break the stability of Luodu? With Wang Wen on his way out, Wang Chong naturally assumed the role of the family head, and stood up to take control of the meeting. I am on good terms with a high-level executive from the Gu family. When I approached him for negotiations, he looked at me with confusion. He asked if the Wang family had not voluntarily sold the shares to them at a high price of 1 yuan per share. A middle-aged executive stood up angrily to recount the negotiation process with the Gu family. The most infuriating part was that he smiled and said our family produced a young master who is so good at doing good deeds. The executive slammed the table and glared at Wang Wen, who was sitting in the corner. Other Wang family members who had contacts with the Gu family began to stand up, describing how they had hit walls. All fingers pointed at Wang Wu, which was why they were so determined to remove Wang Wen from his position. If that is the case, then we have nothing left to say to the Gu family. Even if we have to fight them to the death, we will make sure both sides suffer. Wang Chong took command. Exactly. Let them know that the Wang family is not to be trifled with. The rest of the Wang family members rose to their feet. Only Wang Wen remained in the corner, sighing as he took out his phone to review the information he had gathered. He had spent months compiling and investigating all the major events in Luodu, and he had uncovered something shocking. Gu Junqing. Wang Wen muttered the name to himself. This was the son of his old friend and rival, Gu Junqing. He had not expected that someone just starting out could manipulate the entire city of Luodu. How could these decaying old men possibly fight against such a talented prodigy? He was truly terrifying. By the way, is Gu Junqing still the one in power at the Gu family? Wang Chong coughed and asked. He had always only cared about replacing Wang Wen, so he knew very little about external matters. Yes, but it is said that his son is also helping him. A high-level member of the Wang family, who understood the situation in Luodu, replied. That is good. My son Wang Teng has the talent of a god, and I can have him help me fight the Gu family. Wang Chong stroked his beard and laughed loudly. He added with a sarcastic tone. My son is not like someone else's son, who only knows how to sell off his family's property. Wang Wen's cheek twitched slightly. He cursed that unfilial son Wang Wu in his heart for causing him to be mocked like this. It seemed he could no longer stay in the Wang family, as they were doomed to fail sooner or later. That unfilial son Wang Wu should have taken his old father and run away. How could he have fathered such a thing? I should have just shot him on the wall, Wang Wen complained to himself. Indeed. Where is that boy Wang Teng? He was quite bright back in the day. A Wang family executive nodded. To properly raise him, I intentionally forbade him from revealing his family background so he could learn to survive in Luodu on his own. Unlike someone's child, who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth and sent abroad as soon as he grew a little, only to become an ungrateful wolf. Wang Chong laughed again. Every word seemed to be aimed at Wang Wen, even though he did not mention his name. He should be able to fend for himself now. I have not checked on him in a long time, because I am afraid I will soften up if I see him struggling. Wang Chong pretended to be a good father, adding, but how can he grow without experiencing a little rain and wind? Unlike someone. Before he could finish, Wang Wen left the meeting room, as he could no longer listen. He felt it would be better to follow his son and run away. There was no point in being mocked like this. Haha, ignore him. Let us start formulating a strategy to counter the Gu family. Wang Chong laughed, having achieved his goal. Meanwhile, the Wang Teng that Wang Chong spoke of was currently in a house somewhere in Luodu. As a member of the Wang family, he had initially been full of ambition. He was determined to make a name for himself in Luodu without relying on the Wang family's help. But clearly he had failed miserably. He could barely even find a company willing to offer him a job. Even when he did, his lazy attitude caused them to turn him away. In order to survive in Luodu, he had married into a small family named the Fang family. Chapter 339. Wang Teng lived the life of a shut-in at the Fang residence, spending every day playing video games, instead of doing anything productive. He firmly believed his father would eventually return to take him back. After all, once he returned to the Wang family, why would he ever need to work hard? As for the Fang family, the more they looked down on him now, the harder he would slap their faces in the future. He was a young master of the Wang family, someone who could summon wind and rain throughout the entire city of Luodu. Wang Teng, clean yourself up, there is a banquet tonight, Fang Ruoxiu said, walking in and looking at Wang Teng, who was still gaming, with disappointment. Fang Ruoxiu was Wang Teng's spouse. Wang Teng glanced at Fang Ruoxiu. She wore a professional suit that accentuated her elegant, curvaceous figure. Her long, beautiful legs were wrapped in black pantyhose, making her appear even more enchanting. She wore 8-centimeter black high heels, standing tall and graceful from a distance. Standing just over 1 meter 70 centimeters tall, the heels made her appear even taller than Wang Teng. A banquet? Why would you ever invite me to a banquet? There was a hint of surprise in Wang Teng's eyes. Usually, he barely saw his wife, who appeared only during holidays. However, he was extremely satisfied with her. She was beautiful, had an excellent personality, and ran her own company. She was truly the definition of a career woman and a goddess. If it were not for Ye Qingxian of the Ye family, and Li Zixiu of the Li family rising in fame, his wife would surely have ranked in the top 2. Even so, Fang Ruoxiu held 3rd place based on her looks alone. It is a banquet hosted by the Gu family, one of the 4 major families. They plan to support small and medium-sized enterprises in Luodu, and I need an investment from them, which requires both spouses to attend, Fang Ruoxiu said with a cold expression. Also, I hope you will go out and find a job. My mother is becoming increasingly dissatisfied with you. If you continue like this, our contractual marriage will have to end. With that, Fang Ruoxiu walked out of the room. Indeed, Wang Teng and Fang Ruoxiu only had a contractual marriage, originally formed just to silence Fang Ruoxiu's mother. Although the Fang family was not comparable to the 4 major families of Luodu, they were not a small family either. A family naturally needed an heir, and since Fang Ruoxiu was the only child in this generation, they needed someone to marry into the family to produce the next generation as soon as possible. For some reason, Fang Ruoxiu had chosen to sign this agreement with Wang Teng. However, Wang Teng had not even touched Fang Ruoxiu's hand yet, which left him feeling quite melancholy. If I returned to the Wang family, you would certainly look at me with new eyes. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes. Perhaps having a few children would be nice too, one to inherit the Wang family, and one to inherit the Fang family. Wang Teng began to fantasize about his future life. Soon, Wang Teng got ready, putting on the only suit he had brought with him from the Wang family. After Wang Teng walked out of the room, Fang Ruoxiu nodded, indicating that he looked acceptable. She had been deceived by his appearance at the time, thinking he was an ambitious and talented person. She had not expected him to turn out no different from a loser, staying home and playing games every day. In fact, Fang Ruoxiu felt a bit of regret, as even a beggar would have been more ambitious than Wang Teng. Furthermore, Wang Teng did not make any money, and always asked her for cash to spend on his games, which was the part she could not understand at all. Afterward, Wang Teng and Fang Ruoxiu headed together to the venue of the Gu family's banquet. At first, Fang Ruoxiu thought the Gu family was just a large family that had developed for a few more years than her own. She believed she would eventually reach that height one day. However, when she arrived on the Gu family's grounds, she realized she was wrong. Whether it was the castle-like mansion of the Gu family, or the massive plot of land they purchased in the prime real estate of Luodu, it was far beyond her reach. Even purchasing a single random antique from the Gu family would require her full effort, which dampened some of the pride in her heart. Although she did not care much about the rankings of the Luoda goddess list, she was still a woman. Women naturally compared themselves to each other, and she had been somewhat unhappy with her third-place ranking. Since the Gu family was this luxurious, the other families would naturally not be inferior. Clearly, the family's heritage and foundation were particularly important in such rankings. Clean yourself up properly, and do not make a fool of yourself later, Fang Ruoxiu said, shooting a glance at the slack-looking Wang Teng next to her. She was worried that Wang Teng might cause some trouble. Don't worry, Ruoxiu. Who hasn't seen this kind of scene before? There was still a trace of arrogance on Wang Teng's face. As being a young master of the Wang family, these kinds of banquets were a common occurrence. Fine, let us go in then, Fang Ruoxiu sighed, hoping that Wang Teng would not mess things up. By now, the Gu family's banquet hall was filled with the clinking of glasses, and those attending were all executives from small and medium-sized enterprises in Luodu. Usually, they were people who were flattered everywhere else, but here, they were no different from nobodies. Wang Teng followed Fang Ruoxiu, holding a glass of wine and socializing everywhere. Given Fang Ruoxiu's reputation, she naturally held a significant status among these bosses and executives. President Fang, you are here too. And who is this? A pot-bellied corporate executive walked over with a glass of wine and greeted Fang Ruoxiu. Hello, President Gao. This is my husband. Fang Ruoxiu hesitated slightly, but still introduced him generously. Although Wang Teng caused her much dissatisfaction, she was the one who had sought him out in the first place, and she could not make him lose face too badly. President Fang is married at such a young age? Where does this young brother work? The executive had originally harbored some thoughts about Fang Ruoxiu, and though he retreated slightly after hearing she was married, he remained unwilling to give up. Fang Ruoxiu was already so excellent, so her husband, even if not quite as good, should be on par. Me? I am just unemployed. Wang Teng noticed that this executive seemed to have designs on Fang Ruoxiu, but he did not believe that Fang Ruoxiu would ever take a fancy to such an ugly guy. I see. Then how can a jobless man be worthy of such a beautiful lady like President Fang? This executive had already begun to lose his wits, his eyes glowing as he felt his opportunity had arrived. Several other executives around them looked over with curiosity. Fang Ruoxiu had a headache and was about to step in and explain, otherwise, there would be trouble. Welcome everyone to the Gu family gathering. Chapter 340. Gu Junqing stood on the stage under the glow of the spotlight. He looked tall and refined, his handsome features even more delicate and exquisite than a woman's. He carried the air of a jade-like gentleman, a peerless figure in the world. Welcome everyone, to the Gu family gathering, Gu Junqing said with a smile, prompting the executives in the audience to break into applause. If not for the Gu family's invitation, they would never have had the chance to encounter such an important figure. As the young master of the Gu family, he held a ranking at the very top of the list in Luodu. Young Master Gu is truly young and promising. To organize such a grand banquet at his age is impressive. A prominent executive, who ranked just below the four major families in Luodu, raised his glass in a toast to Gu Junqing. Indeed, his appearance is like a celestial being descended to earth. Is it really possible for someone to be this handsome? The executives in the room applauded and cheered in agreement. Gu Junqing looked down at the executives, who were powerful figures outside, but could only smile and clap before him. His smile deepened, looking as innocent as a child's. He knew these people were driven solely by profit, hoping to scrape some benefit from the Gu family, or seeking financial support. But the moment the Gu family actually needed something from them, they would be the first to run. Still, Gu Junqing regarded them as nothing more than leeks waiting to be harvested. They wanted to squeeze profits out of him. Did they really think the Gu family were philanthropists? The Wang family wanted to challenge his family, competing against the Gu group across every industry. While the Gu family could easily win, they could swallow the Wang family without sustaining any damage if they offloaded some risks and funds onto these small and medium-sized enterprises. Why wouldn't he do that? Gu Junqing proceeded with his opening remarks, speaking about the pursuit of cooperation and win-win outcomes. He stoked the interest of the business owners in the crowd to set the stage for later negotiations. He, Gu Junqing, certainly couldn't have any malicious intentions. As everyone knew, his reputation was impeccable. After finishing his opening speech, the banquet officially began. Familiar business owners began chatting with one another, as this was meant to be a networking event organized by Gu Junqing. It would likely make the headlines in Loda tomorrow. The Wang family would probably panic again. Gu Junqing swirled his glass, his face obscured by the reflection in the red wine. He wore an enigmatic smile. Look at him, and then look at yourself. Fang Ruoxiu looked at Wang Teng, feeling speechless. There was truly no comparison, and thus no gap. Seeing how Gu Junqing, despite being younger than everyone else, could chat and laugh with the big shots. Yet Wang Teng spent his time at home playing games, even asking her for money to top up his accounts. So what? I can do that too, Wang Teng retorted, feeling unconvinced. He had met Gu Junqing before. Although he was not the direct heir of the Wang family, he was still an important young master. He hadn't been qualified to play with Gu Junqing back then. But things were different now, as he had heard his father had become the head of the Wang family. That meant as long as he could return to the Wang family, he would be a young master of the same status as Gu Junqing. Fang Ruoxiu's expression turned complicated. She felt that Wang Teng needed a brain scan. Looking like this, did he really think he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Gu Junqing? Stand up straight, Gu Junqing is coming over to toast. Fang Ruoxiu glanced over, seeing Gu Junqing approaching, and hurriedly reminded Wang Teng not to just focus on the food. Of course, a toast was just a formality of clinking glasses and exchanging a few pleasantries. And who might you two be? Gu Junqing walked up to Fang Ruoxiu and Wang Teng, asking with a smile. My name is Fang Ruoxiu, and I am the general manager of the Fang Group. Fang Ruoxiu introduced herself calmly, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Up close, Gu Junqing's appearance was truly one of a kind. His demeanor and looks were worthy of his status as the young master of the Gu family. And this is my husband. Seeing Wang Teng still eating and drinking, Fang Ruoxiu frowned, feeling a flare of anger. However, she still gave him some face and didn't scold him in front of so many people. She secretly regretted her decision. Was choosing Wang Teng for a contractual marriage really the right move? She feared it might not bring her good luck, but instead lead to her ruin. The people accompanying Gu Junqing saw Wang Teng's lack of manners and frowned. The Fang Group sure has a high opinion of itself, showing such contempt for the Gu family. Indeed. Manager Fang, your husband is so rude, aren't you going to say something? Fang Ruoxiu felt anxious. She kicked Wang Teng's foot and stood up to apologize to everyone. I apologize everyone. He may have some social anxiety and is nervous about speaking to such important people. It is of no consequence. Gu Junqing responded with a smile. Besides Gu Junqing, are there any other big shots here? Even Gu Junqing is just on equal footing with me. Wang Teng's arrogant words enraged the executives present. While they didn't amount to much in front of the Gu family, they were all influential figures capable of shaking the world outside. Where did this young man get the nerve to say such things? Was it Liang Jingru or the Fang family? Even the Fang family would be nothing more than scattered rabble if they all united against it. Little boy, you are not very old, but your attitude is certainly large. Exactly. You dare to put yourself on the same level as young Master Gu. Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue from such big talk? However, some old foxes were afraid of kicking an iron plate and began to probe. Whose young master is this? To speak with such shameless arrogance. Wang Teng was about to reveal his identity, but his father's words echoed in his mind. He was strictly forbidden from using the Wang family's banner without permission. This put Wang Teng in a difficult spot. In a moment of heat, he blurted out, I am the guild master of the Tianhuang Immortal City Guild. Fang Ruoxiu lowered her head, feeling as though she wanted to die of embarrassment. If she had another chance to choose whether to bring Wang Teng, she would rather scream in frustration. The big shots around them were bewildered. Was there really a guild like that in the real world? And a guild master at that? It sounded rather high class. The executives looked at each other in confusion. Isn't that the name of a large online game guild that promises brothers, come and slash with me? A young man suddenly spoke up. What? A gaming guild? Ha ha ha. Even if you want to talk about games, could you choose the right place? Do you know where we are? Why don't you have your brothers come and slash me? The surrounding executives were amused. Manager Fang, your husband is quite the talent. Manager Fang, out of our past friendship, I have a business card for a psychiatrist. You should take him to see one when you have time. Many others began to tease Fang Ruoxiu. This made her want to hide in a hole in the ground from embarrassment. She bit her lip and kept her head down, her face flushed with shame. Even she, who was accustomed to big scenes, didn't know how to handle this situation. She absolutely loathed Wang Teng for running his mouth. Don't bite yourself. Gu Junqing ignored the crowd's mockery and spoke softly to Fang Ruoxiu. Chapter 341. Logically speaking, it was unlikely that any face-slapping drama would unfold at an event like this. However, looking at the situation, it seemed impossible for it to turn out any other way, unless it involved a reckless protagonist. Gu Junqing thought this with a hint of amusement. With a flash of golden light in his eyes, he activated his insight vision to investigate Fang Ruoxiu's status. Heroine Fang Ruoxiu. Charm 92. Affection for Host 10. Heroine Halo 1240. He watched Fang Ruoxiu intently. She had a standard oval face with soft, delicate lines and perfect contours. Her willow leaf eyebrows framed eyes that were moist and sparkling, making her look pitiable and moving. Her hair was swept up and held gently in place by a silver hairpin, securing her silky, flowing locks. It seemed this was her way of declaring that she was already spoken for. With his keen perception, Gu Junqing could tell that CEO Fang was still a virgin. Her aura was pure, like a fruit that had never been plucked. However, the beauty before him seemed embarrassed by Wang Teng's behavior, her brows furrowed with annoyance and anger. "Don't bite yourself," he said softly. Gu Junqing spoke in a tone that only the two of them could hear. His gentle, refined demeanor had been tested many times, and few women could resist his allure. Fang Ruoxiu loosened her tightly bitten lips, releasing a soft sound. Gu Junqing, sharp-eyed, noticed the teeth marks left on them. "If your husband wasn't standing there, I would lick them smooth for you," Gu Junqing muttered to himself. "All right, there's nothing else to see, so let's disperse." No one dared to defy Gu Junqing's words, and they stopped mocking Wang Teng, leaving in groups to carry on with their own conversations. "I apologize for the lack of courtesy," Gu Junqing said to Fang Ruoxiu. "How is that your problem?" "It was clearly us who were rude," she replied quickly. Fang Ruoxiu spoke hurriedly, her disdain for Wang Teng growing even deeper. "You don't need to apologize to him. I don't think he has good intentions," Wang Teng interjected, stepping forward. He felt there was something off about the way Gu Junqing was looking at her. It was as if a wolf had spotted fresh meat, his eyes gleaming with a predatory green light. He did not realize that this same green light would soon be flashing right over his own head. "Wang Teng, keep your mouth clean." Fang Ruoxiu could no longer tolerate his words, wondering where he found the confidence to speak like that. "Wife, I am just trying to protect you," Wang Teng stammered, his face obsequious in front of her. If not for the need to maintain her composure, she would have let out a string of insults. A classic son-in-law trope. Interesting, Gu Junqing thought, watching Wang Teng with growing amusement. Protagonist Wang Teng. Genre, Grand Young Master Son-in-Law. Combat Power 60. Charm 80. Protagonist Halo 778. It was just a common son-in-law plot. Gu Junqing felt a flicker of disappointment. He had expected a Dragon King, or war god type of son-in-law, not this ordinary Grand Young Master archetype, and this combat power was pathetic. It was no wonder his protagonist Halo didn't even reach 1,000. Compared to Yu Feng's Halo of over 3,000, this was less than a third. It was also no surprise that the heroine was still a virgin. Judging by the purity of her aura, Gu Junqing guessed that Wang Teng hadn't even had the chance to get close to her. This was a common flaw in son-in-law novels. In the early stages, the male lead hadn't even held the heroine's hand, and only in the later chapters would he have a chance to get intimate. "I don't need you to shoot your mouth off. If you do it again, get out, RAGR. Fang Ruoxiu cut herself off. She had intended to say their agreement was over, but remembered Gu Junqing was present and fell silent. Wang Teng's expression darkened. Any man would find it unbearable to be humiliated by his wife in front of Gu Junqing, a man he already felt jealous of. However, he had no choice but to stay silent since he still depended on Fang Ruoxiu for support. "Apologies, young Master Gu. He hasn't experienced much in life, so he's still immature." After seeing Wang Teng finally quiet down, Fang Ruoxiu let out a sigh of relief and turned to Gu Junqing. "It's fine," Gu Junqing waved it off. Fang Ruoxiu looked hesitant, as if she wanted to say something. "CEO Fang, is there something you need my help with?" Gu Junqing noticed her distress and asked with a soft smile. "Young Master Gu, I came here hoping to have the Gu Corporation invest in our business. Due to recent events, the Fang Corporation has run into some investment issues." Fang Ruoxiu said this with difficulty. "However, please rest assured that as long as the Fang Corporation receives these funds, we will definitely be able to stage a comeback. When that happens, we are willing to share half the profits with the Gu Corporation." She added this, fearing that Gu Junqing might decline. "Let's not discuss business at today's banquet. If you are willing to continue this conversation, we can talk in private." Gu Junqing's words caused Fang Ruoxiu to breathe a sigh of relief, and the two exchanged business cards right in front of Wang Teng. Wang Teng struggled internally, unsure whether to intervene and stop the card exchange or just watch. Recalling Fang Ruoxiu's words from earlier, he ultimately gave up. At the same time, whether intentionally or not, Gu Junqing's finger lightly grazed Fang Ruoxiu's palm, out of Wang Teng's line of sight. This caused her face to flush, though she could not be sure if he had done it on purpose. "Does Brother Wang have any other advice?" Gu Junqing paused briefly before turning his head toward Wang Teng. "None." Wang Teng didn't want to answer, but after a kick from Fang Ruoxiu, he could only spit out two words. "Then CEO Fang, we shall discuss this tomorrow. Farewell." Gu Junqing picked up his wine glass and walked toward another group, greeting them one by one. "Look at you. You almost ruined everything tonight." Fang Ruoxiu scolded Wang Teng sharply. Her temper was generally good, but anyone would be furious to face such a situation in this setting. Wang Teng's eyes flickered. Although Gu Junqing hadn't spoken a word to him, he felt that Gu Junqing's gaze was filled with disdain. Once they returned home, the two sat in the living room with a large gap between them. "Wang Teng, I have put up with you for a long time today. If you have some kind of illness, can you go get it treated as soon as possible?" Back home, Fang Ruoxiu no longer felt the need to save face for him. There was no affection between them, and they barely knew each other any better than strangers would. Fine. However, I'm going with you tomorrow. Otherwise, I will go to your father immediately and tell him our marriage is a sham. Don't blame me when you lose your position as general manager. Wang Teng said this calmly. Though he had lived like a coward, he refused to be one forever. Chapter 342. Where are you going? Fan Ruoxiu frowned, fearing that Wang Teng was going to cause trouble again. Even though it is just an agreement, you are still my wife. What will I do if you run off with that guy Gu? A flash of anger crossed Fan Ruoxiu's eyes, and she stood up abruptly. Wang Teng, let alone the fact that this is just an agreement, even if it weren't, Gu Junqing is 100 times better than you. What could you possibly compare with him? She had only met Gu Junqing today. She never expected Wang Teng to suspect her like this. Wang Teng sighed, unable to understand why he felt such a sense of threat after seeing Gu Junqing. Seeing Fan Ruoxiu's reaction, he realized she had no relationship with Gu Junqing. Yes, I am sorry. However, I still want to talk to him. Wang Teng apologized to Fan Ruoxiu, yet he still spoke earnestly. That is impossible, so stop thinking about it. The angry Fan Ruoxiu walked away directly. She did not usually live in this house with Wang Teng, as she had property elsewhere. On the other side, Gu Junqing was unaware that Wang Teng and Fan Ruoxiu had argued because of him. He would not have cared even if he knew. For a minor protagonist like Wang Teng, it would not even take 10 days to destroy him. However, wool must be sheared slowly, and chives must be harvested patiently. His first priority was to get his hands on Fan Ruoxiu, the most important female lead in this live-in son-in-law genre story. It could be said that the quality of these live-in son-in-law novels has little to do with the protagonist. As long as the heroine provides enough anticipation, it gives the reader motivation. Therefore, at the beginning, the heroine is essentially impossible to conquer, nor would she sincerely like the male lead. This gave Gu Junqing plenty of room to maneuver. Perhaps he could even emulate Cao Cao, telling Wang Teng, when he was on the verge of death, that he would take care of his wife, and he should not worry. Of course, Gu Junqing had been overworked these past few days. He ran between the Li and Yu families during the day, occasionally going to Ye Qingxian's company to flirt with her as a male secretary. At night, he still had to visit his master, Ji Zuyu. Gu Junqing skillfully climbed up to senior sister Chen Lingyu's villa. He had already begged for her forgiveness these past few days, deeply reflecting on his mistake of not understanding her romantic overtures. However, Chen Lingyu was still a bit angry with him, which meant he was still stuck at the very last step, unable to finish the job. Gu Junqing quietly slipped in from the balcony. He watched as Ji Zuyu lay on her side on the bed, her black hair scattered loosely behind her, wrapped in a gauze-like white robe, appearing like a celestial being amidst mist and smoke. Gu Junqing could not help but tighten his throat. In terms of ethereal beauty, Ji Zuyu was truly the best. Every time he was intimate with Ji Zuyu, he always had the feeling of causing a fairy to fall into the mortal world. Ji Zuyu felt a familiar warmth and breath behind her, and she knew it was Gu Junqing again. Gu Junqing lay on his side, pulling Ji Zuyu into his arms. He greedily inhaled her elegant fragrance. Why do you keep running here every few days? Ji Zuyu sighed slightly, as this rebellious disciple would not let her rest well. Do you not want to see me, master? Gu Junqing played with her silky hair as he spoke. I do not. Ji Zuyu answered without hesitation. Heartless. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. That will not do. I am a sensible disciple, and if I cannot often serve my master, what difference is there between me and a beast? Therefore, I must enter my master's body properly, and impart all my knowledge to her to repay her teachings. Gu Junqing spoke righteously, yet his hands never stopped moving. While she was not paying attention, one hand reached inside her clothes and began to wander over her body. A flush of color spread across her normally calm face. A stream of heat seemed to course through her body, causing it to steam. She lamented her poor judgment of character, as this rebellious disciple was far too shameless. Master, you are truly saying one thing but thinking another. How can you always lie to me when you miss me so much? Gu Junqing felt her changes and teased her. Get out. Unable to do anything about him, Ji Zuyu struggled slightly to break free from his embrace. She huffed, scooted further away, and wrapped herself in the blanket to deny him any chance of success. If she did not leave, it meant she was not angry. So how could he not understand that? Gu Junqing chuckled to himself. Gu Junqing shifted his body and forced his way into her quilt. The entire quilt was soaked in her refreshing fragrance, which was quite intoxicating. Soon, the bulging quilt seemed to experience some struggles and resistance, moving about. A moment later, a cloud-like piece of white gauze was thrown out, along with a vintage white small bodice, and some of a man's clothes. Subsequently, Ji Zuyu let out a muffled groan as if she had been penetrated by something. The bed then began to creak and shake accordingly. Unlike other heroines, Ji Zuyu always endured silently. Only at the peak of pleasure would she emit the faintest moan from her throat. Yet, even those few sounds were like poison, enough to drive a man insane. Gu Junqing was, of course, no exception. Without realizing it, half the night had passed just like that. Master, how was your disciple's filial piety? Did it move you? Gu Junqing asked with a smile, as Ji Zuyu always left him wanting more. Master, I actually understand even if you do not say it, as you are already moved to tears, even if they are not flowing from your eyes. Gu Junqing continued to drive the metaphor steady, teasing her. Ji Zuyu did not even want to pay him any mind, enjoying the brief silence after the storm. She thought that she should have just let him be eaten by a tiger back then. Suddenly, Ji Zuyu felt a stream of heat surge directly into her dantian, and her eyes snapped open. With a sound like an egg cracking, she suddenly discovered she had advanced to the 8th rank. Congratulations, Master. Gu Junqing was also pleasantly surprised, though he was mostly feeling smug. During this time, through his tireless efforts, Ji Zuyu's strength had finally improved significantly with his help. From this, one can tell just how frequently he had been visiting her. To congratulate you on your successful breakthrough, your disciple shall offer another bag of gold. Wait, no. Before she could finish, she was immediately wrapped back up in the blanket by Gu Junqing until the end of the night. Chapter 343. The next day, Gu Junqing left Chen Lingyu's villa feeling refreshed. The internal energy from the Yellow Emperor's classic allowed him to recover quickly, leaving his mind clear and his spirit soaring. He felt like he could fight 800 more rounds with any temptress. Such is the vigor of youth, always full of drive. Ji Yu stood on the balcony draped in white silk, her hair a cascade of black against her fair skin. As she watched Gu Junqing vault out the window, she felt a complex mix of emotions. She never imagined that with this rebellious disciple's help, her cultivation would advance so quickly. With her strength now above the 8th rank, she might finally be able to take off her mask and walk outside again. Thank you, Junqing, she whispered softly. Although Gu Junqing had many lewd tricks, and had put her through various humiliating poses, he was actually quite alright in other respects. Aside from his complete lack of decency, of course. Gu Junqing seemed to sense something and glanced back at Ji Yu. Since the distance was too great to hear her words, he simply waved before turning away. He muttered to himself, wondering if his master was calling him back for another round, but he checked his watch and decided that would have to wait for next time. That is the difference between a mind that is focused and one that is obsessed. Drive, let's head to the restaurant on Bian Road. Gu Junqing instructed Qiju, whom he had summoned early in the morning. Qiju still had dark circles under his eyes and yawned. Young master, tired driving is dangerous. Is that so? Do you want to go mine coal again? Dark circles go perfectly with coal mining, Gu Junqing said unhurriedly. That remark instantly snapped Qiju to attention. He rubbed the makeup he had applied to create the dark circles off his face. Young master, sit tight. We are off. On the other side of town, Fang Ruoxiu prepared to head out. She wore a deep blue wool kipao with a pure white shawl draped over her shoulders. The outfit perfectly accentuated her curves, while making her look elegant and graceful. You look so beautiful, and you still say you aren't planning to seduce Gu Junqing? Wang Teng said, feeling a surge of jealousy. I do not want to argue with you right now. If you want to follow, then follow, as I have already told young Master Gu. Fang Ruoxiu sighed. She had been infuriated by Wang Teng's embarrassing behavior yesterday. After calming down, she truly felt that his actions were inappropriate. After all, she was a married woman. It did not look good for her to be meeting such a handsome man alone. Of course that is fine. Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Fang Ruoxiu and Gu Junqing truly had nothing between them. He had assumed she was arguing with him because of Gu Junqing, leading him to act impulsively. I am sorry for the misunderstanding. It is just that Gu Junqing is the type of person who is easily liked by women, you understand. Wang Teng wanted to confide in her and share his thoughts. He felt their relationship had improved, perhaps even progressed because of the argument. However, Fang Ruoxiu clearly did not share that sentiment. She glanced at Wang Teng with a strange look in her eyes. She paused for a moment before speaking. Our agreement mentions that if either side finds someone they like, we can discuss annulling the engagement. Never mind, I will not talk about this with you. Let's go or we will be late. Fang Ruoxiu checked her phone and frowned at the time. All right. Wang Teng hurriedly replied. Although he was disappointed that their relationship had not progressed, he was happy just to be able to talk to her. When Gu Junqing arrived at the restaurant, he found Fang Ruoxiu and Wang Teng already waiting. Upon seeing him, Fang Ruoxiu quickly stood up and walked toward him, her figure swaying gracefully. Young Master Gu, hello. Fang Ruoxiu bowed politely to shake his hand. There is no need to be so formal. Just call me by my name. Gu Junqing laughed and brushed off the gesture. After Gu Junqing and Fang Ruoxiu sat down, Wang Teng glared at him with unconcealed hostility. He certainly was not there to welcome him. President Fang, you are a bit older than me. How about we address each other as sister and brother from now on? Gu Junqing suggested with a smile. Of course, that would be my honor. Fang Ruoxiu looked visibly delighted. She had come to ask for Gu Junqing's investment, so she should have been the one trying to get close to him. Since he had taken the initiative, she was naturally happy to accept. The two began chatting and eating, calling each other sister and brother. Wang Teng sat on the side watching them, feeling as though he wanted to vomit blood. He felt as if the hat symbolizing his infidelity was inching closer to his head. His opinion of Gu Junqing plummeted further. For some reason, whenever Gu Junqing appeared before him, he felt as though he were a weak animal facing a fierce predator, causing his heart to race. That is why he had always harbored such severe hostility toward Gu Junqing. Simply put, he could tell at a glance that the man was no good. While chatting with Fang Ruoxiu, Gu Junqing noticed Wang Teng's gaze and found it quite amusing. System, can you block Wang Teng's hostility toward me? Can you dampen his animosity? Gu Junqing communicated with the system in his mind. Ding. Because protagonist Wang Teng's strength and destiny differ greatly from the host, it will cost 30,000 villain points to suppress the hostility generated by natural intuition and even alter some of his memories. Such a weak protagonist costing him 30,000 points. If he were to rewrite the memory of someone stronger, the price would likely be much higher. Gu Junqing hesitated for a moment. However, he was planning to play some interesting games, so he did not care about those 30,000 points. He could always harvest more sheep's wool later anyway. A smile flashed in Gu Junqing's eyes as he successfully spent the 30,000 points. He completely erased Wang Teng's animosity toward him. Often, when a protagonist meets a villain, they have an instinctive, subconscious sense that the person is not a good person. Gu Junqing was blocking that very intuition, and even instilling a sense of favorability in the protagonist toward the villain. Suddenly, Wang Teng felt as if something was missing from his memory, and the instinctive intuition he had about Gu Junqing completely vanished. His hostility dissipated without a trace, and a new memory appeared in his mind. He remembered a time he went hiking and nearly fell off a cliff, but it was Gu Junqing who had saved him. A sense of genuine gratitude toward Gu Junqing filled his heart. Young Master Gu, words are unnecessary. I would like to offer you a toast. Wang Teng suddenly stood up, shocking Fang Ruoxiu, who looked at him in disbelief. Had his brain finally clicked into place? Chapter 344. Fang Ruoxiu looked at Wang Teng in surprise, stunned by his sudden shift in attitude. She wanted to ask why he had changed so drastically, moving from hostility toward Gu Junqing to such obsequious respect, but she swallowed the words. She feared this change might be merely temporary. It is nothing, just a small matter, Brother Wang. Gu Junqing waved his hand, smiling lightly. How can you call that a small matter? If not for you, I would not be standing here today. Wang Teng pondered, frustrated that a mere verbal thank you for saving his life felt insufficient. From now on, call me Brother Wang. Whenever you need anything, I will help you. Fang Ruoxiu blushed at the comment. As the live-in son-in-law of the Fang family, how could he dare to offer help to the young master of the Gu family? She started to rise, intending to explain to Gu Junqing that Wang Teng was likely drunk and babbling nonsense. However, Gu Junqing stood up first, his eyes sincere and his tone warm. Why be so polite? Then I will boldly address you as Brother Wang. The villain and the protagonist becoming brothers. Who would believe such a thing? Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Fang Ruoxiu felt bewildered, finding the entire situation strange. Had she suffered memory loss? Why had Gu Junqing and Wang Teng suddenly become so close? Or perhaps Gu Junqing was drunk too. Then, Fang Ruoxiu saw Gu Junqing turn toward her, leaving her standing up in a daze. Then President Fang is my sister-in-law, and from now on, we are family. Gu Junqing grasped Fang Ruoxiu's hand, pulling it into his palm, and laughing heartily. She shuddered, trying to withdraw her hand, but found she could not match Gu Junqing's strength. She gave up, feeling the heat of his palm burning against her skin. She had never even let Wang Teng hold her hand. Wang Teng watched with envy as Gu Junqing held his wife's hand, a privilege he had never enjoyed himself. Yet, thinking of his newly sworn brother, he refused to appear petty, and refrained from interfering with their contact. Yes, we are family. Fang Ruoxiu's mind was a muddled mess, and she could only echo Gu Junqing's words, close to tears. If we are family, could you please let go of my hand? She felt the world had become surreal, wondering why things were moving so fast. Gu Junqing had his own intentions for doing this. Given that Fang Ruoxiu was married, Gu Junqing had reviewed her background, and discovered she was extremely conservative. Even with a contract marriage to Wang Teng, she remained chaste, and never met men alone. Many powerful figures had sought her out, hoping to help her escape her situation, but she had never accepted. It was clear she was a dignified, gentle, and disciplined woman. This made her difficult to approach. However, if they were family, that would be a different story. Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes, feeling the soft, smooth hand in his, and pondered his next move. Brother, with a strong woman like your wife, your life must be very happy and fulfilling. Gu Junqing turned to smile at Wang Teng. If you call her your sister-in-law, could you please let go of her hand? The happiest moment of Wang Teng's life had been accidentally brushing the back of Fang Ruoxiu's hand. He never imagined Gu Junqing would hold her hand and toy with it so freely. Hearing Gu Junqing's words, Wang Teng's smile became strained. Wang Teng smiled bitterly inside. He and Fang Ruoxiu only had a contract marriage. Although he loved her deeply, neither she nor the Fang family treated him any differently than a servant. Junqing, please let go of my hand. Fang Ruoxiu whispered. Look at me, gaining a sister-in-law and a brother all at once. I am just too excited. Gu Junqing released her hand with an apologetic expression. Fang Ruoxiu quickly pulled her hand back, her fair face turning bright red. She avoided Gu Junqing's gaze, panicking as if she wanted to fly out the window, her heart pounding in her chest. Ding. The host has flirted with the protagonist's wife right in front of him, rewarding 2,000 villain points. The system's notification made Gu Junqing dissatisfied. What is wrong with holding his sister-in-law's hand? It is always slandering his innocence. He could do without these 2,000 villain points. Waiter, put this table's bill on my tab, and bring another plate of dumplings. Gu Junqing instructed the waiter, thinking that while dumplings were delicious, nothing was more entertaining than a sister-in-law. This plate of dumplings is my apology, sister-in-law, brother. I cannot let you pay. Where does that put me as your older brother? Wang Teng frowned, looking displeased. Then forget it. Gu Junqing started to say. We will just treat you back next time. Wang Teng continued, his face not turning red. He felt guilty, as he did not have a single penny on him. He even relied on Fang Ruoxiu to pay for his 6 yuan mobile game starter packs. As for asking Fang Ruoxiu to pay, he did not even dare to mention it. Tisk, truly shameless. Calling you brother is certainly fitting in terms of shamelessness, Gu Junqing muttered inwardly. Sister-in-law, I have my car. Let us go to your company to take a look. We are family, so there is no need to stand on ceremony. I will certainly make an increased investment based on your company's situation. After they finished eating, Gu Junqing spoke sincerely to Fang Ruoxiu. She looked up at him immediately, a hint of surprise in her eyes. With Gu Junqing's investment, she was confident she could lead the Fang group to rise against the odds. With the reputation of the Gu family alone, those currying favor with her would be countless. Then let us leave right now. Ignoring Gu Junqing's blatant liberties earlier, Fang Ruoxiu pulled his sleeve and led the way. Wang Teng trotted after them to the door, only to realize that Gu Junqing's car only had 2 seats, meaning one person definitely could not go. Wang Teng, you go back first. Fang Ruoxiu hesitated for a moment before speaking decisively. To her, the Fang group was more important than anything else. All right. Wang Teng nodded in agreement. Because Gu Junqing had saved him, his feelings toward him had changed slightly, so he had no objections to this small matter. Though, he was still confused as to when, or why he had gone up to the mountain alone. Brother, I will definitely take good care of your wife, do not worry. As Gu Junqing and Fang Ruoxiu sat in the car, he suddenly turned to speak to Wang Teng outside the window. Then you must take good care of her, Wang Teng urged. For some reason, Fang Ruoxiu felt these words had a double meaning, and she lowered her head, completely afraid to look at Gu Junqing. Chapter 345. After Gu Junqing raised the partition, the atmosphere in the car became a bit intimate. Fang Ruoxiu sat in the back seat, sitting upright with her fair, tender hands folded on her slender legs. She did not even dare to raise her head. Her legs, made even more slender and alluring by her warm black silk stockings, shifted nervously. They produced a soft rustling sound as the silk rubbed together. Her feet were clad in 8-centimeter black high heels, which accentuated the perfect elegance of her legs. Many men would surely be willing to be stepped on by those high heels. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. Do not misunderstand where Gu Junqing was looking. As a gentleman, how could he possibly notice those black silk-clad legs? He was simply distracted by the sound. He was innocent, and his sister-in-law must believe him. Watching Fang Ruoxiu's wary expression, Gu Junqing screamed in his heart. Sister-in-law, we are all family, so do not be so polite. Have some fruit. Gu Junqing coughed to regain his composure, and took out some oranges from a box inside the car. These were the green oranges he kept in reserve, and after sitting for so long, they were clearly perfectly ripe. Fang Ruoxiu did not expect Gu Junqing to have fruit-like oranges in his car. She instantly felt that Gu Junqing was a bit more down to earth. She gladly accepted the orange from Gu Junqing's hand and peeled it slice by slice to ease her nervous mood. Fang Ruoxiu's hands were soft and her fingers were like delicate scallions as she placed the orange slices into her mouth. Gu Junqing watched, feeling his mouth go dry, wondering what it would be like to hold those slender fingers in his mouth. He wanted to try it out. Sister-in-law, I am still young. Gu Junqing coughed, interrupting Fang Ruoxiu as she was about to peel another slice. Fang Ruoxiu tilted her head, seemingly confused about what Gu Junqing wanted to say. So, could you peel an orange for me to eat? Gu Junqing said rather shamelessly. What was the point of saving face at a time like this? One should not sacrifice the girl for the sake of pride. Fang Ruoxiu chuckled and gradually let down her guard toward Gu Junqing. She now felt that Gu Junqing did not really seem like the wealthy playboys she had met before. She had been pursued by plenty of wealthy young men, but their methods were extremely distasteful to her. They would either drug their targets or force women to submit, and Fang Ruoxiu detested such tactics. To her, love was sacred and inviolable. Love meant love, and the lack of it meant no love. She did not allow for such forceful means. If someone were to use those methods on her, she would feel nothing but resentment, and would rather be destroyed than not retaliate. Therefore, Gu Junqing's behavior actually made her think he was a bit cute. Is young Master Gu only 3 years old this year, since you need others to peel your oranges for you? Fang Ruoxiu teased him. After she said it, she realized what she had just said and blushed slightly. She had actually been bold enough to joke with Gu Junqing. Gu Junqing's eyes lit up. It was clear that Fang Ruoxiu was no longer as nervous as when she had first entered the carriage. Sister-in-law, you flatter me. I am only 3 months old this year, and have not been weaned yet. Could I trouble you to help me, as I would like to drink some milk? Gu Junqing continued to joke, his eyes drifting around, as if he did not know where to aim. What is young Master Gu saying? Fang Ruoxiu had been teased and her face turned slightly red. She glared at Gu Junqing, seemingly demanding an explanation, or else she would be angry. She was very casual about trivial jokes, but the scale of Gu Junqing's joke clearly exceeded the boundaries. I am talking about the milk in the back of the car. Could I trouble you to pass it to me, sister-in-law? Did you think of something else? Gu Junqing tilted his head, seemingly confused as to why Fang Ruoxiu was angry. That was close, and thankfully I was prepared. Gu Junqing muttered to himself. He knew that although Fang Ruoxiu looked weak on the outside, she was extremely strong on the inside. This clearly meant the relationship had not reached that level yet. If it were a heroine with whom the relationship had reached that level, such as Yumiakin, she might have actually let Gu Junqing drink it. Fang Ruoxiu realized what was happening, turned around, and quickly found a bottle of milk from the compartment behind her. I am sorry, young Master Gu. It was my misunderstanding. Fang Ruoxiu looked at Gu Junqing apologetically. She had subconsciously felt that Gu Junqing was making a vulgar joke with her. This made Fang Ruoxiu feel a bit guilty. Sister-in-law, it is fine. But why are you still calling me young Master Gu? Gu Junqing pretended to be displeased. Then should I call you little brother-in-law, or Junqing? Fang Ruoxiu asked tentatively, feeling a bit hesitant. She did not know how Wang Teng had become so close to Gu Junqing that they had suddenly started acknowledging him as a big brother. Even she, who was accustomed to storms, was caught off guard. Call me whatever you want, sister-in-law, as long as you do not use the distant title of young Master Gu. We are all family. If we are family, why are you being so distant? Do you not like me, sister-in-law? Gu Junqing clutched his chest, frowned, lowered his eyes, and pretended to be very sad. His acting skills were well deserved. It is not that, Junqing. I, sister-in-law, is just surprised that your relationship with Wang Teng developed so quickly. Seeing Gu Junqing's expression, Fang Ruoxiu explained in a panic. At the same time, because of Gu Junqing's gaze, she swallowed the word I and began to refer to herself as sister-in-law. But I am clearly not familiar with you. Fang Ruoxiu thought to herself, feeling like crying. Wang and I hit it off immediately. Do not be surprised, sister-in-law. In the future, if anything happens, I as your younger brother, will definitely help you, and will take good care of you for big brother. The pleasures of the boudoir can also be helped with, he thought. Gu Junqing's words were vague, leaving Fang Ruoxiu to nod randomly, not knowing the specific meaning of his words. Gu Junqing saw that Fang Ruoxiu was almost dizzy from his words and nodded with satisfaction. Then, sister-in-law, you can feed me the orange. He blinked and said, my younger brother is still small, so he needs sister-in-law to feed him so he can grow up. Gu Junqing added a few more metaphors. In any case, Fang Ruoxiu had already been confused by his words, and even if he picked up the pace, she would not understand. Okay. Fang Ruoxiu felt as if her brain was turned into mush. Her usual swift and decisive way of handling things was completely unable to keep up with Gu Junqing's train of thought. It was as if her processor could only run 100 times per second, but Gu Junqing had suddenly poured hundreds of millions of bits of information into her. She peeled a slice of orange and placed it in front of Gu Junqing's mouth. Gu Junqing looked at the brightly colored, sweet, and sour orange pulp, along with Fang Ruoxiu's fair and slender fingers, which were like the most precious jade. For a moment, he did not know what to eat. Why don't we have a taste together? Chapter 346. Gu Junqing arched a brow, opening his mouth to catch the orange slice. Yet, he accidentally grazed Fang Ruoxiu's finger with his teeth, giving it a playful nip before curling his tongue to pull the fruit into his own mouth. It really is sweet. I saw sister-in-law eating it just now, and it looked delicious. Feeling the light brush against her finger, a flush crept up her face. She pulled her hand back in a flash, as if she had been struck by lightning. She did not know if he had meant to do it, so it was hard to hold him accountable. Eat it yourself. With 2 rosy patches staining her cheeks, she shoved the remaining oranges toward Gu Junqing. It was a pity in his eyes. Eating them himself lacked the charm of being fed by a beauty. A thought struck him, and he realized he could find another way to get closer. He picked up an orange, peeling it slice by slice. Sister-in-law, a gift deserves a return. Let me feed you too. No, that is not necessary. Fang Ruoxiu declined immediately, feeling that this was improper and far too intimate. Sister-in-law, please don't be so formal. If word got out that I was disrespectful to you, my reputation would be ruined. Besides, Brother Wang would surely be displeased if I neglected you. Do you want to put me in an awkward position before my brother? Gu Junqing feigned displeasure as he spoke. He mused inwardly that if Wang Teng knew they were feeding each other, he would surely be gratified. Fang Ruoxiu felt a wave of helplessness. Wouldn't Wang Teng be furious if he knew about this? After a moment of hesitation, she nodded in agreement. It was just feeding each other, not truly intimate, right? After all, she had never experienced this kind of contact with a man, and her only frame of reference was from television dramas. She did not realize that Gu Junqing was systematically dismantling her psychological defenses. He was testing her boundaries, one step at a time. If she accepted the feeding now, she might not resist a hug next time, then a kiss, and before long, they would be in bed together. Sister-in-law, open wide. Old Gu is coming out. Gu Junqing flashed a pure, innocent smile, his deep eyes locked onto hers. He looked like a well-behaved child. Damn it, that was a line Sun Wukong said to the Princess Iron Fan. He had messed up the script. My mistake. Sister-in-law, open up, I am going to feed you. Why did that still sound inappropriate? He brushed the thought aside. Fang Ruoxiu's clear pupils rested on him, and she sensed that Gu Junqing was not nearly as upright as he pretended to be. Still, she obeyed, parting her cherry lips to accept his offering. This shouldn't count as intimate, should it? Fang Ruoxiu, usually calm and composed before others, had turned into a blushing maiden in his presence. Gu Junqing's flirtation skills were simply too high level. His finger accidentally brushed against her small tongue again. It was a fleeting touch, but he could still feel the lingering warmth on his fingertip. Nothing had truly happened yet, but they were already exchanging bacteria. Gu Junqing mused inwardly, offering a mental apology to Brother Wang. How was it? It was sweet, wasn't it? Gu Junqing asked with a grin, his eyes flickering as he waited for her reaction. Fang Ruoxiu said nothing, simply staring at him with her dark, round eyes until Gu Junqing felt a twinge of guilt. No need to say anything, sister-in-law. I know the orange was sweet. He coughed, answering himself to avoid the awkwardness. In truth, Fang Ruoxiu was still in a daze, barely processing what had just happened. Was that really his finger that touched her? Her lips remained slightly parted, biting the orange slice. Gu Junqing fed her 2 more pieces, his movements now much more disciplined. He pulled back immediately after. This finally snapped Fang Ruoxiu out of her stupor, and she convinced herself it had been an accident. As they were lost in their own world, they failed to notice the car had stopped some time ago. They had reached their destination, yet neither moved. Should we remind the young master? A subordinate whispered to Qiju nearby. Qiju puffed on a cigarette, the smoke curling around him, and adding a touch of melancholy to his expression. I was just as naive as you once, and I paid the price for running my mouth. He recalled his recent stint mining coal and sighed. There was another guy who talked too much, and now he's in West Africa, playing the trophy husband to a local chieftain. Qiju shot a glare at the clueless subordinate, issuing a stern warning. Understood, the subordinate nodded, learning that there were times to stay silent. Sister-in-law, we have arrived. Gu Junqing looked at the peeled orange in his hand and blinked. Fang Ruoxiu finally snapped back to reality. The feeling of having him feed her was surprisingly comfortable. It made her wonder if Wang Tang could be more like this. Perhaps their relationship wouldn't be so cold. She shook her head, she shouldn't compare them. Let's go. Gu Junqing, let me show you the situation at my company. She coughed, nearly slipping up again. They walked into the company as usual. Fang Ruoxiu frowned, noticing the male security guard wasn't greeting her with the usual respect. Instead, there was a flash of desire in his eyes as he looked her up and down. She knew they secretly lusted after her, but usually, they kept it hidden. What is the meaning of this? Are you not afraid I will fire you? She despised his gaze and hated the idea of losing face in front of Gu Junqing. The guard let out a scoff, his expression dripping with disdain. President Fang, you had better worry about the board's decision first. A sense of unease washed over her. Gu Junqing watched with amusement, wondering if the plot had finally begun. Since he had left Wang Tang behind, he wondered how the script would play out without the protagonist present. Chapter 347. What is going on here? Despite being shocked by the security guard's words, Fang Ruoxiu maintained a calm and composed posture. Before the guard could speak, a figure in high heels came trotting over. Director Fang, you need to go see this right now. The chairman wants to remove you from your position as general manager. With the tapping of heels against the floor, Fang Ruoxiu's secretary hurried over. Fang Ruoxiu could no longer concern herself with Gu Junqing's presence, quickly following the secretary toward her father's office. Gu Junqing glanced at the security guard, who was still leering at Fang Ruoxiu with a filthy gaze, and shook his head in disapproval. What kind of villains are these? And was their intelligence kicked by a donkey? Did the fool not know that even at her worst, Fang Ruoxiu was still the direct descendant of the Fang family? Was she really someone at his level could even dare to covet? Even if her father disliked her, he could easily dismiss this guard with a single word. This was likely just a brain-dead character written to build tension before getting slapped by the protagonist. Otherwise, how could there be such an idiot of a security guard? Gu Junqing sighed to himself. Sensing that Gu Junqing was not someone to be trifled with, the guard did not block his path and simply left. Gu Junqing then followed in Fang Ruoxiu's footsteps, acting like a mere bystander. Father, have I not done well enough? On what grounds are you removing me from my position? Fang Ruoxiu's voice, slightly out of control, drifted out from the chairman's office. And do you think you have done well? The company is facing such massive problems, and you dare to say you have no responsibility. Women are just women, soft-hearted and foolish. Look at how difficult the company's financial situation is right now. Chairman Fang scolded. But I have been working hard, and I have already brought him here. Fang Ruoxiu defended herself. Anyone with eyes could see that the Fang family's decline had nothing to do with Fang Ruoxiu. It was a matter of taking sides, as they were being suppressed by the Wang family, leading to sudden economic difficulties. In reality, Chairman Fang had foolishly thought he saw an opportunity to play both sides, rise in this chaotic world, and ascend to the status of the four great families in Luodu. Yet, he failed to realize that in front of the Gu and Wang families, he was nothing more than an ant. Fang Ruoxiu was simply the scapegoat for her father's failures. This was also the reason Fang Ruoxiu had gone to such lengths to seek Gu Junqing's support. She wanted to say that she had brought him, but Chairman Fang did not give her the opportunity to speak. Enough, say no more. I have already spared you because you are my daughter, otherwise I would be pursuing legal action against you. And what about your son-in-law, Wang Tang? Why has there been no movement, and what happened to the child we discussed? Chairman Fang's expression remained cold and indifferent. To him, his daughter was nothing more than a tool, and money was the root of everything. Upon hearing her father treat her this way, tears welled up in Fang Ruoxiu's eyes. She felt a deep sense of grievance. She had already compromised herself and begged Gu Junqing for the sake of the company, so was that not enough? With red-rimmed eyes, Fang Ruoxiu walked out of the chairman's office. She did not notice Gu Junqing, who was not far away, and in her distraction, she forgot to settle his arrangements and returned to her own office alone to pack her things. Watching this scene, Gu Junqing's eyes remained calm and unmoved. He turned and walked into the chairman's office. Upon seeing a handsome young man walk in, Chairman Fang was about to frown and order him out. However, after taking a closer look at Gu Junqing's face, he hurriedly stood up to welcome him with a warm smile. Young Master Gu, you have arrived. I have already followed your instructions and removed my daughter from her position. He was a man of great authority in front of the Fang company and Fang Ruoxiu, yet in front of Gu Junqing, he was no different from a dog. Chairman Fang felt a sense of humiliation, but he had no choice as the situation left him no room to maneuver. The suppression by the Wang family was already making it hard for him to breathe. If the Gu family intervened as well, the Fang family would be completely finished. In truth, this entire situation was nothing more than a play directed by Gu Junqing himself. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence that Fang Ruoxiu would be removed the moment Gu Junqing appeared? Behind the scenes, it was all Gu Junqing's machinations, as applying such pressure was merely a matter of a single word for him. You have handled this well. Rest assured, I have other plans for the Fang family. Gu Junqing's words made Chairman Fang feel a sense of relief, as he had been terrified that his company would be crushed out of existence. To him, the company was far more valuable than a daughter. With a company and money, he could have countless daughters, but if the company collapsed and left him in debt, his very survival would be in question. Gu Junqing was doing this naturally to better exploit the situation. Otherwise, he would not have the time to slowly wear down Fang Ruoxiu's defenses. Being a man with numerous girlfriends, his time was no longer his own, so he had to act with precision and ruthlessness. Many villains utilized this strategy, but their stupidity lay in making their threats too obvious. Things like if you don't submit, I will ruin your family, or sleep with me, and I will invest this much money were common tropes. Such tactics were far too outrageous, practically branding I am a bad guy on their foreheads. As a seasoned schemer, Gu Junqing would certainly not be so foolish. He kept the parties involved in the dark, only to emerge as the hero in the end, which naturally helped him win over the beauty's heart. Maintain things as they are for now, and I will contact you if there is anything else. Gu Junqing gave Chairman Fang a deep look, a flicker of indifference crossing his face. Also, do not think about betraying me. If a third person finds out about these matters, you will know the consequences. Beads of sweat rolled down Chairman Fang's forehead, and he felt a sense of disbelief. He was a veteran of the business world for many years, yet he found himself trembling with fear after being intimidated by such a young man. He rushed to swear an oath of loyalty. Gu Junqing waved his hand to interrupt him. I do not believe in oaths. I only believe that dead men tell no tales, if you wish to put that to the test. This sentence caused the chairman's face to change drastically, and his back was drenched in sweat despite the early spring weather. Gu Junqing knew this chairman's character and realized this was already enough. He surmised that in the original story, this chairman must have been slapped in the face by Wang Teng countless times. Both his character and his face resembled those minor villains who were constantly being put in their place by the protagonist. He was likely the type of character who despised Wang Teng before knowing his true identity, only to start fawning over him once the truth was revealed. Dealing with such people felt uninteresting to Gu Junqing, not even as satisfying as dealing with the protagonist. Right now, he only wanted to go and comfort his sister-in-law. She must be heartbroken from being so wrongly accused and used as a scapegoat. A smile flashed across Gu Junqing's lips, as the heroines were certainly more interesting. Chapter 348. Excuse me, are you Mr. Gu? The young secretary, who had just notified Fang Ruoxiu, walked over, the click-clack of her heels echoing. Yes, I am. Gu Junqing nodded. That is good. President Fang said the most handsome man outside was Mr. Gu, and I finally understand what she meant. The secretary let out a sigh of relief, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. She finally understood why her boss had been so specific. He was incredibly handsome. Gu Junqing was completely used to her infatuated expression. He could likely win her over with just a flick of his finger. Unfortunately, I am a protagonist who saves himself for his girlfriend. Gu Junqing muttered to himself as he followed the secretary into the general manager's office. Sister-in-law, what happened? How did I hear that you resigned? Gu Junqing asked with a rushed, anxious tone. He acted as if he had no idea he was the one pulling the strings behind everything. Sister-in-law? The secretary blinked, realizing the relationship between the handsome man and her boss. Fang Ruoxiu looked at him with a complex expression. Since she was no longer the president, she struggled to find the words to discuss what would come next. You can head out for now. I will call you if I need anything. Fang Ruoxiu gave her loyal secretary a forced smile. Understood, President Fang. The secretary clicked her heels as she walked out, closing the office door thoughtfully behind her. As the door clicked shut, Fang Ruoxiu finally dropped her guard and sighed with exhaustion. She spoke with a hint of apology. Junqing, I am sorry. I have lost control of the company, and I have made you come all this way for nothing. How can you say that? We are family, and nothing is ever a wasted trip. Gu Junqing shook his head. Fang Ruoxiu looked at him with watery eyes, feeling dazed. Seeing that Gu Junqing showed no signs of disdain, she truly felt he was a kind person. Having worked in business for so long, she had grown accustomed to the fickleness of people. People often kicked others when they were down and fawned over them when they were up. It was just like the security guard outside. She felt no resistance to being called family by him. Sister-in-law, I know you are in pain. If you want to cry, just cry. Since Wang is not here, I will take care of you in his place. Gu Junqing walked over to her side, reached out with his hands, and pulled her into a half embrace. Being comforted like this, Fang Ruoxiu could no longer suppress her grievances. She collapsed into his arms, clutching his clothes tightly, and burying her face in his chest as her shoulders trembled. Why should I be the one to take the fall? She cried. Why does my father blame me like this? It was clearly his mistake. And Wang Teng, if he could just find a job, I would not be blamed like this by my father. Fang Ruoxiu poured out her frustrations, while Gu Junqing patted her shoulder, comforting her continuously. System notification host has usurped the protagonist Wang Teng's status. Wang Teng's protagonist luck reduced by 100. Host's villain luck increased by 100. System notification host has altered the plot, rewarding 2,000 villain points. Fang Ruoxiu did not fall in love with Gu Junqing instantly, but she simply needed someone to talk to. Gu Junqing just happened to be the one there. Sister-in-law, it cannot be helped. I will take good care of you from now on, Gu Junqing thought to himself. This was all part of the plot, and he was merely acting as a catalyst. While Wang Teng was still clueless, he had already advanced part of the plot. Gu Junqing naturally took Wang Teng's place, comforting Fang Ruoxiu as if it were only logical. After crying for a while, the sobbing stopped, and her trembling body began to stiffen. She finally realized what she was doing. She was being held and comforted by a man she had only met twice, especially considering she was already engaged. She loosened her grip on his clothes, pushing her hands against his chest as if to leverage herself away. However, Gu Junqing held her tightly, as he understood her current state perfectly. Her emotions had just gotten the better of her, with the pressure of the company and family weighing her down, needing a release. Now that she had recovered, and her rationality returned, she realized that if their position were seen, the implications would be poor. Sister-in-law, do not worry. With me here, your life will get better. Gu Junqing pretended not to notice her resistance, instead tightening his arm around her slender waist and pulling her back against him. Okay, Fang Ruoxiu replied softly, her voice still nasally. She kept her hands on his chest to prevent her body from pressing completely against his, afraid that things would become even harder to handle. Could you please let me go? She asked in a nervous whisper. Cough, I am sorry. I was just worried about you and wanted to offer you some support. Since she had asked, Gu Junqing could not keep holding her, even though the feel of her slender, graceful waist was exquisite enough that he could wrap his hand around it entirely. He let go with a hint of regret, though his expression remained filled with concern. Sister-in-law, are you really all right now? I am fine. Do not worry. Fang Ruoxiu looked at his concerned expression and sighed with emotion. She had originally felt she was alone in the world, with even her own father treating her so poorly. Yet, Gu Junqing's look of worry moved her deeply. After all, she had only known Gu Junqing for a short time, while her father and Wang Teng were supposed to be her family, yet they had left her feeling cold. Thank you so much for this time. There was a sense of gratitude in her tone. At the moment she needed comfort most, Gu Junqing had given her courage and an outlet to vent. System notification: heroine Fang Ruoxiu's favorability towards the host has increased by 20, now at 40, affectionate. Heroine luck reduced by 100, protagonist Wang Teng's luck reduced by 100, host's luck increased by 200. Even the smallest mosquito has meat on it, Gu Junqing thought with a sigh. There is no need to thank me. I told you, I will take good care of you. Gu Junqing's eyes grew deep and gentle, making Fang Ruoxiu feel as if she could drown in them. Chapter 349. Elsewhere, Wang Teng was grinding through a game dungeon at home. When Gu Junqing embraced Fang Ruoxiu, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, causing him to immediately stop his hand from playing the game. This is impossible. I didn't stay up all night grinding yesterday, so why would I die of sudden cardiac arrest? Wang Teng thought, puzzled. Suddenly, Wang Teng received a phone call. Hello, he asked. Young Master Wang Teng, the 3-year period has passed. We respectfully welcome you back to the Wang family. Hearing the old butler's words on the phone, a sharp light flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. He no longer displayed his usual decadent demeanor, as he was instantly filled with strength, his former spirit returning with a smirk on his face. I can return to the family, but you must tell the old man that I will decide when to go back. Also, deposit more money into my account because I need to support my wife, Wang Teng said, full of vigor. Young master, we are currently in a fierce conflict with the Gu family, so we need you to come back quickly and inherit the family business, the old butler said, hesitating slightly. You don't need to worry about the Gu family. Rest assured, Gu Junqing is my brother, and I will have a good talk with him when the time comes, Wang Teng said, patting his chest heroically. Gu Junqing is the young master's brother? You are truly a dragon among men, and gifted with heaven-sent talent. The master will surely support you wholeheartedly, the old butler on the other end said excitedly. That goes without saying. However, Gu Junqing does not know my identity right now, so I will see how to handle this situation. Understood, young master. After finishing the call, Wang Teng hung up. Shortly after, a massive sum of money was deposited into his bank account, making him very happy. The most important thing now was how to let Fang Ruoxiu discover, by chance, that he was actually the young master of a great family. He wanted to make her admire him, so that they might naturally progress toward an intimate relationship. Wang Teng chuckled as he fantasized, unaware that his beloved wife was currently sobbing in Gu Junqing's arms. That evening, because Fang Ruoxiu's father, Director Fang, planned to have dinner at home, Fang Ruoxiu was present as well. You useless trash, why haven't you started cooking yet? Do you want to starve us to death? Director Fang asked, frowning at Wang Teng. He was extremely dissatisfied with his son-in-law, who was a grown man yet refused to find a job. Furthermore, when he had previously asked Wang Teng to work at the Fang Corporation, Wang Teng had looked down on the offer. Wang Teng's anger flared up, as anyone would be furious at being called useless trash. He initially wanted to clarify that he was no longer the live-in son-in-law of the past, having returned to his position as the young master of the Wang family. However, he decided to let them discover it on their own so that the reveal would be more satisfying, abandoning his plan and turning to start cooking. He did not want to reveal that he was a billionaire just yet, intending to continue interacting with them as an ordinary person. Daughter, you don't blame Dad for what happened today, do you? You should know that Dad has his difficulties, Director Fang said to Fang Ruoxiu. What? Fang Ruoxiu, who had been thinking about everything that happened with Gu Junqing today, finally realized her father was speaking to her. It's fine, I'm just a discarded pawn anyway, Fang Ruoxiu said with a self-deprecating laugh. No, that's not it. Never mind, her father replied. Director Fang wanted to warm up their father-daughter relationship, but remembering Gu Junqing's instructions, he found himself unable to say anything. Regardless of what happened, we are father and daughter, so please don't hate me. The Fang Corporation isn't mine alone, but if an opportunity arises, I will definitely let you return to the position of general manager. He sighed, as this was all he could say to Fang Ruoxiu. However, Ruoxiu, the husband you chose is a bit too useless. He only knows how to play games all day, and I heard he even asks you for money to play? Director Fang said earnestly, truly feeling that Wang Tang was too incompetent. Even if he couldn't compare to an elite like Gu Junqing, surely he could at least find a job. If he wanted to play games all day, he should at least have his own money, instead of constantly relying on his wife for support. Yeah, Fang Ruoxiu murmured. She was still not quite focused, wondering why she kept recalling being held in Gu Junqing's arms. Then how about you divorce him? Dad will find you another one, Director Fang suggested, his eyes darting to observe Fang Ruoxiu's expression as he probed. No need. You don't let me manage your affairs, so don't manage mine, Fang Ruoxiu said, shaking her head and remaining unmoved. If I divorce Wang Tang, will I stop hearing Gu Junqing call me sister-in-law? Wait, what am I thinking? A blush spread across Fang Ruoxiu's face as her thoughts drifted away again. Actually, I think the young man who came today is quite good. Have you considered him? Director Fang thought about it. The Fang Corporation was like an aunt to Gu Junqing, so Gu Junqing definitely wouldn't be interested in the corporation itself. As for himself, an old man, there was nothing for Gu Junqing to covet, and his wife was already 40 or 50 years old. There was only one possibility, his beautiful daughter. He wasn't bragging, but Fang Ruoxiu's appearance was ranked highly across the entire city of Luodu. When he was looking for a capable secretary, he specifically checked the Luoda goddess ranking and saw that Fang Ruoxiu was on it. As for how he knew about this list, men are boys until they die, and those who know, know. He had even personally done a paternity test, terrified that she might not be his biological daughter. You've been watching the surveillance cameras again? Fang Ruoxiu startled at the words and looked at Director Fang with a frown. The reason Fang Ruoxiu said this was that she had discovered her father liked to sneak peeks at female employees by the security cameras. What do you mean by watching the surveillance again? I didn't, Director Fang said, feeling aggrieved. He really hadn't, it was just that Gu Junqing had appeared suddenly and given him quite a fright, which was how he knew Gu Junqing had arrived at his company. You're the one feeling aggrieved? I was criticized because of what you said, and I took the blame for you. I'm the one who was wronged to death, Fang Ruoxiu said angrily. Forget it, I won't talk to you about this anymore. So, what's your take on the divorce? Do you have any thoughts about that young man? Director Fang coughed, deciding not to continue that topic, and kept probing. No thoughts, stop thinking about it, Fang Ruoxiu snorted coldly. What are you two talking about? Wang Tang walked out, carrying a dish with a smile. He was now the young master of the Wang family, so he was naturally very happy. He even wondered if Gu Junqing had brought him good luck. He had just become brothers with Gu Junqing today, and that very evening, he received notice to return to his family. Swearing an oath of brotherhood with Brother Gu was truly a great choice. Not only did it bring me good luck, but he also takes such good care of my wife, taking care of her so well. What a great guy, Wang Tang mused with emotion. This was something Fang Ruoxiu had told him when he had asked her. She had described how Gu Junqing took care of her, even peeling fruit for her and such. We were talking about me quitting my job. Upon hearing Wang Tang come out, Fang Ruoxiu and Director Fang subconsciously closed their mouths. Chapter 350. What, you quit? Dad, you're the chairman, aren't you? You actually let your own daughter resign? Wang Tang stared at Director Fang in disbelief, his eyes widening. Don't call me Dad. Besides, do you think the company belongs to me alone? It was a collective decision made by the board. Director Fang snapped, though he looked a bit guilty. In truth, Fang Ruoxiu was merely taking the fall for him. He had been the one trying to play both sides with the Gu and Wang families. But after the Wangs imposed sanctions, he was forced to scapegoat her. Why is this happening so suddenly? Did something go wrong, and do you need my help? Wang Tang asked, confused, completely ignoring the comment about not calling him Dad. It was hardly the first time he had been humiliated. The more they insulted him now, the harder he would strike back later. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. But since you're being sensible today, forget about helping, just try not to waste so much money on your mobile games. Director Fang mocked him, before reluctantly explaining the situation. Hee, don't let me find a chance, or I'll slap your face until it's swollen, Wang Tang scoffed internally. Of course, by the time he managed to do that, Fang Ruoxiu's backside would likely already be swollen from Gu Junqing. Listening to the explanation, Wang Tang's eyes lit up with a sudden idea. So the Wang family is suppressing you. I can handle that. He thumped his own chest. As the eldest young master of the Wang family, surely he could put a stop to this. How are you going to solve it? Are you going to have your game character hack the Wang family? Or perhaps shout at them to come and cut you down? Director Fang retorted. He suddenly felt that having Wang Tang around wasn't so bad. Having a punching bag to vent on every day was quite refreshing. Bro, Fang Ruoxiu wondered. Could he be planning to find Gu Junqing? If it were Gu Junqing, he would certainly be able to resolve it. Fang Ruoxiu's beautiful eyes grew distant as she quietly pondered. Don't you worry, I said I would solve it, so I will, just wait and see. Wang Tang laughed, the corners of his mouth curling upward. After the meal, Wang Tang called the Wang family's old housekeeper. Housekeeper, stop targeting the Fang enterprise, and instead support them with every resource we have. The housekeeper consulted with Wang Tang's father before replying. But we are still in the middle of a conflict with the Gu family, and we don't have that many resources to spare. Don't worry, in a few days I will convince my brother to stop competing with us. See to this immediately, and the goods we seized from the Fang family must be returned in full. Also, keep our support for the Fang family anonymous. I don't want my true identity revealed so soon. Wang Tang hadn't returned to the Wang family estate yet, so he was unaware of the current situation. In his mind, the Wang family was still a powerhouse, with the Gu family only holding a slight edge. In reality, under Wang Wu's trail of destruction, the Gu family already held many of the Wang family's shares. They were struggling desperately to fend off the Gu family's offensive. If not for that, how could a small fish like the Fang family have merely been suppressed instead of destroyed? The Wang patriarch was still clinging to the hope that his son's brother, Gu Junqing, would call off the conflict. Consequently, the patriarch didn't object. The Fang family was his daughter-in-law's family, after all, so a little support wouldn't hurt. Wang Tang hung up the phone and let out a relieved sigh. He felt his mission was complete. Upon receiving the orders, the Wang family quickly lifted the restrictions on the Fang family, and even provided a massive investment. Elsewhere, Gu Junqing checked the reports on his phone regarding the Wang family's movements, and knew his plan was in motion. By the original plot, Wang Wu and Wang Tang were destined to be rivals. Wang Wu was the villain and Wang Tang the protagonist, but thanks to Gu Junqing's early intervention, Wang Wu was eliminated early. Wang Tang had stumbled into the role of heir without any real effort. He had merely picked up the scraps. However, in Gu Junqing's grand scheme, Wang Tang would eventually be forced to hand over the Wang family just as Wang Wu had. Gu Junqing's pupils darkened as he narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. This was the look he wore whenever he was calculating someone's downfall. Junqing, are you sleepy? Su Anran poked his arm. She had noticed his expression and assumed he was tired. How could I be? I'm just lost in thought. Besides, how could I be sleepy while accompanying my favorite superstar, the goddess Anran, to record a show? Gu Junqing gently stroked her hair. Su Anran smiled shyly, her eyes shining as if they held stars. Who is your goddess? I am not. As for why Gu Junqing was recording the show with her, it started that afternoon after parting ways with Fang Ruoxiu and receiving a call from Su Anran's agent. The agent had mentioned that Su Anran was recording a singing competition and that Luo Bei would also be sending a contestant. The agent knew of their relationship and made a point to report everything to Gu Junqing. Speaking of Luo Bei, Gu Junqing had almost forgotten about that transmigrated countryman of his. After all, the man was already effectively dancing on his puppet strings. It was time to deal the final blow. The songs and stories the man had plagiarized from his past life must be reaching their end. Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes, recalling reports from the mole he had planted in Luo Bei's company. Looks like it's almost your turn, shouldn't you go prepare? I'll be in the audience cheering for you. His indulgent smile made Su Anran's heart beat wildly. Okay, I'll go prepare, but you have to wait for me here. Of course. I will always be right here waiting for you, until you fly back to my side. His low, magnetic voice made her face flush a brilliant red. She looked incredibly beautiful in her fluster. Humph, I'm not talking to you. You just know how to trick me. Su Anran turned and headed backstage to prepare. Gu Junqing watched the singer belting out a tune on stage, finding the performance mediocre compared to Su Anran. Next, please welcome singer Qin Xiaoxiao from Su Anran Entertainment, the hosts announced. This contestant had been sent by the company Luo Bei founded. Luo Bei still hadn't given up on Su Anran. He intended to use this competition to prove himself, hoping to show that he was the better choice for her. Watching Gu Junqing sitting diagonally across from him, Luo Bei clenched his fists tight. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.